Chapter 1 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 1, American Pioneer Prose Writers, by Hamilton W. Mabie, author and critic. The literatures of the great nations have begun with the childhood of those nations, that is to say, with fairy tales and legends and songs of heroism, with Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, the Song of Beowulf, to name a few among many of the great beginnings of writing. In this country, the pioneer writers shared the conditions of the pioneer builders of homes and communities. They were not, however, a people in their intellectual infancy. The country was new, but the people were old. They had all left literature of a high order behind them. Many of them must have been familiar with poetry and prose in English, French, and German, to say nothing of the classic literature which the scholars knew. And there were many scholars, north and south, among the early settlers. The exploration and settlement of the country was a great adventure, which involved not only peril, but very hard work. In every colony, people had to begin at the beginning, to get roofs over their heads to protect them from the climate, to raise the things they were to eat, to protect themselves from the Indians, to do 1,000 things of which people of our day are unconscious because they were done so long ago. The distances between the colonies were great, the means of communication were slow and infrequent, and the colonists knew very little of one another. They were isolated communities, not in any sense a nation. And so, the early writing was the expression of the experiences and convictions of small communities. There cannot be a national literature until there is a national consciousness. And in the early days of America, there was not even a sectional consciousness. There was only local consciousness. The first book written on the continent was by that flamboyant but very versatile Virginia colonist, Captain John Smith, a brave soldier with a very warm and highly inventive imagination, whose habit of boasting has robbed him of a great deal of credit which really belonged to him. He wrote an account of adventures in Virginia, which may be taken as the beginning of American writing, and still has value. There was a long interval during which the writing of the colonists was devoted to theological discussion, or to accounts of the new world in which they were living. A large part of the early writings of New England was more or less theological, but none of this writing rose to the rank of literature until Jonathan Edwards appeared in the first half of the 18th century. Jonathan Edwards. The son of a minister who was a lover of learning as well as of religion, like a great many other ministers of his time in New England, who prepared young men for college and gave his daughters the same kind of instruction in the same subjects. Edwards was also the grandson of a minister on his mother's side, and his ancestry, like his descendants, was notable for intellectual vigor. He graduated from Yale College at the age of 13, not an uncommon happening in that day of few entrance requirements. And the qualities of his mind and the direction of his taste are indicated by the fact that he was already making notes on the mind and on natural philosophy. He studied for the ministry, and when he was 24 years old, settled at Northampton, Massachusetts, where he was fortunate enough to marry a woman as remarkable as himself, of whom he wrote a description which has become a classic in the literature of love. Edwards was pursued by a haunting sense of sinfulness, and the depravity of the world often weighed heavily upon him. Mrs. Edwards happily combined a piety equal to that of her husband with great cheerfulness of disposition. Edwards as an author. A man of his intensity was certain to come into collision with some of the ideas held by his contemporaries, and with much of their practice. And Edwards finally antagonized his congregation to such a degree that at the age of 56 he preached his farewell sermon. Several avenues of work were open to him, for he had become a man of wide reputation, but he settled at Stockbridge, Massachusetts, and wrote in the quiet of what was then a wilderness his famous treatise on The Freedom of the Will, which is probably the most important American contribution to philosophy. It is his sermons, however, rather than his treatises, which entitle his work to a place in the history of American literature. Between 11 and 1,200 of these sermons are preserved in Yale University Library. They are characterized by great vigor of thought, intensity of feeling, and often impressive power of statement. One of them, more famous, though in some respects not so true a piece of literature as others, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, created great commotion in its time, and the glow of the fire which possessed the preacher has not yet wholly faded from its pages. Literature of the Revolution. As the War of the Revolution approached, the colonists began to have hopes and fears in common, and the war was preceded by a war of words. The grievances of the colonists were stated many times, sometimes with great force of reasoning and clearness, and a literature of discussion and debate, which reached the public largely through pamphlets, came into existence. Samuel Adams of Massachusetts wrote a stirring defense of the rights of the colonists. James Adams, James Otis, and Thomas Jefferson came to the front of this discussion, and their writing took on the dignity of literature. Thomas Paine. One of the most vigorous contributors to this discussion was Thomas Paine, an Englishman by birth, whose ability as a writer attracted the attention of Benjamin Franklin, then in London, at whose suggestion Paine came to America. He had already made himself somewhat noted as a radical critic of the English government and political system, and within a year of his arrival in this country became editor of the Pennsylvania Magazine. His Common Sense, a pamphlet published in 1776, was a very vigorous argument in favor of severing all ties with the mother country. The argument was put so strongly, and at the same time with such simplicity, that it made a great impression on all kinds of people, and the Pennsylvania legislature, in recognition of the services he had rendered to the American cause, made him a gift of £500. This pamphlet was immediately translated into various European languages. His Crisis, which was published from time to time during the war, was also of great importance to the Americans, and the first number was read by order of Washington to every regiment in the colonial army. This was in the terrible winter of 1776, and the spirit and courage expressed in these papers did much to relieve the despondency of the time. The Age of Reason, an attack on the Bible, published in 1794, shocked the world, and so beclouded Paine's reputation that his great service to the country has been largely overlooked. Benjamin Franklin. If one wanted to name 3 men who are in a supreme degree representative of the 3 leading American types, he would not go far astray if he named Franklin, Emerson, and Lincoln. Several years before the Revolution, Hume described Franklin as the first and indeed the first great man of letters in America. And Dr. Johnson, in that most delightful exploitation of ignorance and eloquence, Taxation No Tyranny, described him as a master of mischief. Franklin was then one of the foremost representatives of the colonists, and one of the most ardent advocates of their claims. For 30 years, Europe knew more about him than any other man in America, not excepting Washington. He was a Bostonian by birth, the son of a tallow chandler. He had a casual contact with the Boston Latin School, but his formal education was finished in his 11th year, when he began to work as a general utility boy in his father's shop. He was fond of reading and was fortunate enough to possess Bunyan's works, and a little later he was reading Robinson Crusoe and other works by Defoe, who undoubtedly had great influence on his style. His love of books inclined him to the printer's trade, and his self-education went on rapidly. Another piece of good fortune was finding a volume of The Spectator. He has given a very interesting account of his use of this classic of sound, clear English prose, and has described its influence on his language and style. Then he read Xenophon's Memorabilia, which gave him a clear idea of the Socratic method of discussion. At the age of 15, he was already writing for the colonial press, contributing essays notable for their very sensible moralizing and their practical wisdom. For Franklin was, and still is, the representative of American practical sagacity and common sense. Poor Richard's Almanac. Fame and fortune came to him with the publication of Poor Richard's Almanac, which began in 1732 and was continued for a quarter of a century. These almanacs went into almost every house in America, and served not only as calendars, lists of events, warnings about the weather, with doggerel verses, but furnished proverbs of a very practical character, and also margins on which all sorts of notes could be written. Keep thy shop, and thy shop will keep thee, is a good example of Poor Richard's practical wisdom. His personal experience at home and abroad made Franklin in many ways the most conspicuous American of his time. His industry is shown by the fact that his work fills 107 volumes. In this massive writing, of greatest importance is his autobiography, which told the story of his life from his childhood to his arrival in London in 1757. It is a straight, clear, unpretentious piece of writing, and all things considered, must be considered one of the most important original contributions to American literature. John Woolman. If John Woolman's work had borne any resemblance to that of Jonathan Edwards, Charles Lamb would never have said of it, "Learn Woolman's work by heart." It was as far as possible removed from the Dantesque vigor of the Puritan preacher. Woolman was a Quaker born in New Jersey, with very few educational opportunities, but of a naturally religious nature, and seemed early, though in a perfectly normal way, to have thought of the world as the creation of a great and benignant God. Like many other naturally serious youths of his time, as of Bunyan's time, he was sorely beset by a consciousness of sinfulness, which he expressed in terms that today seem morbid in their intensity. He accused himself of offenses of which it is quite certain that he was innocent, but he began very early to understand the gospel of love and to desire above everything else to live in complete harmony with the will of God. He was not satisfied, however, to do this by simply obeying the law of righteousness or acquiescing in a will which he could not oppose. He was eager to make his obedience positive and active. So he became one of the earliest anti-slavery men in the country, and one of the most ardent. His genius saved him from fanaticism, while his simple earnestness and his effective appeal to the higher ideals of his auditors made him a persuasive speaker. He hated slavery, but he never attacked the slaveholder. His nature was one of singular purity and harmony, and as he had no self-consciousness and no ambition, and writing was simply a means of expression, his nature got into his style. Although an illiterate Quaker, an English critic declared that he writes in a style of the most exquisite purity and grace. His journal, which is considered one of the classics of early American literature, is an unaffected and intimate record of his thoughts, feelings, and experiences. It was begun in his 37th year. It is not in any sense great literature, but it is real literature, and as contrasted with all the colonial writing, save that of Edwards and Franklin, it stands out by reason of the purity of its style and the beauty of its feeling and thought. Charles Brockden Brown. Charles Brockden Brown's stories were published still earlier, and he is often spoken of as the predecessor of Hawthorne. Like Francis Hopkinson, he was a Philadelphian who studied law and made literature his profession. His first novel, Wieland, or The Transformation, was a story of ventriloquism, very artificial but skillful and interesting. This was followed by a much more striking tale, Edgar Huntley, A Tale of Terror, which seemed to predict Poe, and this in turn by 3 or 4 other novels. Brown was an industrious man, and his activity extended into other fields. He published a number of pamphlets and semi-scientific treatises. His work had little permanent value. It was sentimental and unreal and lacked art, but its morbid psychology and a certain kind of intensity gave it popularity at the time. Washington Irving. American literature in the strictest sense of the word really began in the city of New York with the publication of Washington Irving's Knickerbocker History of New York. New York was then the most cosmopolitan of all cities of the New World, as it was the largest. It was a pleasant town of 25,000 people, and it had picturesque traditions, for it was first settled by the Dutch, who had, in a way, taken possession of the Hudson River. They were followed in turn by the English, and still later there was a large influx of French Huguenots. When the Revolution broke out, 18 languages were already spoken in the city of New York. It was natural, therefore, that the literature of imagination, of humor, and of sentiment should find a soil in the cosmopolitan society of the town. And Irving, who was born in the year in which the British troops embarked for England, who declined to go to college as his brothers had gone, but read law, and, probably with greater avidity, books of general literature, and was a lover of nature, had both the temperament and the taste to write gentle satire. He was a born observer and loiterer, a man who saw and felt and meditated. He had the high spirit of youth, and when he returned in 1806 from Europe, he was still a young man, and there were some other gifted young men in New York to keep him company. They published anonymously a series of semi-humorous satirical comments on men, women, and things social, dramatic, and literary, under the title Salmagundi, and in these papers Irving's humor, sentiment, and delightful style were conspicuous. They were followed by the Knickerbocker History of New York, in which the audacious young man broadly burlesqued the ancestors of some of the foremost people in New York. It was good-natured, but it gave great offense. It was, however, the first book of quality and feeling written by an American. In 1815, Irving went to Europe a second time and did not return until 1832. During that interval, he published 2 books which made a reputation for him on both sides of the Atlantic, Bracebridge Hall and the Sketchbook. These books made the colonists, irritated by their long discussion with England, more tolerant of the mother country, because they recalled places and customs that had been dear to their ancestors or to their own youth. Thackeray called Irving the first ambassador whom the New World of Letters sent to the Old. James K. Paulding, one of the most prominent members of the little company of young men subsequently known as the Knickerbocker writers, who were all friends of Irving, was James K. Paulding, whose youth fell in the period of the Revolutionary War. In consequence, he received very little education, but had great vigor of mind and energy of character. He early became acquainted with Washington Irving, and a strong friendship grew up between them. Paulding was one of the contributors to the Salmagundi papers, and began early to write for various periodicals. His diverting history of John Bull and Brother Jonathan passed through many editions, and his satirical tendency made him popular at a time when the feeling in this country against Great Britain was very strong. A pamphlet entitled The United States and England, which appeared in 1814, secured political preferment for Paulding, and he was made secretary to the first Board of Navy Commissioners. A story published in 1831, The Dutchman's Fireside, founded on an earlier description of the manners of the early Dutch settlers, was his most successful production, passing through 6 editions in a year, and being republished abroad and translated into several languages. Paulding's talent, although genuine, was not distinctive enough to secure his permanent reputation, but he remains a very interesting figure in a group of delightful writers, and his early skits, if they may be so called, were very keen satirical comments on some offensive British traits and qualities. James Fenimore Cooper. Cooper, who was also a New Yorker, published The Spy in 1821. Precaution, his first effort in fiction, which had already appeared, was a study of English society life, about which Cooper knew very little, and it was a failure. In The Spy, Cooper knew his ground and his people. He had spent much of his boyhood at Cooperstown in central New York, near the scene of much of the Indian fighting. He had heard stories of adventure from Indian fighters and trappers. Many of the men who had fought in the American ranks during the War of the Revolution were still living. The Spy was instantly popular because it was the first really American novel written by an American. It dealt with a very interesting character, Harvey Birch, and it appealed alike to the men who knew of the war from experience and to those who had been brought up to revere the veterans of the Revolution. Europe, too, was intensely curious about the Indian, and the stories that followed, especially those in the Leather-Stocking Tales, were translated into almost every European tongue and are still read in all parts of the Old World. Boys in remote German villages are still playing Cooper's Indians. Cooper was a very uneven writer, careless and indifferent about artistic effects. He was often diffuse and often commonplace, and he had not much skill in drawing portraits of men and women, but he could tell a story rapidly and dramatically. He knew how to keep his readers in suspense, and he knew nature, both on land and at sea. Jonathan Edwards, Monograph No. 1 in the Mentor Reading Course. Jonathan Edwards was one of the most impressive figures of his time. He was a deep thinker, a strong writer, a powerful theologian, and a constructive philosopher. He was born on October 5, 1703, at East, now South, Windsor, Connecticut. His father, Timothy Edwards, was a minister of East Windsor and also a tutor. Jonathan, the only son, was the 5th of 11 children. Even as a boy, he was thoughtful and serious-minded. It is recorded that he never played the games or got mixed up in the mischief that the usual boy indulges in. When he was only 10 years old, he wrote a tract on the soul. 2 years later, he wrote a really remarkable essay on the flying spider. He entered Yale and graduated at the head of his class as valedictorian. The next 2 years he spent in New Haven studying theology. In February 1727, he was ordained minister at Northampton, Massachusetts. In the same year, he married Sarah Pierpont, who was an admirable wife and became the mother of his 12 children. In 1733, a great revival in religion began in Northampton. So intense did this become in that winter that the business of the town was threatened. In 6 months, nearly 300 were admitted to the church. Of course, Edwards was a leading spirit in this revival. The Orthodox leaders of the church had no sympathy with it. At last a crisis came in Edwards' relations with his congregation, which finally ended in his being driven from the church. Edwards and his family were now thrown upon the world with nothing to live on. After some time, he became pastor of an Indian mission at Stockbridge, Massachusetts. He preached to the Indians through an interpreter, and in every way possible defended their interests against the whites, who were trying to enrich themselves at the expense of the red men. President Burr of the College of New Jersey, now Princeton University, died in 1757. 5 years before, he had married one of Edwards' daughters. Jonathan Edwards was elected to his place and installed in February 1758. There was smallpox in Princeton at this time, and the new president was inoculated for it. His feeble constitution could not bear the shock, and he died on March 22nd. He was buried in the old cemetery at Princeton. Edwards' in personal appearance was slender and about 6 feet tall, with an oval, gentle, almost feminine face which made him look the scholar and the mystic. But he had a violent temper when aroused and was a strict parent. He did not allow his boys out of doors after 9 o'clock at night, and if any suitor of his daughter remained beyond that hour, he was quietly but forcibly informed that it was time to lock up the house. Jonathan Edwards would not be called an eloquent speaker today, but his sermons were forceful and charged with his personality. These sermons were written in very small handwriting with the lines close together. It was Edwards' invariable habit to read them. He leaned with his left elbow on the cushion of the pulpit and brought the finely written manuscript close to his eyes. He used no gestures, but shifted from foot to foot while reading. Benjamin Franklin, monograph number 2 in the Mentor reading course. Probably no American of humble origin ever attained to more enduring fame than many-sided Benjamin Franklin. The secret of his rise can be tersely told. He had ceaseless energy, guided by a passion for the improvement of mankind. A recital of his accomplishments sounds like a round of the old counting game, doctor, lawyer, merchant, chief. He was, in fact, all the list except the thief. Boston gave him to America on January 17, 1706, but Philadelphia claimed him early, and he stamped himself upon the Quaker City almost as definitely as did William Penn. Passing over his precocious boyhood, when he wrote for the Boston publication of his brother James, with a skill that at the time was held astonishing. The day he reached Philadelphia he was a great overgrown boy, his clothes most unsightly, for he had been wrecked trying to make an economical trip from New York by sailboat. With the exception of a single Dutch dollar, he was penniless. As he trudged about the streets, his big eyes drinking in the sights, his cupid bow mouth ready to smile at the slightest provocation, he munched a roll of bread. His reserve food supply was a loaf under each arm. He was an expert printer, and printers were wanted in Philadelphia. He soon got a job, after which he found a boarding place in the home of one Reed, with whose daughter Deborah he promptly fell in love. After a few years, the governor of Pennsylvania urged him to go to London to purchase a printing plant of his own. The officer had promised to send letters and funds aboard the ship in the mailbag, but at the critical moment forgot all about it. So young Franklin landed in London without a cent and played a short engagement as beggar-man. Again, his skill as a printer saved him from want, and he remained 5 years, having a most interesting time, meeting many of the great men of England, all of whom were charmed with his wit and philosophy. In all that period he did not write a single letter to Deborah Reed, yet he seemed surprised and hurt on his return to Philadelphia to find the young woman married to another. But Deborah's husband, who had treated her cruelly, quite civilly left her a widow, so that Franklin, careless but faithful, was able ultimately to claim her as his wife. For the next 20 years, Franklin did something new at almost every turn. He flew a kite in a thunder shower, drew down electricity, and invented the lightning rod, to the salvation of generations of rural sales agents. He invented a stove that still holds his name. He organized the first fire company in America and founded the first public library. All the while, he was publishing Poor Richard's Almanac, which to this day ranks as an epigrammatic masterpiece. American politics soon claimed Franklin as an ideal diplomatist. English and Scottish universities honored him with degrees for his discoveries and writings. In Paris, he became the most popular man of the period and was overwhelmed with attention from all classes. He was one of the first signers of the Declaration of Independence, and he rounded out his political career as governor of Pennsylvania and one of the framers of the Constitution. He died in Philadelphia in April 1790, in some respects the greatest of Americans. Charles Brockden Brown, monograph number 3 in the Mentor Reading Course. Charles Brockden Brown has often been called the earliest American novelist, but today his books are very rarely read. All of them are romantic and weird, with incidents bordering on the supernatural. They are typical of the kind of novel general at the time Brown lived. He was born on January 17, 1771, in Philadelphia. His parents were Quakers. As a boy, his health was bad, and since he was not able to join with other boys in outdoor sports, he spent most of his time in study. His principal amusement was the invention of ideal architectural designs, planned on the most extensive and elaborate scale. Later, this bent for construction developed into schemes for ideal commonwealths. Still later, it showed itself in the elaborate plots of his novels. Brown planned in the early part of his life to study law, but his constitution was too feeble for this arduous work. He had his share of the youthful dreams of great literary conquests. He planned a great epic on the discovery of America, with Columbus as his hero, another with the adventures of Pizarro for the subject, and still another upon the conquests of Cortez. However, as with the case of many great dreams, they were given up. When he was still a boy, he wrote a romance called Carsall, which was not published, however, until after his death. The next thing he wrote was an essay on the question of women's rights and liberties. This question was already becoming an important one in England, where William Godwin and Mary Wollstonecraft were publishing their writings. Brown was much influenced by the works of both. Although Brown's books make heavy reading, yet his companionship were of the liveliest. It was said that no man ever had truer friends or loved these friends better. One of his closest friends was Dr. Eli Smith, a literary man. It was through him that Brown was introduced into the Friendly Club of New York City, where he met many other workers in the literary field. And it was under their influence that he produced his first important work. This was a novel published in 1798 called Wieland, or The Transformation. A mystery, seemingly inexplicable, is solved as a case of ventriloquism, which at that time was just beginning to be understood thoroughly. His next book was Arthur Mervyn, remarkable for its description of the epidemic of yellow fever in Philadelphia. Edgar Huntley, a romance rich in local color, followed this. An effective use is made of somnambulism, and in it, Brown anticipates James Fenimore Cooper's introduction of the American Indian into fiction. The novelist then wrote 2 novels dealing with ordinary life, but they proved to be failures. Then he began to compile a general system of geography, to edit a periodical, and to write political pamphlets, but all the time his health was failing. On February 22, 1810, he died of tuberculosis. His biographer, William Dunlap, who was the novelist's friend, says that Brown was the purest and most amiable of men, due perhaps to his Quaker education. His manner was at times a little stiff and formal, but in spite of this he was deeply loved by his friends. Washington Irving, monograph number 4 in the Mentor Reading Course. A bankruptcy produced one of the greatest American writers. If the business house with which Washington Irving was associated had not failed, he might never have seriously attempted to take up literature. Washington Irving was born in New York City on April 3, 1783. He was named after George Washington, who at that time was the idol of the American people. Both his parents were immigrants from Great Britain. His father was a prosperous merchant at the time of Irving's birth. Irving was a mischievous boy. Perhaps this was due to the fact that Deacon Irving was a severe father. He detested the theater and permitted no reading on Sunday except the Bible and the Catechism. Washington was permitted on weekdays to read only Gulliver's Travels and Robinson Crusoe. Nevertheless, in spite of his father's strictness, the boy managed to steal away from home to attend the theater. Irving intended to be a lawyer, but his health gave way and he had to take a voyage to Europe. In this journey, he went as far as Rome, and in England made the acquaintance of Washington Allston, the famous American painter, who was then living there. On his return, he was admitted to the bar, but he made little effort at practicing. In the meanwhile, however, he, his brother William, and J.K. Paulding wrote some humorous sketches called Salmagundi Papers, which were quite successful. About this time came the single romance of Irving's life. Judge Hoffman, in whose law office he was, had a daughter named Matilda. The young lawyer fell in love with her, but this romance was brought to a tragic end by her death. Irving never married, remaining true throughout his life to the memory of this early attachment. Irving's first important piece of writing was the Knickerbocker History of New York. It was a clever parody of a history of the city published by Dr. Samuel Mitchell. The book was received with enthusiasm by the public, and Irving's reputation was made. His health, never of the best, again gave way. In 1815, he revisited Europe and made the acquaintance of many important people there, including Disraeli, Campbell, and Scott. The business in which he was a silent partner fell into bad conditions and ended with a bankruptcy which left Irving virtually without resources. His brother, who was an influential member of Congress, secured for him a secretaryship in the United States Navy Department with a salary of $2,500 a year, but Irving declined this, with the intention of writing for a living. From that time he was successful. All his books were eagerly received, and it was not long before he was considered America's leading writer. He went to Spain as attaché of the American legation in 1826. When he returned to the United States, he found his name a household word. Then he decided to settle down somewhere in the country and quietly enjoy life. He built a delightful home on the Hudson River, New York, to which he gave the name of Sunnyside, where he spent his last years. His charming personality attracted to him many friends, and there were no worries to bother him. He continued his writing to the very last. He died of heart disease at Sunnyside on November 28, 1859. On the day of his funeral, all the shops in Tarrytown were closed and draped in mourning. Both sides of the road leading to his grave at Sleepy Hollow were crowded with sorrowful mourners. James Kirk Paulding, monograph number 5 in the Mentor reading course. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Where is the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? It is rather unusual to find that the most familiar writing of an author is merely a bit of nonsense. Yet the verse of James Kirk Paulding best known to us today is the tongue twister quoted above. He wrote poetry, most of which is gracefully commonplace, and a good many novels, attractive in style but of no great interest. James Kirk Paulding was born in Dutchess County, New York, on August 22, 1779. He attended the village school for a short time, but in 1800 went to New York City, where, in connection with his brother-in-law William Irving and Washington Irving, another of the American pioneer prose writers, he began to publish, in January 1807, a series of short, lightly humorous articles called the Salmagundi Papers. In 1814, a political pamphlet of his, The United States and England, attracted the notice of President Madison. He was favorably impressed, and the next year appointed him Secretary to the Board of Navy Commissioners. He held this position until November 1823. He was Navy agent in New York City from 1825 to 1837. Paulding was always a successful man of affairs and an able politician. In recognition of his ability, President Van Buren made him a member of his cabinet in 1837 as Secretary of the Navy. Later he retired to Poughkeepsie, New York, where he divided his time between writing and farming. He died on April 6, 1860. Paulding came of good old Knickerbocker blood. in his work, he never liked to revise what he had already written, nor did he plan out his books. His best-known work is perhaps The Dutchman's Fireside, which has many pleasing pages of Dutch life. He also wrote a number of poems, but these do not measure up to the standards of good poetry. One of them, The Backwoodsman, extends over 3,000 lines, few of which may be termed good. Paulding was one of the first distinctively American writers. From his father, an active revolutionary patriot, he inherited strong anti-British sentiments. Throughout his life, he was a vigorous protester against intellectual thraldom to the mother country. James Fenimore Cooper, monograph number 6 in the Mentor Reading Course. James Fenimore Cooper was one of the most popular writers that ever lived. Almost every American has read some or all of Cooper's books, and his stories have been translated into nearly all the languages of Europe and indeed into some of Asia. Balzac, the French novelist, admired him greatly. Victor Hugo, another famous French writer, said that Cooper was greater than any novelist living at the time. Many of Cooper's readers gave him the title of the American Walter Scott. Cooper was born at Burlington, New Jersey, September 15, 1789. His boyhood was spent in the wild country around Otsego Lake, New York. His father was a judge and a member of Congress. Cooper entered Yale at the early age of 14 and was the youngest student on the rolls. At college, he did not pay much attention to his studies and, in fact, was rather wayward. Before he had even completed his junior year, his resignation was requested. His father interceded for him, but it was useless. The young man then entered the United States Navy, but after becoming a midshipman, he resigned to marry. He then settled down in Westchester County, New York. His home life proved to be most happy. He published his first book, Precaution, anonymously. Then came The Spy in 1821, a success from the very first. Many novels followed in rapid succession. In 1826, he went to Paris, where he published The Prairie, which many consider the best of all his books. He became very popular abroad. The most distinguished people of Europe felt honored to entertain him. In 1833, he returned to America, where he discovered that his popularity was declining, as American critics did not believe that his later books were measuring up to his earlier standard. He resented the sharp criticism of several of his writings, and much ill feeling grew up between the novelist and the public. In particular, he was on bad terms with his neighbors in the village of Cooperstown, New York, where he lived. This came to a climax in a fierce quarrel over the ownership of a bit of woodland, which extended into the lake near his home, Otsego Hall. Cooper won in the courts, but the villagers evened things up with him by personal attacks. Lawsuits followed, one after another. Although Cooper pretended indifference to public opinion, nevertheless he suffered under the abusive attacks. Cooper was not on intimate terms with the prominent literary men of his day. Toward the end of his life, he loved his home more and more. He was fond of walking in the woods and fields, and as he himself said, he had an old man's yearning for the solemn shadows of the trees. On September 14, 1851, he died peacefully in his home at Cooperstown, surrounded by members of his family. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Chapter 2 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Myra Parker. The Mentor 2 by Various 2. The Mentor, Rembrandt, Volume 4, Number 20, Serial Number 120. December 1st, 1916, by John Van Dyke, Professor of the History of Art, Rutgers College. Rembrandt. Early Years. 1. Sometimes it is difficult to learn the truth about a great man. This is particularly so in the case of one who lived 3 centuries ago, for in those days people were not as careful to keep records as they are today. For years, the great painter Rembrandt was regarded as having been ignorant, boorish, and avaricious. Fables making him out to be such a character sprang up without any foundation. It is only within the last 50 years that we have come to know the true Rembrandt, and to realize that he had profound sympathy, a powerful imagination, and originality of mind, and that he was a poet, as well as a painter, an idealist, and also a realist. He has justly been called the Shakespeare of Holland. Rembrandt Harmens van Rijn, for that is his full name, was born at Leiden, a town near Amsterdam in Holland, on July 15th, 1605. Leiden is famous in history as the birthplace of many great artists and other men of renown. Rembrandt's home overlooked the river Rhine. He was the son of a well-to-do miller, and his parents were ambitious that Rembrandt enter the law, for his older brothers had been sent into trade. At that time, Holland was entering upon her great career of national enterprise. Science and literature flourished. Poetry and the stage were cultivated by her people, and art was made welcome in every town, large and small. So Rembrandt, after he had been sent to the high school at Leiden, decided to become a painter, for already within him he felt the first urgings of genius. Accordingly, when Rembrandt was only 12 or 13 years old, his father allowed him to become a pupil of Jacob van Swanenburch, a painter of no great ability, who, however, enjoyed some reputation because he had studied in Italy. 3 years later, the boy was placed under Peter Lastman of Amsterdam, who was a much better artist and teacher. Authorities differ as to how long Rembrandt remained with Lastman. One says that he was his pupil until he was 19 years old. Another believes that he studied with him for only 6 months. At any rate, sometime after 1623, Rembrandt returned to the home of his parents at Leiden. During these first years of his artistic life, Rembrandt worked hard. He painted pictures of almost everyone he saw, beggars, cripples, and in short, every picturesque face and form of which he could get hold. Life, character, and special lighting effects were his principal concern. Frequently, he used his mother for a model, and from these portraits we can trace his strong resemblance to her. The young artist also liked to paint his father and sisters, and by the number of portraits he painted of himself, we can see that from the very beginning he worked hard to master every form of expression, learning to draw the human face as it appeared, not only to the casual observer, but also to one who read the character within. It is said that during his lifetime, Rembrandt painted nearly 60 portraits of himself. Time went by, and the young artist of Leiden was attracting the attention of art lovers in the great metropolis of Amsterdam. Some of them urged him to move there, and feeling that he was now strong enough to stand alone, Rembrandt rented a large house in Amsterdam and removed there in 1631. He divided the upper part of his house into small studios, and there he worked and taught. His pupils were many and from wealthy families. From this teaching, Rembrandt derived a large income. Fortune smiled upon him. At one bound, he leaped into the position of the leading portrait painter of Amsterdam. Numerous commissions for portraits flowed in upon him, and during the first few years of his residence there, he painted at least 40. When he was only 26 years old, in 1632, he painted The Anatomy Lesson, a picture that made an enormous sensation and holds its place today as one of Rembrandt's masterpieces. The year 1634 was one of the happiest in Rembrandt's life. He was then at the beginning of a successful artistic career, and it was at that time that he married Saskia van Ulenburg, a beautiful Frisian maiden. Saskia brought him love and wealth. 8 years of prosperity and sunshine followed their union. Rembrandt and his wife were a joyous pair. They had 4 children, a boy and 2 girls, who died in infancy, and a son, Titus, who grew to man's estate. The Master Painter. 2. The year 1640 marks the beginning of what may be termed the second period of Rembrandt's life and work. It was during these years that success and happiness were his. From then until 1654, Rembrandt worked in what has been called his second manner. His art grew in power, and the coldness of his first manner had disappeared. He had passed through a period of exaggerated expression and had come to a truer, calmer form of painting. It is interesting to compare his own portrait painted in 1640 with the earlier portraits of himself. This painting portrays a man strong and robust, with powerful head, determined chin, and keen, penetrating eyes. This was the Rembrandt of that period, the man confidently independent and careless as to his popularity as an artist. Rembrandt had now many pupils. He had bought a house in Amsterdam and had placed in it a great collection of paintings and engravings. At that time, the artist was living a life of simple domesticity, happy with his wife and children. His friends were many, and his interests were large. Rembrandt's mother died in 1640, and 2 years later, the great sorrow of his life came upon him. His wife, Saskia, died. This changed everything for him. The events of his latter days are clouded in obscurity. The terms of Saskia's will are interesting, in that they may throw some light upon a later action of the artist's, which will be related further on. She left her money to their son Titus, with Rembrandt as sole trustee, and with full use of the money until he should marry again, or until the marriage of Titus. It was in 1642 also that Rembrandt painted his most famous picture, the Night Watch. This is one of the landmarks of Rembrandt's career. However, it is not a night watch at all, but a call to arms by day, and more properly should be named the Day Watch. The artist's life was changed after the death of his wife. No longer does he appear to have been the buoyant, carefree painter and art lover. There is a pathetic sadness in many of his works done at this time. This is well illustrated in his pictures of the Holy Family, a subject which was a favorite with him during this period of his life. One reason for Rembrandt's unhappiness was his waning popularity. The Night Watch, which was painted to order as a collection of portraits in one composition, did not prove satisfactory to his customers. Some of them complained of being put in the background and obscured. Naturally, the artist could not give places of prominence to every person in the picture. Not understanding this, however, these people took offense at his disposition of the characters and transferred their patronage elsewhere. It was at this time that Rembrandt did a great deal of landscape painting. And genius that he was, he made a success of it. It is to this period that the famous painting, The Mill, is ascribed. But though he was still the great artist, a cloud of adversity was slowly coming over Rembrandt's life. Evil days were at hand. Last years. 3. During the last part of the 17th century, money was scarce in Holland. Long-continued wars and civil troubles had worn out the country. Financial depression overwhelmed Amsterdam, and in addition to this, the taste in art changed, and Rembrandt and his pictures were neglected. Most of Rembrandt's money was tied up in his house and in his large collection of valuable pictures, and when his paintings ceased to be in demand, he was forced to borrow money. Very little is known of the artist's life at this time. He was living with his servant Hendrickje Stoffels, and in 1654 a child was born to them. To her, Rembrandt gave the name of Cornelia, after his much-loved mother. It has been asserted that he married Hendrickje, but it is probable that he did not, for in such a case the money left by Saskia would have gone at once to her son Titus according to the will. In 1656, Rembrandt's financial affairs went crashing down to ruin. By a process of law, his house and land were transferred to Titus. But as his son was still a minor, Rembrandt was allowed to remain in charge of Saskia's estate. And then ruin stared him in the face. In July 1656, Rembrandt was declared bankrupt, and an inventory of his property was ordered. 2 years later, the larger part of his collection of etchings and drawings was sold. The sum realized was only a small fraction of their value. Rembrandt, driven from his house, stripped of everything he possessed, without friends or money, took a modest lodging in Amsterdam. The city which once had acclaimed him as its greatest portrait painter now passed him by and left him alone to wait for death. During all these dark years, however, Rembrandt was painting some of his greatest pictures. Even amid the ruins of his affairs, he could go calmly on working, and for this he deserves the highest respect. Among the works of this time are the portrait of Jan 6, the Adoration of the Magi, and John the Baptist preaching in the wilderness. At the same time, he continued to paint his own portrait, but in these pictures of the artist in his old age, we see a man broken by misfortune. Titus, Rembrandt's only son, had married. He died in 1668, leaving one child. A year later, on October 8, 1669, Rembrandt himself passed away. In the Livre Mortuaire of the Westerkerk in Amsterdam appears the following simple entry relating to his death. Tuesday, 8th October, 1669. Rembrandt van Rijn, painter on the Rovsgraft, opposite the Doolhof, leaves 2 children. Rembrandt outlived his popularity, although he was the greatest genius of his time and country, and in fact one of the great geniuses of all time and all countries. He was left to die alone and neglected by his fellow countrymen, who, had they foreseen the fame that the future held in store for him, might have sought his humble lodging to honor him on bended knee. The Real Man. 4. One day, Rembrandt was employed in painting the portraits of a very rich family in Amsterdam. This was to be a group picture, and as usual with him, Rembrandt was working hard to make it a success. While he was painting, someone opened the door of the room in which he was and brought in the dead body of a monkey. The appearance of this funny little creature appealed to the artist at once. He wanted to make a picture of it right away, but the only thing on which he could make the drawing was the canvas on which he was painting the portraits of the rich family. So Rembrandt, without hesitation, painted the monkey in among their portraits. They were very angry, of course, but in those days Rembrandt was at the height of his career, and he did not have to concern himself about how his customers felt. This little incident, whether it is strictly true or not, illustrates one side of Rembrandt's character. When he was most successful, he was carefree and independent. It may have been this independence that brought him to his ruin, although in all probability it was the indifference of his fellow citizens to his work. The age in which Rembrandt lived cared little for personalities. There were no newspapers to record his doings, and no one of his contemporaries cared enough about it to write down much about his life and work. For these reasons, the world has never known much about Rembrandt the man. We know that he was light-hearted, headstrong, and extravagant. We know that he was neglected and died poor and feeble. But we know little more than this, although of late more reliable information concerning the life of this great painter has been found. A man's faults are usually remembered when his virtues are forgotten. For years it pleased biographers to represent Rembrandt as a ne'er-do-well artist, who could not take advantage of his opportunities. We know now, however, that his faults were very human ones, and that his merits greatly overbalanced them. As a boy, the artist was not an industrious scholar. He looked upon reading and writing as rather troublesome, and hardly worth the labor involved in learning them. Later he worked hard at his chosen career, and the great number of pictures that he painted is sufficient evidence that he was by no means lazy. Probably Rembrandt's greatest fault was his extravagance. Many a man can endure adversity with courage. Success is sometimes more difficult to bear. Hard luck often brings out the best in a man. Success may destroy it. Rembrandt was no exception. He spent his money freely, and like the grasshopper of the fable, sang happily through the summer, with no thought of the cold to come. He liked to attend sales of works of art, and he gladly paid huge sums for any pictures that caught his fancy. It is said that the dealers came very soon to know his rash and reckless methods, and would push the prices far up, confident that Rembrandt would meet them. At the same time, the artist liked to buy expensive jewels for his wife. He loved Saskia devotedly, and he wanted her to have everything of the finest. This manner of open-handed living naturally played havoc with his finances. When Saskia died, Rembrandt was heartbroken. His customers fell off and many troubles overwhelmed him. His friends helped him as much as possible, but money ran through his hands like water through a sieve, and he could not seem to control his expenditures. Then later, the death of his faithful Hendrickje was the last blow to his happiness. For a few years Rembrandt lingered, and then he too passed into the great silence. It is true that many of Rembrandt's troubles were self-inflicted, but he suffered enough to pay for his faults. At any rate, it is better to remember him as a great genius and a man worthy of respect and honor. Saskia van Uylenburg. 5. Rembrandt's life was one of curious contrasts. During his early manhood, he was Amsterdam's leading portrait painter. These were years of happiness and carefree enjoyment of all the good things in life. But almost as suddenly as the painter stepped into the sunshine of success, he fell back into the shadows of adversity. One of the principal causes of his happiness was his wife, Saskia. Just as her entrance into his life coincided with the period of his greatest prosperity, so her death marked the beginning of his darker years. It would seem almost as though Saskia were his guardian angel, and that with her departure, Rembrandt's star began to descend. Saskia van Uylenburg was the 9th child of a wealthy patrician family of Friesland. She was born at Leeuwarden in 1612. Saskia became an orphan at an early age, and then she made her home with one or the other of her married sisters in turn, and finally with a cousin who lived in Amsterdam. It was at the house of this cousin that Rembrandt met her. Charmed by her youthful grace, he obtained permission to paint several portraits of her. Saskia at this time was a slender girl, rather small of stature. Her features were very regular, and her eyes were of a beautiful brown shade, matching her soft reddish-brown hair. Her brilliant complexion was the envy of her less favored companions. The young painter soon showed that he took a special interest in Saskia. He bestowed great care on her portraits, and was in her company as much as possible. He himself was young, attractive, and good-looking, and we may be sure that Saskia's family did not frown upon his suit. They probably realized that Rembrandt would make an excellent husband for their ward. Rembrandt's father had died some time before this, and his mother gladly gave her consent to the marriage. Saskia and Rembrandt were made man and wife on June 22nd, 1634. Their life was very happy. Rembrandt's tastes were domestic, and he was never more pleased than when planning his wife's happiness. He centered his whole thought and energy upon her. Saskia, simple and loving, was governed in all things by his wishes. She was entirely devoted to him. Rembrandt liked to use Saskia as his model. Some of the better-known pictures for which she posed are her own portrait in the Castle Gallery, The Jewish Bride, painted in 1634, which is now in the Hermitage in Petrograd. Sophonisba receiving the cup of poison from Massinissa in the Prado at Madrid, which is also dated 1634, and the famous painting of Saskia and himself, now in the Dresden Gallery, and done about 1635, which represents Rembrandt in military costume, seated at a table with a long glass of sparkling wine in his hand, and Saskia perched on his knee. At this period in his life, everything seemed to smile on Rembrandt. He was extravagant and did not know the meaning of the word save. Saskia's health had not as yet given cause for anxiety, but sad days were to come. 3 children were lost in rapid succession. In 1641, the only child of theirs who survived was born. His name was Titus, after Saskia's sister, Tisha. But the young wife did not live long after her son was born. Her health broke down, and an etching made by Rembrandt about 1640 shows her with sharpened features, feverish eyes, and an expression of pensive melancholy. The happy days were over. Their brief union, begun in joy, was soon to end in tears. As if in prophecy, Rembrandt's anxieties were deepened by another sorrow, the death of his mother in 1640. Saskia's illness made rapid progress. Day after day she faded, and no longer did the artist have any delusions as to her recovery. Saskia made her will on June 5th, 1642. She herself, however, had not lost all hope, for in this will she spoke of the children she might eventually have. She made Rembrandt trustee of her property for their son, Titus, showing her perfect trust in her husband. At the end of the document she signed her name for the last time in tremulous, almost illegible characters, as if exhausted by the effort. It was only a few days later that Saskia passed away, on June 19th, 1642. Rembrandt followed her coffin to the Oudekerk, and then returned to his lonely house, where everything reminded him of his brief happiness, and where he was now alone with a child 9 months old. He never seemed to recover from the blow. He went on working, and during the years to come painted some of his greatest pictures. But seemingly he had lost his grip on life, and from that time on it was only a matter of a few years until he was overwhelmed by financial troubles and was driven to a humble lodging and his death. His etchings. 6. Many people, in considering Rembrandt, think of him only as a master painter. They overlook the fact that he was also the leading etcher of his time. This monograph will take up briefly this part of the great artist's work. It is related of Hokusai, the Japanese artist, that he once said that he hoped to live to be very old, and that he might have time to learn to draw in such a way that every stroke of his pencil would be the expression of some living thing. That is exactly what Rembrandt managed to do in almost every one of his etchings. This is particularly true of the wonderful little etching of his mother. One critic says that on looking at this etching he was compelled to close his eyes for a moment because of the tears that rose unbidden at sight of it. It would be hard to find anything more worthy of praise than this engraving. Every line expresses motherly kindness, sweetness, and thoughtfulness. Nothing could have been omitted. The etching is complete. So skillful was Rembrandt as an etcher that the nobleness of his ideas and the depth of his nature are apt to be overlooked. His engravings are pervaded by his big, artistic personality and by his own ennobling influence. The artist's soul spoke not only through the choice of subject, but found expression in every single detail. He showed a singular inventive power, originality of conception, and a great depth of understanding. Among Rembrandt's etchings were many wonderfully lifelike portraits, biblical subjects, and landscapes. An interesting thing about all this work is that most of it was done between the years 1639 and 1661. After this, Rembrandt seems to have renounced etching entirely. In these 20 years he produced his greatest works, on every one of which appears the impress of the genius of the man. Rembrandt seems to have had a particular interest in making etchings of beggars. He delighted to draw them. These types were easy to find in Amsterdam at that time, but they may be called super beggars, for as a critic says, one is almost inclined to say that they cannot be beggars because the master's hand has endowed them with the warmth and splendor with which his artistic temperament clothed everything he looked at. Some of Rembrandt's etchings have brought great prices. In most cases, however, these prices varied because of the state of the plates. The points of difference between these states arise from the additions and changes made by Rembrandt on the plates. A single impression of one of his etchings, Rembrandt with the Sword, was bought for about $10,000 in 1893. Another, Ephraim Bonus with Black Ring, brought about $9,750, while a third, the 100 guilder print, fetched about $8,750. Some may find in Rembrandt's etching much that at first appears rough and uncouth. More apparent skill and ease in drawing may appear to have been shown by other etchers, but Rembrandt's work may justly be termed big, for it was conceived on a grand scale by a genius and master. The visitor to the Netherlands art galleries should leave his notions of Greek and Italian art with his umbrella at the entrance. Holland is no place to talk about canons of proportion or types of beauty or ideals of any kind. The Dutch are now, as they have always been, a people confronted by the realities of existence and see life, literature, and art as facts rather than as fancies. There has never been much romance about them, but on the contrary, a realization of the existent, a grasp of the truth and vitality of things, a keen penetration into the human problem. There never was any need for far-fetched fancies or ideals. The life about them interested and impressed them, and from the very beginning, the Dutch painters were painting the portrait of their own land and people. The result was an art that has a distinct quality of its own, just as distinct a quality as the art of Persia or Japan. You would not think of judging Japanese art by that of Italy. Why then think of Dutch art in any other terms than its own? Rembrandt and Raphael. To carry out the thought on illustration, it may be said that Rembrandt, the great Dutchman, was the very opposite of Raphael, the great Italian. He painted no allegories on Vatican walls, was not led away by Renaissance revivals of Greek form, dreamed no dreams of uniting pagan types with Christian ideals. Even technically, he was widely different from Raphael. He painted the easel pictures in oils, had no love whatever for Italian line and composition, did all his drawing and modeling by catches of shadow, and produced his most startling effects by the dramatic use of light and color. In all this, Rembrandt was merely reflecting his time and his people in his own ingenious way. He was emphatically true to the Dutch point of view, and today his art is full of truth, force, vitality, character. In fact, that word, character, is the keynote to all his work. It furthermore explains that aesthetic paradox sometimes applied to Rembrandt, the beauty of the ugly. For many of his people are ugly, if we regard them for the straightness of their foreheads and noses, the oval of their chins, or the proportions of their figures. But they are beautiful in their simplicity of presence, their unconscious sincerity, their profound truth of character. Rembrandt as a leader. No country in Europe produced a finer quality of art or a more learned school of craftsmen than Holland. There was a master genius there as elsewhere, and that genius was Rembrandt. He came when Holland had reached her highest pitch of power, came on the crest of the wave of which he and his fellow painters were the light and color. He has been acclaimed as her great painter, and he deserves that title, for of all the Dutch masters, he was practically the only one who was universal in his scope. His art alone, in its appeal, travels beyond the confines of the Netherlands. What he has to say is world-embracing and finds sympathetic response with all peoples. He is profound in his humanity, in his penetration into life problems, in his sympathy with his fellow man. The poor, mean-looking Amsterdam Jews that he portrayed in so many of his pictures are pathetic in their humility, their suffering, their patience. He was always taking for models the humble, the despised, the lowly. His heart seemed to go out to them. His biblical pictures. And with such types, what a new interpretation he gave the Bible. How he realized Bible truth and brought it home to his own people by using the Jew of the quarter and the boar of the polder for models. Look at the supper at Emmaus. Look for the intensity of the types rather than any regularity of form. What pathos in the pale, blue-lipped Christ, with the phosphorescent glimmer of the tomb about the architecture at the back. What amazement in the disciples at the table. What fear in the boy bringing in the dish. This was perhaps the first time in art that the supper at Emmaus was made real and believable. The story was not only realized, but humanized. All of Rembrandt's biblical pictures were of this nature. Look again at the Manoah's Prayer, or the Tobit and the Angel, or the Sacrifice of Abraham. They are Dutch types again, in Dutch costumes and surroundings. Rembrandt knew very well that the biblical characters were not Dutch in type, and that the people in the time of Christ did not dress like the boors and burghers of Holland. He purposely painted his own people in their native costumes that he might the better and the more forcefully bring realization home to them. It was not, is not, affection. Study the Manoah and his wife, the Abraham, the family of Tobit on the doorstep, and you cannot find in all art people of more unconscious sincerity. Rembrandt believed in them, and that is why you and I believe in them today. Rembrandt as a portrait painter. Rembrandt painted many biblical pictures, which are at present widely scattered throughout the European galleries. In all of them, he gave a new interpretation, a profound insight, a real meaning to scriptural story. In addition, he painted many figure compositions of a historical or mythological cast. But his great success, after all said and done, was with the portrait. His technical methods were well suited to the portrait, and he was unsurpassed in giving the truth of presence in his sitter. The quiet dignity of his Dutch burghers, their repose and simplicity, the complete absence of anything like pretense about them, made up Rembrandt's point of view. But to this he added a cunning hand and a technical skill that were wonderful. How superbly, with his catches of light and shade, he could draw an eye, a forehead, a nose, a chin. How instantly and inevitably he caught the salient feature and turned it by sharp emphasis into positive expression. What significance he could get out of an outstretched hand, a bent back, a bowed head. These were features wherewith he proclaimed the character of his sitter. The Portrait of an Old Lady in the National Gallery, London, has the flabby cheek, the trembling lip, the wrinkled brow of the aged. But you can also see that hers has been a life of suffering, and that the eyes have often been blinded with tears. On the contrary, the Portrait of a Man, the so-called Sobieski, at Petrograd, has the determination and force of the warrior. It has grip and firmness and courage about it. These are not only in the features, but Rembrandt has even put them in the brushwork, the manner of handling. Again, by way of contrast, the heads in the Lesson in Anatomy are put in calmly, serenely, inevitably just right. What intelligence, seriousness, and living presence they have. They are what might be called speaking likenesses, in the sense that all they lack of life is speech. And what can one say that will adequately describe the loveliness of mood, the eternal womanly, in the Portrait of Saskia at Kassel? It is a wonder as a piece of color, but still more wonderful as a characterization of the painter's wife. Once more, for a further contrast, look at the Portrait of Copenhagen. He is supposed to be a writing master because he is sharpening a quill pen, but whatever his profession or pursuit, have you any difficulty in seeing here a dull-witted person of very limited intelligence? The very fatness of the forehead, so remarkable in its realistic rendering, the narrow eyes with their vacant stare, the pumpkin cheeks and head, the soft, lazy hands, seem to point to some clerk or pedagogue who had not enough brains to know that he wanted more. Rembrandt was easily one of the great group of portrait painters, with Titian, Velasquez, and Holbein. And by this I mean no faint praise. It seems to be thought in some quarters that portraiture is somehow an inferior branch of painting. It is said to require no invention or imagination, but nothing could be more mistaken than such an idea. When we speak of Rembrandt, Titian, Velasquez, and Holbein, we are speaking of the world's great masters, and perhaps their most satisfactory masterpieces are their portraits. A painter who can adequately portray his fellow man, as Rembrandt did, has practically said the last word in art. That Rembrandt had this gift and accomplishment is evidenced by the high esteem in which his work is held by painters even to this day. His technical method. There was no trick about Rembrandt's painting. He was no slave to a particular color, canvas, or brush. He painted at times with the palette knife, at other times with his thumb. He kneaded the surface, plowed through it when it was wet, did almost anything to get effects by catches of light and shade, whereby he drew and modeled. But none of these small peculiarities explains his technical success. His methods were sound enough, and for the most part were known before his day, but he applied them better and increased their carrying power. He has been called the master of light and shade, and so indeed he was, within a limited range. It was the same light and shade known to Leonardo, Giorgione, and Caravaggio. And probably Rembrandt got it from pictures of the Neapolitan school, though he was never in Italy. But Rembrandt improved upon the Italian method of using shadow. He made it transparent, enveloping, mysterious, and its antithesis, light, he made penetrating and dramatic by putting it in sharp contrast. Out of the two, he got wonderful effects. In doing the portrait head, for instance, he threw his highest light on the collar, the nose, the chin, the forehead. This high light ran off quickly into half light and then into shadow, so that by the time the ear or the side of the neck was reached, dark, even black notes were used. The decrease was rapid, in fact often violent, but this only served to focus the attention more keenly upon the dominant features of the face. The result was what has been called forced, but it was very effective. It was the same effect that one sees today at the opera, when the chief actor is in the spotlight and the rest of the stage is in gloom. The Night Watch. But this violent focusing of light had its limitations even in Rembrandt's hands. The Night Watch exemplifies them. This was to be a portrait group of the 16 members of the Franz Banning cockshooting company. The members wanted their portraits painted in a group, after the manner of the time, and Rembrandt conceived the idea of painting the portraits and making a stirring picture of the company coming out of its quarters at one and the same time. It was an ambitious scheme, and not wholly successful, because here came the limitations of his method. He painted 16 portraits with his spotlight illumination, each one being completed under its own light. The picture lacked that one light which should have bound together the whole company. As a result, there were 16 separate portraits on the one canvas, held together in measure by shadow, color, and atmosphere, but spotty in the lighting. The French writers of the 18th century could not understand the lighting and were led to think the picture represented a night scene. They called it the Ronde de Nuit, and later Sir Joshua Reynolds translated this into Night Watch. But nothing is more certain than that Rembrandt intended it for a day scene in full sunlight. It was simply his arbitrary way of handling light that made a night effect out of daylight. That is about the only criticism that can be lodged against the Night Watch. Light and color have both been sacrificed to shadow, but when that is conceded, the picture still remains a marvel of color, shadow, and atmosphere, and a wonder of life and action. The movement, the bustle of it, is superb. The captain and his lieutenant in the foreground are in full light, but back of them and around them, emerging out of the gloom, are nebulous heads, flashing casques, plumes, halberds, guns, drums, dogs, street urchins, all the belongings of a militia company on parade. They are not only wonderful in their action, but in their mystery of appearance, coming out of shadow depths into light. Of course, the picture was not entirely satisfactory to the 16. They had bargained for their portraits, and little knew then how cheaply they were purchasing immortality. Those in the background complained that they were not sufficiently spotlighted, not treated with sufficient importance, in fact, subordinated to those in the front row. But the picture, as a picture, is certainly successful, is a great favorite with all art lovers, and in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, where it now hangs, it is considered one of the world's great masterpieces. Truer lighting, that is, truer to the facts of general illumination, is seen in the earlier Lesson in Anatomy, and the later Syndics of the Cloth Hall, but neither picture has the fascination nor the imagination of the Night Watch. Rembrandt's styles. Rembrandt's work is usually divided into 3 different periods. At first, his method of handling was calm, measured, even at times smooth. His light and color were gray, as also his backgrounds. This period has been called his gray period. The Lesson in Anatomy, the Sacrifice of Abraham, the Campanile, the Elizabeth Bass, the Old Lady of the National Gallery, London, all illustrate this early manner. It was gradually encroached upon and finally superseded by a fuller, freer handling of the brush, with much warmer color and light, tending toward reddish gold. This has been called his golden period, and marks the midday of his career. The beautiful Saskia at Kassel and the so-called Sobieski at Petrograd illustrate the beginning of this period, the changing from gray to warmer notes of red, yellow, and gold. The Woman with the Pink at Kassel, the Minoa's Prayer at Dresden, the Night Watch were done further along in this middle period. It was the time when Rembrandt was in his full strength, saw comprehensively, handled a full palette of color, and was almost infallibly accurate with his hand. In his third and last period, Rembrandt's work became rather hot and foxy in color, dark in illumination, kneaded and thumbed in the surface, and sometimes uncertain in drawing. He was expanding into a larger view and vision up to the last, seeing objects in their broader relations and proportions rather than in their surfaces. Toward the close, he often slurred the surfaces, neglected textual qualities, and threw his whole force into the rendering of mass in relation to light, air, and color. The pictures of this period are hard for the beginner in art to understand, because he is misled by the roughness of the surfaces, the messy state of the pigments, the apparent fumbling, kneading, rubbing out, and amending of the brushwork. But as we have said, Rembrandt was purposely slurring surface truths for the greater truths of bulk, weight, and general relationship. The best example of this late work among our illustrations is the Syndics of the Cloth Hall in the Rijksmuseum, Amsterdam. In it, Rembrandt went back to his early method of lighting, but continued with his late manner of handling and coloring. It is superbly broad in vision, absolute in its truth to life, and convincing in its incident. The cloth merchants are seated about a table, perhaps figuring up their year's balance, when someone opens the door to enter, and they all look up to see the incomer. Nothing could be simpler, more direct, or truer. Rembrandt never painted anything better, for here he completely fulfilled expectations. Many of his later canvases he could not complete. The Blessing of Jacob at Kassel, for instance. He probably gave up in despair, or was working upon at the time of his death. He had reached a pitch in his career when he saw and strove for things that his hand or brush could not realize or pin down to canvas. That is the great stone wall that even genius encounters and cannot surmount. The Master's Life. The story of Rembrandt's career is recited elsewhere in this number of The Mentor, but it may be said here that it was not different from that of many other painters. He came up to Amsterdam from the outlying country and achieved celebrity at an early age. Praise and pay and pupils poured in upon him. He married the beautiful Saskia and was happy. But as he expanded in vision and methods, he went beyond the understanding and the appreciation of his public. His pupils, such as Bolm and Finck, who had a more commonplace point of view and a smoother, prettier style of painting, outdid him in public favor. The public began to desert him. The fair Saskia died. The great master fell upon evil days, and finally passed out in penury and want, evidently neglected and possibly forgotten by the age and people he had done so much to glorify. The record of his death in the burial book of the Westerkerk, Amsterdam, is pathetic in its meagerness. Tuesday, 8th October, 1669. Rembrandt van Rijn, painter on the Roosgraft, opposite the Doolhof, leaves 2 children. It almost looks as though he were identified only by the squalid quarters in which he died. And this was Rembrandt, the greatest master north of the Alps, and a genius of almost Shakespearean quality. Many pictures attributed to him. A fine gravure reproduction of this painting appears in The Mentor, number 28. It seems that not only was Rembrandt and his art misunderstood in his own time, but that he is still misunderstood at the present time. This is in measure due to many pictures which are mistakenly attributed to him. One need not be an expert to find it strange that of 20 pupils of Rembrandt who painted more or less in his style, there remain hardly 20 pictures apiece, and some of them not even one. What paralyzed their hands or destroyed their works? What became of their pictures? You begin to get a glimmer of light when you understand that to Rembrandt there are assigned 1,000 or 1,500 examples, that these are painted in 15 or 20 different styles, though all superficially resembling Rembrandt's style. Almost everything that is Rembrandt-esque, or even casually resembles Rembrandt, has been signed up and sold as his since the master came back to popular favor. The name is one that now brings thousands of dollars in the auction room, and what wonder that it is often misused. These Rembrandt-esque pictures were done by other hands than his, are pupils' works, or school work, or copies, or in a few cases, forgeries. Rembrandt's work has never been critically studied as that of Leonardo or Giorgione. Strange again, is it not, that Leonardo and Giorgione, in the final analysis, should have less than a dozen pictures apiece left to them, while Rembrandt should still be given his 1,000? Northern art has not had a critical searchlight turned upon it, as had Italian art 30 years ago. When it does, the present catalogue of Rembrandts will crumble. In the meantime, the art student would better accept Rembrandt only in his best authenticated works, such, for instance, as are reproduced in this number of The Mentor. Half of the so-called Rembrandts in the European galleries are now to be taken with a grain of salt. They may be, and often are, exceedingly good pictures, but they are not by Rembrandt. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Myra Parker.
Chapter 3 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 3. Bolivia. The Mentor, Bolivia, Volume 5, Number 18, Serial 142, November 1st, 1917. Bolivia, by E. M. Newman, lecturer and traveler. The native Bolivian. The Indian of the Bolivian plateau is still only a half-civilized man and less than half a Christian. He retains his primeval nature worship, which groups together the spirits that dwell in mountains, rivers, and rocks, with the spirits of his ancestors, revering and propitiating all as Acaquilas. In the same ceremony, his medicine man invokes the Christian Dios to favor the building of a house or whatever he undertakes, and simultaneously invokes the Acaquilas, propitiating them also by offerings, the gift made to the earth spirit being buried in the soil. Similarly, he retains the ceremonial dances of heathendom, and has secret dancing guilds, of whose mysteries the white man can learn nothing. His morality is what it was, in theory and practice, 4 centuries ago. He neither loves nor hates, but fears the white man, and the white man neither loves nor hates, but despises him, there being some fear mingled with the contempt. Intermarriage between pure Indians and pure Europeans is very uncommon. They are held together neither by social relations nor by political, but by the need which the white landowner has for the Indian's labor, and by the power of long habit, which has made the Indian acquiesce in his subjection as a rent-payer. Neither of them ever refers to the Spanish conquest. The white man does not honor the memory of Pizarro. To the Indian the story is too dim and distant to affect his mind, nor is it the least remarkable feature of the situation that the mestizo, or half-breed, forms no link between the races. He prefers to speak Spanish, which the Indian rarely understands. He is held to belong to the upper race, which is, for social and political purpose, though not by right of numbers, the Peruvian or Bolivian nation. The story of Bolivia. 1. With the exception of Paraguay, Bolivia is the only entirely inland state in South America. It is really a manufactured nation. When the War of Independence of that part of South America ended, the revolutionary leaders set up this country as an independent state and gave it the name of Bolivia in honor of Simon Bolivar, the liberator, himself a native of Venezuela. Bolivia is bounded on the north and east by Brazil, on the south by Paraguay and Argentina, and on the west by Chile and Peru. In its early days, Bolivia was simply a part of the empire of the Incas of Peru. The story of the Incas has been given in Mentor number 132, Peru. After the conquest of Peru by the Spaniards in the 16th century, the natives were subjected to a great deal of tyranny and oppression. They were compelled to work in the mines and endured so many hardships and cruelties that their numbers rapidly diminished. During the 17th and 18th centuries, there were many struggles between the native-born inhabitants and their Spanish rulers. The Indian revolt in Cuzco, Peru, which was led by the Inca Tupac Amaru, stirred up the Bolivian Indians to further efforts. For 3 months, Iowayo, with 80,000 men, besieged the city of La Paz. Finally, his army was dispersed and the insurrection was crushed. Injustice had been worked not only upon the Indians, but upon the native-born Spanish Americans. These grew restless at last, and on July 16, 1809, conspirators at La Paz deposed and put into prison the governor, and then proclaimed the independence of the country. One of the leaders, Pedro Domingo Murillo, was elected president. This was the first effort in South America toward democratic government. The Spanish viceroy, however, sent a trained army which soon overcame that of the patriots. On January 29, 1810, Murillo perished on the scaffold. In the face of death, however, he exclaimed, "The torch which I have lighted shall never be extinguished." From then on until 1825 there was almost uninterrupted warfare. Success was equally divided at first between the Spanish and the revolutionary forces. On December 9, 1824, the Battle of Ayacucho in Lower Peru finally ended Spanish dominion in South America. General Sucre was the victorious general. On January 29, 1825, the last Spanish authorities vacated La Paz. General Sucre and his army made a triumphal entry there on February 7, 1825. This general now assumed supreme command in Upper Peru. The First National Assembly met in June at the city of Chuquisaca, now called Sucre. They decided that the part of the country hitherto known as Upper Peru should be made a separate and independent nation with the name of Bolivia. The Act of Independence bears the date of August 6, 1825. Simon Bolivar was elected the first president, and Chuquisaca was made the capital under the name of Sucre. When General Bolivar arrived in the city of La Paz on August 18th, he was greeted with wild enthusiasm. He was inaugurated at Sucre in November, but resigned in January 1826 to return to Lima in Peru. There was no peace for the people of Bolivia yet, however. Troublous times followed, and finally came the war with Chile. This war arose over the collection of an export tax on nitrate. Chile sent troops to occupy Bolivian territory, and then Peru, linked to Bolivia by secret treaty, together with that country, declared war on Chile on August 5, 1879. Both Peru and Bolivia were entirely unprepared, and Chile was completely victorious in this war. As a result, Bolivia lost what little coastline the country had previously possessed. During the last 30 years, internal dissensions in Bolivia have for the most part ceased. There was a brief time of trouble in 1898 over the question of the capital city. It had been the custom for the cities of Sucre, La Paz, Cochabamba, and Oruro to take turns in being the seat of government. In December 1898, however, the Bolivian Congress attempted to pass a law making Sucre the permanent residence of the president and cabinet. La Paz protested, and the people of the city rose in open revolt. On January 17, 1899, a battle was fought between the insurgents and the government forces. The insurgents were completely victorious. As a result, La Paz was made the real seat of government, although Sucre retains the name of capital. General Pondo, commander of the revolutionary forces, was elected president. In 1903, a boundary dispute with Brazil over some rich rubber country was settled by the cession by Bolivia of a part of the province of Acre in return for a cash payment of $10 million. Government and institutions. 2. Bolivia is a centralized republic. Its government is representative in form, but to a great extent it is autocratic in effect. The Bolivian Constitution was adopted on October 28, 1880, and is a model of its kind. The executive branch of the government consists of a president and 2 vice presidents. They are elected by direct popular vote for a period of 4 years, and are ineligible for election for the next succeeding term. The president has a cabinet of 6 ministers, foreign relations and worship, treasury, government and promotion, fomento, justice and industry, public instruction and agriculture, war and colonization. The legislative branch consists of a national congress of 2 houses, a senate and a chamber of deputies. The senate is composed of 16 members, 2 from each department, who are elected by direct popular vote for a period of 6 years. The Chamber of Deputies is composed of 70 members, who are elected for a period of 4 years. Congress meets annually, and its sessions are for 60 days, which may be extended to 90 days. All male citizens 21 years of age or over, who can read and write and have a fixed independent income, may vote. The number of citizens who vote, therefore, is very small, and the country is, for that reason, under the control of a political oligarchy. The judiciary consists of a national Supreme Court, 8 superior district courts, and many lower district courts. The Supreme Court is composed of 7 justices, elected by the Chamber of Deputies. In each department or state, a prefect appointed by the president has supreme power. The government of these departments rests with the National Congress. The military forces of Bolivia include about 3,000 regulars and an enrolled force of 80,000 men. This enrolled force, however, is both unorganized and unarmed. In 1894, a conscription law was passed, providing for compulsory military service for all males between the ages of 21 and 50 years, with 2 years actual service in the regulars for those between 21 and 25. This law is practically a dead letter. There is a military school with 60 cadets and an arsenal at the city of La Paz. Naturally, Bolivia, having no coastline, is not provided with a navy. Bolivia has a free and compulsory school system, but education has made little progress there. Very few of the people can read and write. Spanish is the official language, but Quichua, Aymara, and Guarani are the languages of the natives who form a majority of the population. A great part of the Indians do not understand Spanish at all and will not learn it. The school enrollment is about 1 in 44. There are universities at Sucre, La Paz, Cochabamba, Tarija, Potosi, Santa Cruz, and Oruro. The university at Sucre, which dates from colonial times, and that of La Paz are the only ones well enough equipped to merit the title. The Constitution of Bolivia says, "The state recognizes and supports the Roman Apostolic Catholic religion, the public exercise of any other worship being prohibited, except in the colonies where it is tolerated." However, this toleration is extended to resident foreigners belonging to other religious sects. The Indians profess the Roman Catholic faith, but this is tinged with the superstitions of their ancestors. At this point, it will be interesting to consider the Indians of Bolivia. The population of the country is composed of Indians and Caucasians of European origin, and a mixture of the two races, generally described as mestizos. There is also a small percentage of Africans, descendants of the Negro slaves introduced in colonial times. Naturally, the Indians are in great majority. The Bolivian Indian is essentially a farmer. Scarcely any of these Indians are educated. Of the various tribes of Indians, the Aymaras are the most civilized. The Mojos and Chiquitos tribes are peaceable and industrious. They have little ambition and are held almost in a state of peonage. Inhabiting the southern part of the Bolivian plains are the Chiraguanos, a detached tribe of the Guarani race which drifted westward to the vicinity of the Andes long ago. They are of a superior physical and mental type and have made a great deal of progress toward civilization. Of the wild Indians, very little is known in regard to either their numbers or customs. The mestizos, or half-breeds, sometimes called cholos, are the connecting link between the whites and the Indians. It has been said of the mestizos that they inherit the vices of both races and the virtues of neither. Resources and industries. 3. Imagine, says James Bryce, a country as big as the German and Austrian dominions put together, with a population less than that of Denmark, 4/5 of it consisting of semi-civilized or uncivilized Indians, and a few educated men of European and mixed stock, scattered here and there in half a dozen towns, none of which has more than a small number of capable citizens of that stock. That country is Bolivia. The popular idea of Bolivia is that it is an extremely rugged, mountainous country. In fact, only 2/5 of the total area of Bolivia is comprised within the Andine Cordilleras, which cross the southwest corner. 3/5 of the country is composed of low, alluvial plains, great swamps and flooded bottomlands, and gently undulating forest regions. There are also considerable areas that afford rich grazing lands. Bolivia lies wholly within the torrid zone. The only variations in temperature, therefore, are due to elevation. For this reason, the country possesses every degree of temperature, from that of the tropical lowlands to the Arctic cold of the snow-capped peaks directly above. Bolivia has many interesting animals. There are numerous species of monkeys that inhabit the forests of the tropical region, together with the puma, jaguar, wildcat, tapir, and sloth. A rare bear, the Ursus ornatus, spectacled bear, inhabits the wooded Indian foothills. The chinchilla lives in the colder plateau regions of the country. The most interesting of all the Bolivian animals, however, are the guanaco and its relatives, the llama, alpaca, and vicuña. These animals have the structure and habits of the African camel, but are smaller and have no hump. They are able to go without food and drink for long periods. The llama and the alpaca have been domesticated for centuries, but the guanaco and vicuña are found in a wild state only. The llama is used as a pack animal, and the alpaca is highly prized for its fine wool. The slaughter of the guanaco and the vicuña is rapidly diminishing their number. Of birds, the species in Bolivia are very numerous. The high mountains are frequented by condors and eagles of the largest size, while the American ostrich and a species of large stork inhabit the tropical plains and valleys. The common vulture is scattered throughout the whole country. All sorts of plants, flowers, and vegetation are to be found in Bolivia. Coca, a shrub of the flax family, the dry leaves of which are chewed by the native Indians as a stimulant, is one of the most important plants of the country. The most important of the forest products, however, is rubber. Sugarcane, rice, and tobacco are cultivated in the warm districts. The most important industry in Bolivia is mining. The lofty and desert part of the country finds its only natural source of wealth in minerals. The Western Cordillera is especially rich in copper and silver, the Eastern in gold and tin. It has been said that 1/3 of all the world's production of tin now comes from Bolivia. It was from the East Andine regions that the Incas obtained those vast stores of gold which so excited the Spaniards. Legend has it that the gold that the Spanish took out of the country was much less than that which the Indians buried or threw into the lakes to keep it from the conquerors. Next to mining, stock raising is one of the chief industries of the country. Horses, and to a greater extent cattle, are raised there. Goats and sheep are also a source of profit. Although the agricultural resources of Bolivia are of great value, their development has been slow. Sugarcane is grown, but chiefly for the manufacture of rum. Rice is also raised, but the quantity is not great. Tobacco and coffee of fair quality grow readily. The product that receives the most attention, however, is coca. This plant is highly esteemed by the natives who chew the leaf. It is also used for medicinal purposes. It is from her forests, however, that Bolivia derives the greatest immediate profit. The most prominent and profitable industry is that of rubber collecting. This was begun in Bolivia between 1880 and 1890. In 1903, Bolivia's best rubber forests were transferred to Brazil, but there still remain extensive areas where good rubber is collected. The industrial activities of the Bolivian people are still of a very primitive character. Spinning and weaving are done in the home. The Indian women are expert weavers. Other industries of some importance are the manufacture of cigars and cigarettes, soap, candles, hats, gloves, starch, cheese, and pottery. The foreign trade of Bolivia is comparatively unimportant, with the exception of the products of its mines. One difficulty that Bolivia has to contend with is the lack of transportation facilities. Railways have never been developed to any extent, but great plans are on foot to remedy this. With communications improved and extended, the future of Bolivia appears bright. La Paz, 4. La Paz is a most unusual city. It is the highest capital city in the world, for although Sucre is the official capital, La Paz is really the capital city of Bolivia. It lies in a great mountain hollow nearly 13,000 feet above the sea. This altitude closely approaches that of Pikes Peak, but whereas such an altitude in our country would mean perpetual snow, here it brings only a temperate climate, where flowers blossom throughout the year, and the little snow that falls quickly vanishes in the morning sunlight. The city's official name is La Paz de Ayacucho. It is built in a deeply worn valley of the Cordillera Real, which is believed to have formed an outlet of Lake Titicaca. La Paz is built on both banks of the Rio de La Paz, or Rio Chuquiapu, 30 miles southeast of Lake Titicaca. The valley in which the city lies is about 10 miles long and 3 miles wide. It is very barren and forbidding, and its precipitous sides, gullied by rains and colored by mineral ores, rise 1,500 feet above the city. Above, Yosemite and other giant mountains of the Bolivian Cordilleras rear their snow-capped peaks. The upper edge of the valley is called Alto de La Paz, or Heights of La Paz. The city is surprisingly large, its population being about 80,000. Two-thirds of the population consists of Indians. They give a picturesqueness to the place. The women of the cholos, or half-breeds, being especially gaily attired. The greater part of La Paz lies on the left bank of the river. Both banks rise steeply from the stream, and the streets at right angles to the river are very precipitous. All the streets are narrow and paved with small cobblestones. The sidewalks also are so narrow that only two may go abreast. Many of the inhabitants prefer to walk in the middle of the street. The only things likely to be met are either pedestrians or llamas, the latter used in great numbers in this part of the country as pack animals. La Paz was founded in 1548 by the Spaniard Alonso de Mendoza on the site of an Indian village called Chiquiapu. It soon became an important colony. At the end of the War of Independence in 1825, it was renamed La Paz de Ayacucho in honor of the last decisive battle of the Revolution. La Paz was then made one of the 4 capitals of the Bolivian Republic. When the Bolivian Congress, however, attempted to designate Sucre as the permanent capital, the citizens of La Paz revolted, and by this revolution in 1898, the seat of government was permanently established there. One of the most interesting parts of the city to visitors is the Alameda. This is a handsome thoroughfare with rows of trees, shrubs, and flowers. It also has a wide central walk with pools in which are swans and goldfish. Along the Alameda are many new and rather pretty residences. Most of the houses are painted in tints of pale blue, green, yellow, and strawberry, giving the street a gay and pleasing appearance. The Plaza Murillo is so named from the patriot Pedro Domingo Murillo, who was executed there in 1810. This spot is also the place where independence was first declared in 1809. It has been the scene of many turbulent episodes. On one side of the plaza is the government palace, erected in 1885. This contains the offices of many state officials, and in the upper story the office and residence of the president and his family. The Cathedral of La Paz, on the same side of the plaza as the government palace, is still in process of construction. The foundations were laid in 1843. When finished, it will be one of the largest and most expensive cathedrals in South America. It is to be built in the Greco-Roman style, will have towers nearly 200 feet high, a dome the top of which will be 100 feet above the floor, and will be capable of seating 12,000 persons. Across the corner from the government palace is the Hall of Congress. Another interesting spot is the marketplace. Here come thousands of Indians to buy and sell. Other buildings of note are the old University of San Andres, the Church of San Francisco, the Church of Santo Domingo, the Museum of Natural History, rich in relics of the Inca and colonial periods, the very much up-to-date theater, and the Municipal Library. The houses of the poorer classes in La Paz are usually built with mud walls and covered with tiles. The better class dwellings, however, are constructed of stone and brick. La Paz is an important commercial center. It is connected with the Pacific coast by the Bolivian Railway from Mollendo to Puno, and a Bolivian extension from Guaqui to Alto de La Paz, the two lines being connected by a steamship service across Lake Titicaca. An electric railway 5 miles long runs from the Alto de La Paz to the city. Sucre, 5. On May 25, 1809, the first city of Spanish South America revolted against the rule of Spain. That city was Sucre. This town was originally the site of an Indian village called Chuquisaca, or Chuquichaca, which means Golden Bridge. In 1538, the Spaniards under Captain Pedro Angeles settled there and called the place Charcas and Ciudad de la Plata, but the natives always clung to the original Indian name. In time, the town became the favorite residence and health resort of the rich mine owners of Potosi, some distance away. After the South Americans had won their independence, the name of Chuquisaca was changed to Sucre in honor of the general who won the last decisive battle of the war and became the first president of Bolivia. Since that time, the city has suffered much from quarrels between the various factions of Bolivia. It is now the nominal capital of the republic, but the seat of government for Bolivia is located in La Paz. Since the government was removed there, Sucre has greatly diminished in importance. The city is in an elevated valley, being about 8,839 feet above the sea. For this reason, it has an exceptionally agreeable climate. In the vicinity are fertile valleys which provide the city markets with fruit and vegetables. The population of the city is about 25,000. Sucre is laid out regularly. It has broad streets, a large central plaza, and a public garden or promenade called the Prado. There are 9 plazas altogether. That, called the 25 de Mayo, has a stream on each side. One of these flows northward and joins the Mamoré and so reaches the Amazon. The other turns southeast, going on to the Pilcomayo and at last to the estuary of La Plata. The Cathedral of Sucre, called the Metropolitan Cathedral, is the richest in Bolivia. It dates from 1553 and possesses an image of solid gold with a rich adornment of jewels, called the Virgin of Guadalupe. This is said to be worth $1 million. The Legislative Palace of Sucre contains handsomely decorated halls, but this building is no longer occupied as such by the national government. Other important buildings are the Cabildo, or Town Hall, the Mint, dating from 1572, the Courts of Justice, and the University of San Francisco Xavier, which was founded in 1624 and has faculties of law, medicine, and theology. At the lower end of the central plaza, or Prado, is a pretty chapel called the Rotunda. This was erected in 1852 by President Belzu on the spot where an unsuccessful attempt had been made to assassinate him. Sucre is the seat of the Supreme Court of Bolivia and also of the Archbishop of La Plata and Charcas, the Primate of Bolivia. The city is not a commercial one. Its only noteworthy manufacture is the clay dumplings, which are eaten with potatoes by the inhabitants of the Bolivian uplands. In spite of being the capital of the country, it is one of the most isolated towns because of the difficult character of the roads leading to it. It is reached from the Pacific by way of Chayapata, a station on the Antofagasta and Oruro Railroad. The city will soon be connected by rail with the region of the West. Cities of Bolivia, 6. Cochabamba is called the Garden City of Bolivia. It was founded in 1574 in a beautiful valley on the east side of the mountains, which are here called the Royal Range. For a time, the town was known as Oropesa. During the War of Independence, the people of the city took an active part. The women especially distinguished themselves in an attack on the Spanish camp in 1815. 3 years later, some of them were put to death by the Spanish forces. In general, the isolated situation of Cochabamba has been a protection against the disorders which have from time to time upset Bolivia. Cochabamba stands on the Rocha, a small tributary of the Guapay River. Its population is about 30,000, mostly Indians and mestizos. The city is 8,400 feet above the sea, 291 miles north-northwest of Sucre, and 132 miles east-northeast of Oruro. A newly constructed railway runs from Oruro to Cochabamba. The climate is mild and temperate, and the surrounding country fertile and cultivated. Trade is active, and in fact the city is one of the most progressive in Bolivia, in spite of its isolated situation. It is laid out regularly and contains many attractive buildings. The city has a university and 2 colleges, but they are poorly equipped. The name of the city of Potosi has become proverbial and smacks of almost magical and unearthly wealth. It possesses some of the most wonderful silver mines in the world. Founded in 1547, shortly after the first discovery of silver there by an Indian herder, it has since produced an enormous amount of the precious metal. One writer estimates the yield of the mines there as having been worth $1 billion. 7,000 mines have been started, of which 700 are being worked for silver and tin today. At one time, the city had a population of 150,000, which has now dwindled to about 25,000. Potosi stands on a barren terrace about 13,000 feet above sea level and is one of the highest towns in the world. It is 47 miles southwest of Sucre in a direct line. The famous Cerro Gordo de Potosi rises above the town to a height of 15,381 feet, a barren, white-capped mountain honeycombed with mining shafts. The town itself is laid out regularly. A large plaza forms the center, around which are grouped various buildings, such as the Government House, National College, the old Royal Mint, dating from 1585, and the Treasury. The city has a cathedral which in part dates from early colonial times. The water supply is derived from a system of 27 artificial lakes or reservoirs and aqueducts constructed by the Spanish government during the years of the city's greatest prosperity. Oruro is an important mining town of about 20,000 people. During the colonial period, this town was noted next to Potosi for the richness and productiveness of its mines. The mines in the neighborhood are now worked principally, though not entirely, for tin. Oruro is 115 miles south-southeast in a direct line from La Paz. It stands 12,250 feet above sea level, and its climate is characterized by a short, cool summer and a cold, rainy winter. Oruro is the Bolivian terminus of the Antofagasta Railway, the first constructed in Bolivia. In time, the city promises to be one of the most important railway centers in the country. Oruro contains many foreign residents and several clubs. The government palace and the university building face the principal plaza. Besides these, the city has a theater, a public library, and a mineralogical museum, as well as the usual churches, hospitals, and schools. There is one other region in Bolivia that should be visited by all travelers interested in the mysterious past of the country. This region is called Tiahuanacu. It is not far from La Paz, and the ruins there were believed by Sir Clement Markham to indicate the former existence of a large city of the Incas. One huge gateway, broken and apparently not in its original position, is especially interesting. This great piece of stone is 13 feet wide, 7 feet above the ground, and 3 feet thick. It is curiously and elaborately carved. In the center is a human head, supposed to represent the creator of the universe. To this, other figures, partly human and some with heads of condors, seem to be offering worship. Other stones in this region are remarkable for their size and for the ornamental carving that appears upon them. All the ruins are apparently of great age. It is not difficult to imagine a time when the city was the home of thousands of human beings in a very advanced stage of civilization. The native Bolivian Indian. Bolivia is another Tibet, one of the highest inhabited plateaus in the world. It is one of the richest mineral sections, as it now produces about 1/3 of the world's supply of tin and contains vast wealth in its rich copper, gold, and silver mines. Nearly 90% of its population is of Indian origin, and to this fact may be attributed its slow progress. As outside of its capital city, almost everything is still in a primitive state. Since its last war with Chile, it has been shut off from the seacoast, and to get to Bolivia, one must now cross either Chile or Peru, which necessitates a long journey by rail, and if entrance be by the way of the Peruvian gateway, Muyendo, Lake Titicaca must also be crossed. Steamer on Lake Titicaca. The parts of this steamer were carried to the lake by rail and put together there. Lying in a valley at an altitude of more than 12,000 feet above the level of the sea is the Bolivian capital, La Paz, the city of peace. It is picturesquely situated in a huge bowl cut into the plateau, and to reach it one must descend in an electric car 1,300 feet down the steep slope, where, at the bottom of the cup, lies a city of more than 150,000 people. In its situation, it is probably the most remarkable of all capitals. Although called the City of Peace, it has been the scene of turmoil and strife ever since the Spaniards invaded these solitudes. Rising high above the city is beautiful Yosemite, one of the highest peaks of the Andes. Perpetually clad in snow, this magnificent mountain dominates the view and is one of the most striking scenic features of Bolivia. In the central square of La Paz rises the cathedral, which has been in process of building for 40 years, and at the rate it is progressing it will probably not be completed for another century. On this same central square is the Bolivian House of Congress, nearly all of its members of Indian origin. This plaza is the center of political life, and radiating from it are the principal business thoroughfares. Plaza San Francisco is another of the important squares of the city and takes its name from the magnificent church, one of the most artistic structures in South America. Upon this square, at all hours of the day, there is a fascinating panorama of life, for passing constantly are picturesque Indians clad in grotesque costumes, many of them driving burros, or the Andean beast of burden, the llama. Native costumes. In no other city of the world are the costumes worn by Indians as elaborate as those seen in the streets of La Paz. The cholo, or half-breed, is resplendent in garments of the brightest colors. The women, in particular, are gorgeously arrayed in silk skirts, kid boots, and straw hats. There is a curious custom which is rigidly observed. Full-blooded Indians must wear felt hats and are looked upon as inferior in social standing. The cholos may always be distinguished by their straw hats, which are never worn by the others. Having married a Bolivian, or perhaps a white man, a cholo woman considers herself quite a superior being. She delights in patronizing the best shops, where she seeks only the costliest silks, the gayest of shawls, and kid boots with high heels, which are imported from France or from the United States. When fully attired, she is a sight to behold. Arrayed in all her finery, she promenades like a queen through the streets of the city. And yet, back of it all, the influence of blood is evident. She may dress ever so elaborately, but the old customs still cling. She still insists upon carrying her baby on her back in good old Indian fashion, and she is not averse to carrying her market basket when she goes to the market to make her purchases. Most numerous among the Indians are the Aymaras, who, unlike the Quichua Indians of Peru, are surly and inclined to hold aloof from the white man. They are seemingly indifferent to the white man's influence. For clothing, the Aymara men wear shirts and trousers of coarse cotton material, and over their shoulders is thrown a poncho of heavy woolen cloth. Aside from their poncho, the most attractive part of their costume is a curious woolen head covering, beautifully embroidered with beads in gay colors. In a climate where it is always cold except at midday, these caps with their long earmuffs are very serviceable. Women who are wives of full-blooded Indians make no pretension in the way of attire, and they accept without question their social status, which relegates them to an inferior position. Customs and laws. Much of the trading carried on with the Indians is done by barter. They bring their farm and garden produce to the city and exchange it with dealers for groceries or wearing apparel. Very few of them accumulate money, and wealth is very rare. Many of their laws are unique and are no doubt born of tribal customs which have been handed down for generations, and yet are usually rigidly observed. If, for instance, a doctor loses 7 patients, Indian law decrees that the career of the doctor must terminate and that his life must be a forfeit for his failure to save the lives of his patients. After the Indian doctor has lost his 6th patient, he usually departs for some unknown place. Although the Bolivian capital is overwhelmingly Indian in point of population, in appearance it is decidedly modern. Its streets are paved with cobblestones, but as a rule are clean and kept in good condition. The pavements may be rough, but it must be borne in mind that there are very few level thoroughfares. Most of the streets are very hilly, and would be almost impossible to navigate were it not for the cobblestones, which permit men and beasts to maintain a foothold. Municipal laws will not permit Indians to make use of the thoroughfares for their llamas during business hours. They are brought into the city early in the morning, remaining in some patio or courtyard, awaiting the evening hours, when their owners drive them home. At sunset, one may see long trains of these quaint animals driven through the streets on their way back to the farms. The llama lends picturesqueness to one of the most unusual cities on the face of the globe. The evenings are cold in La Paz. Little or no coal is burned, as it costs $60 per ton, and only the very wealthy could afford to use it. There is no wood, so few of the houses are heated. Most of the English and American residents use oil burners or electric heaters in their homes. But even the principal hotel is so cold that men usually go to dinner in their overcoats and the women enveloped in furs. Most visitors usually retire immediately after dining, as the night air is so cold that it can be endured only by those acclimated. It is no uncommon thing for a guest at the hotel to pile upon his bed all the available covering that he can obtain, including the carpet on the floor of his room. One might imagine that Cholo women are unusually corpulent, but this is apparent only because of the fact that they don from 12 to 20 skirts. At times, contests are held between Indian belles as to which has the more gorgeous petticoats, and also the greater number. A winner is said to have displayed as many as 24, disclosing a collection of brilliantly colored petticoats unequaled elsewhere for variety. Religion in Bolivia. Both Bolivians and Indians are, as a rule, Catholics. On Corpus Christi Day, which is religiously celebrated, there is a curious procession in which thousands of people take part, and a strange combination of Cholos, Aymaras, and native Bolivians wend their way through the various thoroughfares. In this parade, the Cholo women discard their straw hats and wear their shawls instead. Most of them belong to church societies, and these organizations are indicated by ribbons worn around the neck, the color denoting the society to which the wearer belongs. All the dignitaries of the church take part in the Corpus Christi Day procession. business is practically suspended, and the President of the Republic, accompanied by the members of the Houses of Congress and all the officials of the government, march to the cathedral where services are held. On various thoroughfares altars are erected, and these are usually decorated by the members of the different ladies' societies. Religion has a strong hold on the people of Bolivia. One not affiliated with the church is looked upon with suspicion and becomes a social outcast. In no other country are the churches better attended. Streets of La Paz. The most attractive of the thoroughfares in the Bolivian capital is the Alameda, a wide avenue lined with trees and having in its center a promenade. It is on this thoroughfare that the various legation buildings are situated. As usual, one may walk along this street and seek for the most unattractive building and be quite sure that it is the American Legation Building. Almost every government is here represented, so that the Alameda might be said to be the center of diplomatic life. Church of San Francisco, La Paz. La Paz is surprisingly modern in the architecture of its business structures. Most of the buildings are of brick, plastered over and painted. Many of its shops would be a credit to an American city. They are by no means mere country stores, but carry an astonishingly good class of merchandise, and many of the products of France and the United States are displayed for sale in the various shop windows. To leave the capital city, one must ascend by electric railway to the plateau, where is situated the railway depot. One may go directly south by rail all the way to Antofagasta, Chile, where steamer connections are made for Valparaiso. On this journey, one obtains a wonderful view of the backbone of the Andes, traveling along a plateau averaging in height about 14,000 feet above sea level. The snow-clad summits of this mighty range of mountains are constantly in sight. There are few cities along the railway. Perhaps the most important of the Bolivian towns is Oruro, which is in the center of a very rich salt country, and as the railroad approaches the Chilean boundary, there are rich deposits of borax and nitrate. Looking down the Alameda, La Paz. Many travelers experience all the terrors of soroche, or mountain sickness, when traveling on the high Bolivian plateau. The altitude is dangerous for some people, and in a few cases results fatally. One whose heart is weak should not attempt the journey, as it is trying even upon the strongest constitution, and such evidences of altitude as nosebleed and dizzy spells afflict even those who are accustomed to high altitudes. Sucre. During the cold winter months, many Bolivians descend the eastern slope of the Andes to Sucre, which has become a favorite winter resort for diplomatic representatives. Sucre is several thousand feet lower than La Paz, and its climate is somewhat milder. Lower down, toward the Brazilian boundary, there are tropical forests and a wild, uninhabited country where disease lurks. And here are great jungles and swamps, making human habitation almost impossible, except for the aboriginal tribes, which seem to be immune to the fevers that infest this low-lying country. Among other important cities in Bolivia are Potosi and Cochabamba, where there is an American school, a branch of the American Institute of La Paz. A number of young American men and women have voluntarily left home and friends and have gone to Bolivia to teach the youth of that country. The best families send their children to the American schools, and the Bolivian boys and girls are not only taught the English language, but they are made familiar with the history of the United States. It is the ambition of many of the sons of Bolivian parents to acquire the language, so that they may make their future home in America. The American teachers are unusually capable young men and women, and the standard of efficiency that one finds in the American Institute is a credit to the young people who have made the sacrifice of leaving home and living in Bolivia. The military system is patterned after that of Germany, as the soldiers of the country have been drilled by German officers, and their influence is plainly evident in the familiar goose step and the various maneuvers that one may observe in military camps. The Bolivian soldiers have not the fighting qualities of the Chileans, and in past wars have proved anything but a match for their neighbors to the south. Lake Titicaca and Guaqui. In going from La Paz to Lake Titicaca, one travels over a level plateau, nearly 3 miles above the sea. Little or nothing grows at this altitude, and the few Indians living on this plain must have their food supply brought up from the valleys below on the backs of llamas. Other than mines, there is no inducement for even an Indian to make his home on this lofty plateau. There is no source of income other than working in some of the gold, silver, and copper mines which abound in these altitudes. Guaqui, a little town on the shores of Lake Titicaca, is the terminus of the railway. A regiment of cavalry is stationed at this port, as it, in reality, forms the boundary line of the country. In this little place one obtains his final glimpse of the picturesquely attired Cholo women, as they are rarely seen outside of Bolivia. In their native country their appearance excites no unusual interest, but even in Peru they are subjected to a certain amount of ridicule, which is displeasing to these haughty belles. Because of the intense cold, school children are often seen seated in the open air, where they may enjoy the benefit of the warm sun. This applies largely to the smaller towns and villages, as in the larger cities the schoolhouses are now quite comfortable. Lake Titicaca is a great inland sea, lying between the two ranges of the Cordillera, and is very high above the ocean. Its area is about 1/3 that of Lake Erie, and its present length is about 120 miles, while its greatest width is about 41 miles. It is, without doubt, one of the highest navigable bodies of water in the world. Among the water plants that one sees growing in the lake is a sort of rush, which abounds in shallow water from 2 to 6 feet in depth, and rises several feet above the surface. It is this material which the Indians, having no wood, use to construct their boats. In these apparently frail craft, propelled by sails of the same material, they traverse the lake, carrying with them 2 or 3 men, and, in addition, a heavy load of merchandise. Balsa boats. There is considerable skill exercised in the making of the balsa, as these reed boats are called. Centuries of experience have taught the Indians the process, which has been developed to a remarkable stage of perfection, enabling them to defy the storms which are so frequent. The short, heavy waves make navigation dangerous even for much larger boats than the native balsa. Like the waters of Lake Superior, these are too cold for the swimmer, but the lack of bathing facilities gives the Indian but little concern. The greatest depth of the lake is said to be about 600 feet. Fish are plentiful, and the few Indians who live around the shores of the lake devote themselves principally to fishing. As far as habitation is concerned, other than Puno on the Peruvian side and Guaqui on the Bolivian, there are but a few scattered villages. 4 steamers ply to and fro between these ports, connecting with the train service. These boats were brought from England, taken in sections by railway, and put together on the shores of the lake. They are today used to transfer freight, which arrives by sea at a Peruvian or Chilean port, and is carried by rail to Puno, then across the lake to Bolivia. Numerous islands dot the surface of the lake. One is of real interest. It is known as Titicaca Island. It has a population of about 300, but of that number there is but one man who can read and write. In all Bolivia, only 30,000 children attend school out of a total population of 2 million. The Aborigines do not seem to care for education, and the Bolivians of European race are few in number. Inca ruins. On a small island in Lake Titicaca is the ruined Temple of the Sun, another reminder of the days of the Incas. When that empire flourished, this portion of Bolivia was also under the domination of the Inca ruler, and even today, in some parts of Bolivia, one still comes upon numerous evidences of Inca rule, such as the ruins of buildings, temples, and stone images, which plainly indicate that they were the work of that remarkable ancient people. Inaccessible as is the country, for one who can stand the journey, it affords much of interest. If there were nothing more in Bolivia than the view afforded in looking down from the rim of the cup upon La Paz, this alone would tempt one to visit the country. The buildings of this city have the appearance of so many tea leaves left in the bottom of a cup, so tiny do they seem from above. Another glorious scene is that of the encircling mountains that surround Lake Titicaca, crowning it with a diadem of snow-covered peaks, a view that is unsurpassed among the world's natural wonders. The interior waterways. Although Bolivia has no seaport, the country has a great network of rivers. The entire length of Bolivia's navigable streams is about 12,000 miles. These naturally provide excellent means of transportation and communication. The Paraguay River is navigable for about 1,100 miles for steamers of from 8 to 10 feet draft. The Itenes has about 1,000 miles of navigable water. Another river, the Beni, is navigable for 1,000 miles for steamers of 6 feet draft only. Other streams, such as the Pilcomayo, Memore, Serra, and Paraguay rivers, can accommodate light draft vessels for distances varying from 200 to 1,000 miles. From the ocean, Bolivia can be approached through the ports of Mayendo in Peru or Arica and Antofagasta in Chile. These are all regular ports of call of the steamers between Panama and Valparaiso. From these ports, there is railroad communication to Bolivia. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. The Mentor 2 by Various. Russian Music by Henry T. Finck, author and music critic. Several natural questions. Question: how big is Russia and what is its population? Answer: the area of Russia exceeds 8,660,000 square miles, or 1/6 of the whole land surface of the earth. Its population is over 150 million, or at least it was so before the war. Question: how many famous Russian composers are there? Answer: less than a dozen. Question: how old is Russian music? Answer: less than 150 years. Catherine the Great, 1761–1796, was one of the first to encourage national music in Russia. Before her time, the music performed in Russia was imported and was largely Italian. Catherine caused productions of music by Russian composers. She supplied the libretto for one opera. Question: what is the origin of Russian music? Answer: both the music and literature of Russia had a common origin, popular inspiration. The form and spirit of the music and literature were drawn from the legends and primitive songs of the people. Question: when did music in Russia become, in a real sense, national? Answer: not until the first part of the 19th century. Composers had been trying for 50 years to establish a national movement in music, but it was not until the advent of Glinka and his opera A Life for the Tsar in 1836 that the Russian School of Music can be said to have been inaugurated. Question: why were music and literature so late in coming to this great nation? Answer: on account of physical and human conditions. Russia is and has been a vast and absolute monarchy, consisting of millions of people held in subjection and ignorance, and with only a few great centers of civilization. Petrograd has been for years a city of brilliant cultivation, but in contrast to that, there are countless towns, villages, and farms in which dwell millions of poor and ignorant people. It is only within the last century that Russia was wakened to a national consciousness and begun to shake off the grim feudal conditions of the Middle Ages. In this new era, the voice of music is first heard as a national expression. Mikhail Ivanovich Glinka. 1. Mikhail Ivanovich Glinka at an early age showed that he possessed two characteristics that were to have a very important bearing on his whole life: an extremely nervous disposition and a lively aptitude for music. His grandmother, who was responsible for his early upbringing and who was an invalid herself, encouraged the first, while his father stimulated in the boy the second. Glinka, mollycoddled from childhood, never wholly succeeded in throwing off an inherited brooding tendency, but he became a wonderful composer and musician. Glinka was born on June 2nd, 1803, at Novospassky, a little village in Russia. His father was a retired army officer and not particularly well off, but his mother's brother was fairly wealthy, and often when the Glinkas had an entertainment, this brother lent them a small private band, which he kept up. It was to this early association with music of the best class that young Glinka owed the development of his taste. He spent his earliest years at home, but when he was 13 he went to a boarding school in Petrograd, where he remained for 5 years carefully studying music. It was in 1822, when he was only 17, that he composed his first music, one of his 5 waltzes for the piano. During these school years he paid attention to the other branches of education also, learning Latin, French, German, English, and Persian, and working hard at the study of geography and zoology. Glinka had a nervous breakdown in 1823, and he made a tour of the Caucasus, taking a cure in the waters there. On his return home he worked hard at his music, although, as he had not then decided to devote his life to a musical career, his studies were somewhat intermittent. He went to Petrograd and took a position in the government department, but in 1828 his family gave him an allowance and he decided to devote himself to music alone. While at Petrograd he made many friends. However, he saw that a round of pleasure did not aid him in his music, so in 1830 he began his thorough musical education, leaving Russia for Italy, where he stayed for 3 years, studying the works of old and modern Italian masters. His training as a composer was finally finished in Berlin. Glinka returned to Russia in 1833 and was soon the center of an intellectual circle at Petrograd. It was one of these friends, Zhukovsky, the poet, who suggested that Glinka compose an opera on the subject of the heroic patriotic deeds of the Russian hero Ivan Susanin. Baron de Rosen wrote the libretto for this work, which was called A Life for the Tsar, and which was first performed on November 27th, 1836. The plot of this opera was based on the following story. In 1613 the Poles invaded Russia and attempted to assassinate the newly elected Tsar, Mikhail Romanov. The Polish leaders, however, did not know where to find the Tsar. Without letting him know who they were, they asked a peasant, Ivan Susanin, to guide them to the monarch. Ivan, however, suspecting their designs, sent his adopted son to warn the Tsar, and himself led the Poles to the depths of a forest from which they could not possibly find their way. The Poles, when they saw that they had been deceived, killed Susanin. This opera was the turning point in Glinka's life. It was a great success and in a way became the basis of a Russian school of national music. The opera enjoyed extraordinary popularity. In December 1879 it reached its 500th performance, and in November 1886 a special production was given not only in Petrograd but in every Russian town that had a theater in celebration of the 50th anniversary of its first performance. It was presented at 2 theaters in Moscow at the same time. Glinka had married in 1835, but misunderstandings arose which finally ended in a separation some time afterward. His second opera, Ruslan and Ludmila, did not appear until 1842. It did not appeal to the popular taste and was a dismal failure. Glinka thought that it was superior to his first, and he was bitterly disappointed at its failure. In 1845 he made his first visit to Paris, and later he went to Spain. After 2 years in that country, he returned to Russia, where he spent the winter at his home, and then went to Warsaw, remaining there for 3 years. In 1852 Glinka started for France, paying another visit to Berlin on the way. When, however, war broke out in the Crimea in 1854, he returned to Petrograd. While there, he became interested in church music. In order to study this type of music, he went to Berlin in 1856. This was his last journey. Early in January 1857, the composer Meyerbeer arranged a special concert devoted to Glinka's works. On leaving the hall, the Russian contracted a chill. He died on February 15, 1857. Glinka was buried in Berlin. 3 months later, however, his body was taken to its present resting place in Petrograd. A monument was erected to his memory there in 1906. Anton Rubinstein. 2. There has been a curious uncertainty as to the date of Anton Rubinstein's birth. He was born on November 28, 1829, but due to a lapse of memory on the part of his mother, he always celebrated his birthday on the 30th of November. He was the son of a Jewish pencil manufacturer at Vykhvotinets, Russia, who later went to Moscow. In his autobiography, Rubinstein tells of this migration. My earliest recollections are of a journey to Moscow in a roomy, covered wagon undertaken by the 3 families with all the children and servants, nothing less than a tribal migration. We reached the city and crossed the Pokrovsky Bridge. Here we hired a large house belonging to a certain Madame Pozniakov. It was surrounded by trees and stood near a pond beyond the river Yauza. This was in 1834 and 1835. The mother of Rubinstein was an excellent musician, and she gave the young boy his first music lessons. In addition, he had as a teacher a master of the piano named Alexander Vilwang. To the end of his life, Rubinstein declared that he had never met a better master. When he was only 10 years old, Rubinstein made his first public appearance as a performer, playing in a theater at Moscow. 2 years later he went to Paris and roused the admiration of Liszt and Chopin by his playing. After this, Rubinstein traveled for some time in Holland, Germany, and Scandinavia. In 1842 he reached England, where he made his first appearance on May 20th. He made a brief visit to Moscow in 1843 and 2 years later went with his family to Berlin in order to finish his musical education. There he made friends with Mendelssohn. Then Rubinstein's father died suddenly. His mother and brother were forced to return to Moscow. Anton went to Vienna to earn a living. For nearly 2 years more he studied hard there and then went on 2 concert tours through Hungary. The revolution broke out in Vienna and prevented his return to that city, so he went to Petrograd, where he studied, composed, and lived pleasantly for the next few years. About this time he came near being exiled to Siberia through an unfortunate error of the police. He was saved from this by his patroness, the Grand Duchess Helene. He composed several operas during the first few years, and he visited Hamburg and Leipzig, and then went on to London, arriving there for the second time in 1857. He remained there for a short time and reappeared the following year, in the meantime having been appointed concert director of the Royal Russian Musical Society. In 1862 he helped to found the conservatory at Petrograd. Of this he was director until 1867. Rubinstein then traveled for some years, visiting America in 1872, a tour which brought him $40,000. So popular was his playing that he was afterward offered $125,000 for 50 concerts. But he could not overcome his dread of the sea voyage. He returned to Russia from America, and after a short rest continued his concert tours. For the remaining years of his life he lived in turn at Petrograd, Berlin, and Dresden, devoting his time to concerts, teaching, and to composition. In 1885 he began a series of historical recitals, which he gave in most of the chief European capitals. Rubinstein died near Petrograd on November 20th, 1894. Modest Petrovich Mussorgsky. 3. Mussorgsky's artistic creed might be summed up in one sentence. He was devoted absolutely to the principle of art for life's sake. This is quite the opposite of art for art's sake. Mussorgsky looked on musical art not as an end in itself, but as a means of vital expression. He was a full-blooded realist, and his music throbs with life. Modest Petrovich Mussorgsky was born on the estate of his father at Karevo on March 28, 1839. His father was a man of moderate means, and the boy spent his first 10 years in the country and in close touch with the peasants. This early environment inspired his later feelings of sympathy with the land and its people. Long before he could play the piano, he tried to reproduce songs that he heard among the peasants. His mother was pleased at this, and began to give him lessons on the piano when he was still a young child. At the age of 7 he was able to play some of the smallest pieces of Liszt. Sometimes he even improvised musical settings for the fairy tales that his nurse told him. In 1849 Mussorgsky and his brother were taken to Petrograd, where they were entered in the military cadet school, for the boy was intended for the army. At the same time, however, his parents allowed him to pursue his musical education. Mussorgsky's father died in 1853, and 3 years later the youth entered his regiment. It was in 1857 that he began to have a distaste for his military duties, and 2 years later he resigned from the army. During the summer following his resignation, however, he was unable to do any work with his music, as he was taken sick with nervous trouble. Also, from the time he left the army, he was never free from financial embarrassments. Mussorgsky went to Petrograd, and he and 5 friends formed themselves into an intellectual circle. He soon, however, began to feel the pinch of poverty, and was obliged to do some work of translation. Later he even took a small government position. His mother died in 1865, and he wrote a song at the time which is now regarded as one of his finest works. Toward the middle of this year he was once more attacked by his nervous trouble. It was necessary for him to give up his position and to go to live in the country. He improved gradually, and during the next 2 years he wrote some songs which later attracted some attention. Most of the year 1868 was spent in the country. In the fall of this year he returned to Petrograd. He secured another position, this one in the Ministry of the Interior. This left him with some leisure, which he employed with his music. About this time he began to work on the music of his opera Boris Godunov, based on the work of the dramatist Pushkin. This was first produced in Petrograd on January 24, 1874. Shortly after, he began to work on Khavanshina, another opera which had its first complete public performance in 1885 at Petrograd. Shortly after the production of Boris Godunov, Mussorgsky began to devote himself to the composition of songs, among which was the song Without Sunlight and the Songs and Dances of Death. Then Mussorgsky began to enter into a mental and physical decline. He was low in funds, for the small salary derived from his government position was insufficient for his needs. He began to play accompaniments at concerts, but very little work of this kind was obtainable. In 1879 he made a long concert tour in South Russia with Madame Leonov, a singer of repute. This was very successful. He did very little work during the following winter. His health grew worse, and he was forced to give up his government appointment. He lived for a time in the country. At last it was necessary for him to enter the military hospital at Petrograd, where he died on March 28, 1881. He was buried in the Alexander Nevsky cemetery. Some years later a few friends and admirers erected a monument over his grave. Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky. 4. Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky in the first part of his life held an office in the Ministry of Justice at Petrograd. While he was an excellent amateur performer, he did not think seriously enough of his musical ability to consider music as a career. It was Anton Rubinstein who induced him to take up music as a profession. Tchaikovsky was born at Votkinsk, Russia, on May 7, 1840. He was the son of a mining engineer, who shortly after Peter was born removed to Petrograd. The boy picked up a smattering of musical knowledge as a law student. Then, when he was 22, Rubinstein, the director of the conservatory at Petrograd, persuaded him to enter it as a pupil. Tchaikovsky, therefore, resigned his position in the Ministry of Justice and took up the study of composition, harmony, and counterpoint. 4 years later, on leaving the conservatory, he won the prize, a silver medal, for his cantata on Schiller's Ode to Joy. In 1866, Tchaikovsky became professor of the history and theory of music at the Moscow Conservatory, which had just then been founded by Nicholas Rubinstein, a brother of Anton. For the next 12 years he was practically first chief of this conservatory, since Serov, whom he succeeded, never took up his appointment. While serving in that capacity, he wrote textbooks and made translations of others into Russian. At Moscow, Tchaikovsky met Ostrovsky, who wrote for him his first operatic libretto, the Voyevoda. The Russian Musical Society rejected a concert overture by Tchaikovsky written at the suggestion of Rubinstein. In 1867 Tchaikovsky made an unsuccessful debut as a conductor. His star was not yet in the ascendant, for in 1869 his opera The Voyevoda lived for only 10 performances. Tchaikovsky later destroyed the score of this work. The following year his operatic production Undine was rejected. In 1873, at Moscow, his incidental music to the Snow Queen proved a failure. During all this time the composer was busy on a cantata, an opera, and a textbook of harmony. the last of which was adopted by the authorities of the Moscow Conservatory. He was also music critic for 2 journals. Tchaikovsky competed for the best musical setting for Pavlovsky's Wakula the Smith in a competition and won the first 2 prizes. On the production of this in Petrograd in November 1876, however, only a small measure of success was gained. A greater success came to the composer with the production of the Oprichnik. From 1878 on, he devoted himself exclusively to composition. On July 6, 1877, Tchaikovsky married. It was a most unfortunate match, and rapidly developed into a catastrophe. Tchaikovsky had too much temperament, result many stormy scenes. A separation occurred in October. Tchaikovsky became morose and finally left Moscow to make his home in Petrograd. He fell ill there and attempted to commit suicide by standing up to his chin in the river during a cold period. He had hoped to die from exposure, but his brother's tender care saved his life. Tchaikovsky had begun work on the opera Eugen Onegin in 1877. This work was produced at the Moscow Conservatory in March 1879, and it was then that real success first came to him. In the meanwhile, however, Tchaikovsky went to Clarens to recuperate from his illness. He remained abroad for several months, visiting Italy and Switzerland, and moving restlessly from one place to another. In 1878 he accepted the post of director of the Russian musical department at the Paris Exhibition. He resigned this later on. In 1879 he wrote his Maid of Orleans, which was produced in 1880. During the next 5 years he continued his travels, working all the time at composition. For some time he lived in retirement at Klin, where his generosity to the poor made him much loved. In 1888 and 1889 he appeared at the London Philharmonic concerts. He also visited America, conducting his own compositions in New York City at the opening of Carnegie Hall in 1891. In 1893, Cambridge University made him a doctor of music. In the same year he died from an attack of cholera at Petrograd on November 6th. Nikolai Andreevich Rimsky-Korsakov, 5. Rimsky-Korsakov was one of the many Russian composers who took up a musical career after a future had been planned along the line of some other work. In his case, the navy lost where music gained. Nikolai Andreevich Rimsky-Korsakov was born March 18, 1844, at Tikhvin, Russia. He had the good fortune to spend his early life in the country and at the same time to hear from infancy the best music. On the estate of his father were 4 Jews who formed a little band. This band supplied music at all social functions that took place at the Korsakov home. He began to study the piano when he was 6 years old, and 3 years later he was improvising. The boy's parents, although they were glad to have him study music, planned a naval career for him. When he was 12 years old, in 1856, he was sent to the Petrograd Naval College. While studying there, however, he continued his music. In 1861 he began to take his musical studies very seriously. The following year, however, he had to conclude his naval education with a 3 years' cruise in foreign waters. When this cruise was over in 1865, a symphony that he had composed had its first performance. This symphony bears the distinction of being the first musical work in that form by a Russian composer. In 1866 began Korsakov's friendship with Mussorgsky, which lasted until the latter's death in 1881. From then on, for the next few years, he worked hard at musical composition. It was during this time that he first began to turn his attention to opera, of which Pskovitianka begun in 1870, was the first. In 1871, Rimsky-Korsakov was appointed a professor in the conservatory at Petrograd. 2 years later he decided to sever his connection with the Navy altogether. This year also saw the beginning of his collection of folk songs, which were published in 1877. The year before this, Korsakov had married. His wife was Nadezhda Purgold, the talented Russian pianist. In 1874 the composer was made director of the Free School of Music at Petrograd, which position he filled until 1881. His second opera, A Night in May, was finished in 1878. He began another opera, The Snow Maiden, 2 years later. His operas, however, always attracted less attention abroad than his symphonies. In 1883 he was appointed assistant director of the Imperial Chapel at Petrograd. This post was held by him for 11 years. 2 years later he was offered the directorship of the conservatory in Moscow, but he declined it. In 1886 he became director of the Russian symphony concerts. 3 years later he appeared in Paris and conducted 2 concerts. He was enthusiastically received and entertained at a banquet. In 1894 Rimsky-Korsakov gave up the assistant directorship of the Imperial Chapel. He was now at work upon an opera in which the element of humor predominated. This was Christmas Eve Revels. It was produced at the Mariinsky Theatre in Petrograd in 1895. Korsakov continued to work at opera, producing, among others, Sadko, The Tsar's Betrothed, The Tale of Tsar Sultan, Servilia, Kashey the Deathless, Pan Voyevoda, and Kitir. His last opera, The Golden Cock, was censored during the interval between its composition and the composer's death. It was not until May 1910 that it was produced at Moscow. It is supposed that chagrin at the fate of this opera contributed to the suddenness of Rimsky-Korsakov's death, which occurred on June 20th, 1908. "In him we see," says one writer, "the Russian who, though not by any means satisfied with Russia as he finds it, does not set himself to hurl a series of passionate but ineffective indictments against things as they are, but who raises an ideal and does his utmost to show how best that ideal may be attained." Igor Stravinsky. 6. Igor Stravinsky was a pupil of Rimsky-Korsakov. One day the young composer played for his teacher a few bars of the music of one of his ballets. The older man halted him suddenly. "Look here," said he, "stop playing that horrid thing, otherwise I might begin to enjoy it." This ballet was one of the works that made Stravinsky famous. Igor Stravinsky was born on June 17, 1882, at Oranienbaum, near Petrograd, Russia. The date of his birth has been disputed, but this date is the one given by Stravinsky himself. He was the son of Fyodor Ignatievich Stravinsky, the celebrated singer, who was associated with the Imperial Mariinsky Theatre in Petrograd. Igor was destined to study law, but at the age of 9 he was already giving proofs of a natural musical bent, and in particular he showed an aptitude for piano playing. To the study of this instrument he devoted a great deal of time under the instruction of a pupil of Rubinstein. In 1902, when Stravinsky was 20 years old, he met Rimsky-Korsakov at Heidelberg, a meeting which marked an epoch in his life. The older composer had much influence on the career of Stravinsky. Their views on music differed greatly, however. Stravinsky worked hard. He attended concerts, visited museums, and read widely. Rimsky-Korsakov, though alarmed at the revolutionary tendencies of his pupil, predicted for him great success. During the years 1905 and 1906, Stravinsky worked at orchestration. At this time his friends were members of the group surrounding Rimsky-Korsakov, including Glazunov and Cesar Kibbey. On January 11, 1906, Stravinsky married. Soon after his marriage he finished a symphony, which was performed in 1907 and was published later. Following this, in 1908, came his Scherzo Fantastique, which was inspired by a reading of Maeterlinck's Life of the Bee. When Rimsky-Korsakov's daughter was married in 1908, Stravinsky sent his composition Fireworks, a symphonic fantasia, which curiously had been submitted for the approval of an English manufacturer of Chinese crackers. However, before the gift arrived by mail, Rimsky-Korsakov died. As a tribute to his master's memory, Stravinsky composed the Chant Funèbre. In 1909, Stravinsky wrote The Nightingale, a combination of opera and ballet, based on Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale of the same name. This was produced in 1914. Then came the discovery of Stravinsky by the director of the Russian ballet, Serge de Diaghilev. The young composer was commissioned to write a ballet on a Russian folk story, the scenario of which was furnished by Michel Fokine. Leon Bakst and Golovin, the scene painters, collaborated with him. This ballet, The Firebird, was finished on May 18, 1910, and produced 3 weeks later. This production established Stravinsky's reputation in Paris. The second of his ballets, Petrushka, was completed on May 26, 1911. It was first produced in Paris in the same year. The scene of Petrushka is a carnival. One of the characters is a snowman, and in his booth are 3 animated dolls. In the center is one with pink cheeks and a glassy stare. On one side of this is a fierce Negro, and on the other the simple Petrushka. These 3 play out a tragedy of love and jealousy, which ends with the shedding of Petrushka's vital sawdust. One critic has said, "This ballet is, properly speaking, a travesty of human passion expressed in terms of puppet gestures and illumined by music as expositor. The carnival music is a sheer joy, and the incidents making a demand upon music as a depictive medium have been treated not merely with marvelous skill, but with unfailing instinct for the true satirical touch. Petrushka is in fact the musical presentment of Russian fantastic humor in the second generation." The Crowning of Spring was composed during the winter of 1912 and 1913, and was produced both in Paris and London during the following spring and summer. Recently, Stravinsky has composed several songs which are done in the same spirit as that in which he wrote his compositions for the orchestra. So far as the world at large is concerned, Russian music, which has come so much to the fore in recent years, began with Rubinstein, who lived till 1894. There was indeed one other composer of note before him, Glinka, but Glinka's music, though very popular in Russia, remained almost unknown in other countries, whereas Rubinstein, and after him Tchaikovsky, also spelled Tchaikovsky, conquered the whole world. Folk music, it is needless to say, flourished many centuries before Glinka. Folk tunes are like wild flowers, and in all countries the composers have heard the call of the wild and tried to woo these flowers and bring them to their gardens. This is particularly true of Russia, which has an abundance of folk songs that are unsurpassed in beauty and emotional appeal. Indeed, Rubinstein and another eminent composer, Cesar Kibbey, claim absolute supremacy for their country in the matter of national melodies. The tremendous size of the empire, including as it does 1/6 of all the land on this globe, gives scope for an unparalleled variety of local color in songs, suggesting the great difference in costumes and customs. Asiatic traits are mingled with the European. Many of the songs are sad, as is to be expected in a populace often subjected to barbarian invasions, as well as to domestic tyranny. But perhaps an equal number are merry, with a gaiety as extravagant as the melancholy of the songs that are in the minor mode. As a rule, Russian peasants seem to prefer singing in groups to solo singing. There are many singing games. Some of the current songs are of gypsy origin, and we find in the collections of Russian folk music, the best of which have been made by Balakirev and Rimsky-Korsakov, an endless variety devoted to love, flattery, grief, war, religion, etc. Eugene Linev's Peasant Songs of Great Russia, transcribed from phonograms, gives interesting samples and descriptions. Linev's choir has been heard in America. Russian choirs and basses. Church music is another branch of the divine art that flourished in Russia before the advent of the great composers. 5 centuries ago the court at Moscow already had its church choir, and some of the Tsars, including Ivan the Terrible, took a special interest in the musical service. Peter the Great had a private choir which he even took along on his travels. In 1840, the French composer Adolphe Charles Adam, on a visit to St. Petersburg, now Petrograd, found that church music was superior to any other kind in Russia. The choir of the Imperial Chapel sang without a conductor and without instrumental support, yet, quote, with a justness of intonation of which one can have no idea, end quote. A specialty of this choir, which gave it a sense of peculiar strangeness, was the presence of bass voices that produced a marvelous effect by doubling the ordinary basses at the interval of an octave below them. These voices, Adam continues, quote, if heard separately, would be intolerably heavy. When they are heard in the mass, the effect is admirable, end quote. He was moved to tears by this choir, stirred by such emotion as I had never felt before. The most tremendous orchestra in the world could never rise to this curious sensation, which was entirely different from any that I had supposed it possible for music to convey. Similarly impressed was another French composer, Berlioz, when he heard the Imperial Choir sing a motet for 8 voices. Quote, out of the web of harmonies formed by the incredibly intricate interlacing of the parts rose sighs and vague murmurs, such as one sometimes hears in dreams. From time to time came sounds so intense that they resembled human cries, which tortured the mind with the weight of sudden oppression and almost made the heart stop beating. Then the whole thing quieted down, diminishing with divinely slow graduations to a mere breath, as though a choir of angels was leaving the earth and gradually losing itself in the uttermost heights of heaven. End quote. Italian and French influences. Like all other European countries, Russia, more than a century ago, succumbed to the spell of Italian music. Young men were sent to Italy to study the art of song, while famous Italian singers and composers visited Russia and made the public familiar with their tuneful art. It was under the patronage of the Empress Anna that an Italian opera was for the first time performed in the Russian capital in 1737. She was one of several rulers who deliberately fostered a love of art in the minds of their subjects. Under the Empress Elizabeth, music became a fashionable craze, and every great landowner started his private band or choir. Russia became what it still is, the place where, except in America, traveling artists could reap their richest harvests. The high salaries paid tempted some of the leading Italian composers, such as Cimarosa, Sarti, and Paisiello, to make their home for years in Russia, where they composed and produced their operas. Near the end of the 18th century, French influences also asserted themselves, but the Italians continued to predominate, so that when the Russians themselves, in the reign of Catherine the Great, 1761–1796, took courage and began to compose operas, Italian tunefulness and methods were conspicuous features of them. Glinka the Pioneer. The operas of Glinka, as well as those of Rubinstein and Tchaikovsky, betrayed the influence of Italy on Russian music. Though not the first Russian opera composer, Mikhail Ivanovich Glinka is the first of historic note. Rubinstein goes so far as to claim for him a place among the greatest five of all composers, the others being, in his opinion, Bach, Beethoven, Schubert, and Chopin. But this is a ludicrously patriotic exaggeration. His masterwork is A Life for the Tsar, which created a new epoch in Russian music. The hero of the plot is a peasant, Susanin, who, during a war between Poland and Russia, is pressed into service as a guide by a Polish army corps. He saves the Tsar by misleading the Poles and falls a victim to their vengeance. In his autobiography, Glinka says, "The scene where Susanin leads the Poles astray in the forest I read aloud while composing, and entered so completely into the situation of my hero that I used to feel my hair standing on end and cold shivers down my back." It is under such conditions that master works are created. Romantic dance. Although following the conventional Italian forms, A Life for the Tsar is in most respects thoroughly Slavic, partly Russian, partly Polish. While composing the score, he followed the plan of using the national music of Poland and Russia to contrast the two countries. In some cases he used actual folk tunes, including one he overheard a cab driver sing. In other instances he invented his own melodies, but dyed them in the national colors. As the eminent French composer Alfred Bruneau remarked, by means of a harmony or a simple orchestral touch, Glinka could give an air which is apparently as Italian as possible, penetrating perfume of Russian nationality. By his utilizing of folk tunes in building up works of art, he did the same thing in his next opera, Ruslan and Ludmilla. Glinka entered a path on which most of the Russian composers of his time and later on followed his lead. But his influence did not stop there. He was also the pioneer who opened up the road into the dense jungle of discords, unusual scales, and odd rhythms, which have made much of the music by later Russian composers seem as if written according to a new grammar. Furthermore, Rosa Newmarch, who is the best historian in English of Russian opera, writes that, quote, "It is impossible not to realize that the fantastic Russian ballets of the present day owe much to Glinka's first introduction of Eastern dances into Ruslan and Ludmilla." End quote. Rubinstein, the Russian Mendelssohn. Anton Rubinstein is considered to have been, next to Franz Liszt, the greatest pianist the world has ever heard. His technical execution was not flawless, but no one paid any attention to that because of the overwhelming grandeur and emotional sweep of his playing. Like Liszt, however, he tired of the laurels of a performer, his ambition being to become the Russian Beethoven. He got no higher, however, than the level of Mendelssohn. Both Mendelssohn and Rubinstein were for years extremely popular. If they are less so today, that is owing to the superficial character of much of their music. Yet both were great geniuses. In their master works they reached the high water mark of musical creativeness. Rubinstein is at his best in his Ocean Symphony, his Persian songs, some of his chamber works for stringed instruments alone or with piano, two of his concertos for piano and orchestra, and his pieces for piano alone, the number of which is 238. Among these there are gems of the first water. A Rubinstein revival is much to be desired in these days, when so few composers are able to create new melodies. When it comes, in response to the demands of audiences, which are very partial to this composer, at least 3 of his 19 operas will be revived: The Demon, Nero, and The Maccabees. Opera-goers love, above all things, melody, and Rubinstein's operas, like his concert pieces, are full of it. He was himself to blame for the failure of most of his operas, for he stubbornly refused to swim with the Wagnerian current, which swept everything before it. He hated Wagner intensely, yet he might have learned from him the art of writing music dramas of permanent value. 5 of his operas are on biblical subjects. They are really oratorios with scenery, action, and costumes. He dreamed of erecting a special theatre somewhere for the production of these sacred operas, as Wagner did for his music dramas at Bayreuth. But nothing came of this plan, and he became more and more embittered as he grew older, because so many of his schemes failed. Apart from their abundant melody, there is nothing in Rubinstein's best works that fascinates us more than the exhibits of glowing Oriental and Hebrew coloring, as we call it for want of a better word. He also made excellent use of national Russian melodies, though not nearly to the same extent as Glinka and his followers, the nationalists. Before considering them, it will be advisable to speak of the greatest of all the Russian composers, Tchaikovsky, the Melancholy. It is commonly believed that in music the public wants something quick and devilish, but this is far from the truth. For social, political, and especially climatic reasons, the Russians, with their long and dreary winters, are supposed to be a melancholy nation. The most melancholy of their composers is Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky, and of his works the most popular by far throughout the world is the most lugubrious of them all, the heart-rending, pathetic symphony, which is today second in popularity to no other orchestral work of any country. "All hope abandon, ye who enter here," might well be its motto. More than any funeral march ever composed, it embodies, in the Adagio Lamentoso, which ends it, the consecrated quintessence of despair, the luxury of woe. It was Tchaikovsky's symphonic swan song. At the time of his death there was a rumor that he had written it deliberately as his own dirge before committing suicide, but it is now known that he died of cholera. What endears the pathetic symphony to such a multitude of music lovers is, furthermore, its abundance of soulful melody. This abundance characterizes many of his other compositions. Indeed, so conspicuous, so ingratiating is the flow of melody in his works that one might think he was one of those Italian masters who made their home in Russia. It must be borne in mind, however, that the Italians have not a monopoly of melodists. Think of the Austrians, Haydn, Mozart, who was the idol of Tchaikovsky's youth, and Schubert. The Germans, Bach, Beethoven, Schumann, Wagner. The Frenchman, Bizet and Gounod. The Norwegian, Grieg, the Pole, Chopin. with them as a melodist ranks Tchaikovsky, and this is the highest praise that could be bestowed on him. The charm of original melody gives distinction to his songs, the best of which are the Spanish Serenade, None but a Lonely Heart, and Why So Pale Are the Roses. There is less of it in his piano pieces, but his first concerto for piano and orchestra and his violin concerto have an abundance of it and are therefore popular favorites, as much as his Slavic March, his 1912 Overture, and his Nutcracker Suite, which is also full of quaint humor, and which had the distinction of introducing a new instrument now much used in orchestras, the celesta, a small keyboard instrument, the hammers of which strike thin plates of steel, producing silvery bell-like tones. This suite consists of pieces taken from his ballet of the same name. Among his stage works are 8 operas, only 2 of which, Eugene Onegin and The Queen of Spades, have however been successful outside of Russia, but in Russia the first named has long been second in popularity only to A Life for the Tsar. Modest Petrovich Mussorgsky. One of the works most frequently performed at the Metropolitan Opera House in New York during the last 3 seasons has been the Boris Godunov of Modest Petrovich Mussorgsky. It is concerned with one of the most tragic incidents in the history of Russia. Boris Godunov usurps the imperial crown after assassinating the Tsar's younger brother Dmitri. After he has ruled some years, he is driven to insanity by the appearance of a young monk who pretends to be Dmitri, rescued at the last moment and brought up in a monastery. In setting this plot to music, Mussorgsky adopted the principles of musical nihilism, which consisted in deliberately disregarding the established operatic order of things. The musical interest centers chiefly in the choruses, leaving little for the soloists apart from dramatic action. Mussorgsky not only liked what was coarse, unpolished, and ugly, as Tchaikovsky put it, but he refused to submit to the necessary discipline of musical training, the result being that not only Boris Godunov, but his next opera Khavanshina could not be staged successfully until Rimsky-Korsakov had thoroughly revised them, especially in regard to harmonic treatment and orchestration. The charm of Boris lies in the pictures it presents of Russian life and its echoes of folk music. Of the songs by its composer, few have become known outside of Russia. Some are satirical. He has been called the Juvenal of musicians, and it has been said of his lyrics in general that, had the realistic schools of painting and fiction never come into being, we might still construct from Mussorgsky's songs the whole psychology of Russian life. Rimsky-Korsakov and the Nationalists. Mussorgsky and the man who helped to make his inspired but ungrammatical works presentable to the world, Nikolai Andreevich Rimsky-Korsakov, belonged to a coterie of composers known as the Nationalists. The other 3 were Balakirev, whose output as a composer was small, but whose 2 collections of Russian folk tunes are considered the best in existence, Borodin, who is best known in this country through an orchestral piece called In the Steppes of Central Asia, and his Prince Igor, which has been produced at the Metropolitan Opera House, and César Cui, who is more interesting as a writer than as a composer. He has well set forth the tenets of the Nationalists, chief of which is that a composer cannot be a truly patriotic Russian master unless he uses folk tunes as the bricks for building up his works. Rimsky-Korsakov. Because Rubinstein and Tchaikovsky did not do this to any extent, these nationalists looked down on them and decried them as cosmopolitans, belonging to the world rather than to Russia. Rubinstein, who had a caustic pen, retorted by declaring that the nationalists borrowed folk tunes because they were unable to invent good melodies of their own. To a certain extent this was true, but it does not apply to Rimsky-Korsakov, who is, next to Rubinstein and Tchaikovsky, the greatest of the Russian melodists and composers. Theodor Thomas considered him the greatest of them all. With this opinion few will agree, but no one can fail to admire the glowing colors of his orchestral works, the greatest of which is Scheherazade, which is based on the Arabian Nights, and is concerned with Sinbad's vessel and Baghdad. Of his dozen or more operas, none has become acclimated outside of Russia. As a teacher he might be called the Russian Liszt, because not a few of his pupils acquired national and international fame, among them Glazunov, Lyadov, Arensky, Ippolitov Ivanov, Gricheninov, Taneyev, and Stravinsky. Stravinsky and the Russian Ballet. 4 of the most prominent Russian composers have visited America: Rubinstein, Tchaikovsky, Rachmaninoff, and Scriabin. Rachmaninoff, the only one of the 4 still living, owed the beginning of his international fame to the great charm of his preludes for piano. Scriabin was one of the musical anarchists who now abound in Europe, composers who try to be different at any cost of law, order, tradition, and beauty. One of his quaint conceits was an attempt to combine perfume and colored lights with orchestral sounds. Musical frightfulness is rampant in some of his symphonies, in which horrible dissonances clash fiercely and without warning. The latest of the Russians who has come to the fore, Igor Stravinsky, also revels in dissonances, but in his case they are not only excusable but even fascinating, because there is a reason behind them. He uses them to illustrate and emphasize humorous, grotesque, or fantastic plots and details, such as are presented in his pantomimic ballets Petrushka and The Firebird. There is an entirely new musical atmosphere in these 2 works, and the public as well as the critics have taken to them as ducks do to water. If the Diaghilev Ballet Russe, which toured the United States last season, had done nothing but produce these 2 entertainments, it would have been worth their while to cross the Atlantic. They have made the world acquainted with a Russian who may appeal in his way as strongly as Rubinstein and Tchaikovsky. His latest efforts are reported to be in the direction of the cult of ugliness for its own sake. But perhaps he will get over that, or maybe some of us will come to like ugliness in music as we do in bulldogs. Opinions as to what is ugly or beautiful in music have changed frequently. The character of Russian music. The musical character of the great masters is unmistakable. When an expert hears a piece by a famous composer for the first time, he can usually guess who wrote it. But when it comes to judging the national source of an unfamiliar piece, the problem is puzzling. It is true that Italian music usually betrays its country. Widely as Verdi and Puccini differ from Rossini and Donizetti, they have unmistakable traits in common. The same cannot be said of the French masters or the German. Gounod and Berlioz, both French composers, are as widely apart as the Poles. Flotov, who composed Martha, was a German, but his opera is as utterly unlike Wagner's Tristan and Isolde as 2 things can be. The question, what are the characteristics of Russian music, is, for similar reasons, difficult to answer. As in other countries, there are as many styles of music as there are great composers. Moreover, Rubinstein is less like any other Russian than he is like the German Mendelssohn. If a composite portrait could be made of the works of prominent Russian composers, it might, nevertheless, give some idea of their general characteristics. Tchaikovsky's passionate melody, reinforced by inspired passages from Rimsky-Korsakov and by the tuneful strains of Rubinstein, would give prominence to what is best in Russian music. A more distinct race trait is the partiality of Russian masters for deeply despondent strains, alternating with fierce outbursts of unrestrained hilarity, clothed in garish, barbaric orchestral colors. In startling contrast with the alluring charms of Rubinstein's Oriental and Semitic traits are the harsh dissonances of Mussorgsky, Scriabin, and Stravinsky. Blending all these traits in our composite musical portrait, with a rich infusion of folk songs of diverse types, both Asiatic and European, we glimpse the main characteristics of Russian music. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 5. The Mentor, Volume 4, Number 16, Serial Number 116, October 2nd, 1916. The Yosemite Valley by Dwight L. Elmendorf, lecturer and traveler. The Incomparable Yosemite. No temple made with hands can compare with the Yosemite. Every rock in its walls seems to glow with life. Some lean back in majestic repose, others absolutely sheer, or nearly so, for thousands of feet, advance beyond their companions in thoughtful attitudes, giving welcome to storms and calms alike, seemingly aware, yet heedless, of everything going on about them. Awful and stern, immovable majesty. How softly these rocks are adorned, and how fine and reassuring the company they keep. Their feet among beautiful groves and meadows, their brows in the sky, 1,000 flowers leaning confidingly against their feet, bathed in floods of water, floods of light, while the snow and waterfalls, the winds and avalanches and clouds shine and sing and wreathe about them as the years go by, and myriads of small winged creatures, birds, bees, butterflies, give glad animation and help to make all the air into music. Down through the middle of the valley flows the crystal Merced, river of mercy, reflecting lilies and trees and the onlooking rocks, things frail and fleeting, and types of endurance meeting here and blending in countless forms, as if into this one mountain mansion Nature had gathered her choicest treasures to draw her lovers into close and confiding communion with her. John Muir. The Yosemite Valley, the Story of the Valley, 1. It was once said that a man has to be an awful liar to tell the truth about California, and this applies especially to the wonderful Yosemite Valley. The name Yosemite means full-grown grizzly bear. The valley lies on the west slope of the Sierra Nevada range and is washed by the Merced River. There is no record of the early Spanish settlers of California ever having known the Yosemite, It was always a stronghold for the mountain tribes of Indians, and descendants of the Yosemite Indians still live there. During the gold rush to California in 1849, a prospector wandering on a trail up the Merced River was the first white man to view this beautiful region. 2 years later, a band of soldiers came upon the valley suddenly while pursuing marauding Indians. The discovery came about in this way. For some time previous to 1851, the Yosemite Indians, believing themselves secure in their mountain stronghold, had given a great deal of trouble to the military authorities of the United States by their defiant plundering. Major Savage, in command of the Mariposa Battalion of United States forces, at first tried to treat peaceably with them. The Yosemites, however, suspicious that Major Savage was merely attempting to get the tribe into his power, would not accept his offers. Then Major Savage went out after them. This was in the winter, and they had to break a trail through the snow. Suddenly they came in sight of a most wonderful valley. They went into camp on the bank of the Merced River, opposite the peak which is now known as El Capitan. After the meal, in discussing this glorious spot which they had discovered, it was suggested that a name be given it. One of the party, Dr. Bushnell, proposed that it be called the Yosemite Valley to perpetuate the name of the tribe that had so long made its home there. This name was unanimously adopted. The expedition remained 1 day and 2 nights in the valley, and then were forced to hurry out at the approach of a storm. In 3 days they had made the round trip through the valley, exploring it in a general way, and had named some of its principal features. The Indians whom they had gone out to capture, however, were not seen. Later, in 1851, another expedition was made to the valley in pursuit of the Indians. This was in charge of Captain John Bowling, and Dr. Bushnell accompanied the party. Several Indians were captured, and additional explorations were made. Not many visits were made to the valley before 1855. The first regular tourist visit was made by J.M. Hutchings, who, having heard of its wonderful scenery, collected a party and went there. The following year regular tourist travel began. The first house built in the Yosemite Valley was erected in 1855. This was afterwards known as Black's Hotel. It was situated directly opposite the Yosemite Fall. Years ago the old Sentinel Hotel was built by the side of the Merced River, and as patronage increased, 3 cottage annexes to this simple hostelry were erected, 1 immediately adjoining the hotel building, and 2 across the road. In time, a small village grew up along the road, and camps were established in the meadows and woods nearby. The old Sentinel has now given way to the large new hotel across the river near the foot of the falls. This opens in the beginning of 1917. The first permanent settler in the Yosemite Valley was J.C. Lamon, who built a cabin in the very end of it in 1860 and planted gardens and orchards. 4 years later, an act of Congress granted the valley itself and the adjacent territory to the state of California on the condition that it be held forever as a public park. In 1905, however, California gave back the valley to the United States, and it now forms part of the Yosemite National Park, which was created in 1890. The Yosemite Valley, the Waterfalls, 2. The finest photograph is inadequate to convey to the mind a satisfactory impression of the Yosemite Falls. The Yosemite Creek descends to the valley floor in 3 leaps, with a total height of about 2,500 feet. It is the highest known cataract in the world. The upper fall has a vertical descent of 1,430 feet. The middle fall consists of a series of cascades, with a total descent of 626 feet, while the lower fall is 320 feet high. At the top, the Yosemite Falls is about 35 feet wide. As the season advances and the volume of water decreases, the fall dwindles considerably. At its best, however, it is one of the grandest features of the valley. In winter, a splendid ice cone, 500 feet high, forms at the foot of the upper fall. Near cathedral spires, the Bridal Veil Fall pours down. People love it for its delicate, spirit-like beauty. It has a clear vertical fall of about 630 feet, with a width of 50 to 70 feet. The name is derived from the effect on it of the wind, which makes it flutter like a white veil. The Bridal Veil shoots from the upper ledge of the cliff by the velocity the stream has acquired in descending a long slope above the head of the fall. Usually the fall strikes on flat-topped slabs, which form a kind of ledge about 2/3 of the way down. Between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, beautiful rainbows may be seen in this fall. The Nevada Falls, 594 feet high, is generally ranked next to the Yosemite in interest. It is a heavy, turbulent cataract. Before reaching the bottom of its plunge, the fall is broken and scattered by a sloping portion of the cliff about halfway down. It is the stormiest and whitest of all the falls in the valley. The Vernal Falls has a vertical descent of 317 feet and varies in width from 70 to 80 feet. This fall is an orderly, graceful, easygoing one. It may be more closely approached than any other. Just above it is the beautiful Emerald Pool. The Illilouette Falls has a total height of about 370 feet. It is not so impressive as the Upper Yosemite, nor so symmetrical as the Vernal, nor so graceful as Bridal Veil, nor so stormy a gush as Nevada. But as John Muir says, in the exquisite fineness and richness of texture of its flowing folds, it surpasses them all. There are many other small falls and cascades in the Yosemite Valley, among them being the Yosemite Gorge Fall and Cascades, the Royal Arch Falls, the 2 Sentinel Cascades, and the falls of Cascade and Tamarack Creeks. The Royal Arch Fall in time of high water is beautiful, and the 2 Sentinel Cascades, 3,000 feet high, are also wonderful spectacles. By the middle of summer, however, these have diminished so greatly that they are hardly noticeable. The volume of water in the falls of the valley varies greatly at different times, and so do the accounts of the altitude of the cataracts. You may have Illilouette Falls anywhere from 370 to 600 feet high, and the Upper Yosemite Falls anywhere from 1,400 to 1,600 feet high, just according to whom you ask. There is a like variation in the statements of the altitude of summits and the size and age of the giant trees. Our figures are taken from the documents issued by the Department of the Interior of the United States government. The Yosemite Valley, the summits, 3. First in impressiveness and second only to the waterfalls in beauty are the summits of the Yosemite Valley, Of all these summits, El Capitan stands preeminent, although it is not the highest, that honor belonging to Cloud's Rest. El Capitan, probably the largest mass of single rock in the world, stands on the north wall of the valley. It rises almost vertically, 3,600 feet above the plain, and it is nearly rectangular in shape. Its two vast faces measure about 160 acres each in area. You can judge of its size by singling out what appears to be a green bush which took root and is growing in a shallow niche far up on the face of the rock. That green bush is called the lone pine, and it is 150 feet high. El Capitan stands like a grand old veteran, and it is one of the most imposing monuments that nature has left to show the terrific forces which at one time worked their will with this planet. Its summit may be reached by a long and arduous journey, which is seldom undertaken. Half Dome, or South Dome, as it is sometimes called, rises at the head of the Yosemite Valley to the height of 4,892 feet above the valley floor. It forms the eastern terminus of the valley. It is one of the wonders of the natural world, and is a unique thing in mountain scenery. Sweeping up 3,000 feet, its walls bear only a few pine trees. Above this it ascends perpendicularly nearly 2,000 feet straight into the sky, while its rounded summit falls steeply curved on the opposite side. It has been described as incomparably the most wonderful, striking, and impressive feature of the region. In strangeness of shape, this hemispherical mountain of solid granite is singular among the world's geological marvels, and its sublime height and firm soaring outline impose it upon the imagination more than would be possible to bulk alone. From every part of the upper half of the valley the eye is compelled, as if by force of physical attraction, to return to this extraordinary mountain, which one can never tire of contemplating. One looks upon it as one would gaze at some majestic fragment of statuary. Half Dome was first ascended in 1875 by George Anderson. He practically pulled himself to the summit by means of a rope attached to iron pegs driven in the rock. He inserted his bolts 5 or 6 feet apart, and made his rope fast to each in succession, resting his feet on the last bolt while he drilled a hole for the next above. He accomplished his ascent in a few days, and he hoped to complete a stairway so that tourists might ascend the dome. But while he was preparing timber for his stairway, he was taken sick and died all alone in his little cabin. To the east of El Capitan are the peaks named the Three Brothers, the highest of which, known also as Eagle Peak, is a favorite viewpoint. Glacier Point is another frequently visited peak. It is in many respects the finest point of vantage from which to view the valley. Opposite is Washington Column, and immediately to the westward of this are the Royal Arches, formed of curious curved layers of rock, firmly recessed, where gigantic displacements have produced a strange vaulted effect. Over these towers North Dome, polished and gray, rises in a perfect curve 3,571 feet above the valley. It is the best exhibition of the round-head rock formation that is so marked a feature of this region. Guarding the Bridal Veil Falls are the Three Graces. These look across the valley to their counterparts, the Three Brothers. Near them are Cathedral Rock and Cathedral Spires. Cathedral Rock is not so high nor so massive as El Capitan, nor are its sides quite so nearly vertical. Its summit is 2,660 feet above the valley. The graceful pinnacles of rock called cathedral spires are isolated columns of granite. From one point of view, these spires rise above the edge of the cliff, exactly like two towers of a Gothic cathedral. They are said to have been given their name because of a fancied resemblance to the Duomo at Florence in Italy. Sentinel Rock is the most conspicuous rock on the south face of the valley. It stands about in the middle of the valley, and resembles a ruined tower 3,100 feet in height. Beneath Sentinel Rock is Yosemite, the little village of the valley. Right across the river opposite is the Yosemite Falls. Cloud's Rest commands a splendid view of the High Sierra. Cloud's Rest is a long, bare, steep, and extremely high granite ridge. It is higher than Half Dome, being nearly 10,000 feet above sea level. The Yosemite Valley, the trails, 4. The supreme enjoyment of the Yosemite Valley is to be found by pursuing its trails. There are many of these, some offering more points of interest and beauty than others. The climb to Glacier Point is of all the most popular. There are 3 methods of making the ascent: on foot, on horseback, and by autocar. A great many prefer the horse or mule and the bridle path. This trail leads from the valley floor along the banks of the Merced River and past and above Vernal Falls and on to Nevada Falls. Then it follows the picturesque Illilouette Creek to its fall. Then the trail ascends the steep face of the cliff in zigzags. When the last height is won and Glacier Point is reached, the view is worth all the struggle. From Glacier Point may be seen the Tenaya Canyon, the Vernal and Nevada Falls, the Cap of Liberty, Half Dome, the High Sierra, and most of the Yosemite Valley. There is a comfortable little hotel and a camp at Glacier Point. Many stay overnight and use the spot as a point of departure on various trails, for Sentinel Dome, Taft Point, Dewey Point, and the long trail tramp to Wawona. The top of Sentinel Dome may be reached from Glacier Point by a short journey, and the trail is in good condition. If possible, the view from here exceeds in grandeur that from Glacier Point. After reaching Glacier Point, most visitors return by the short trail. This zigzags down abruptly, making its descent in 4.5 miles. It is full of thrills. For those who are nervous, there is just one rule to remember: fix your faith on your mule and hold tight. The trail passes Agassiz's Column, a great obelisk that rises 85 feet in the air from the top of the cliff, leads by Sentinel Falls, and emerges on the plain below at the foot of Sentinel Rock. The ledge trail is the most difficult. It goes almost straight up from Camp Curry at the base of Glacier Point. This ascent has been made in a little over an hour. It is a trail that only strong climbers should attempt. Another wonderful climb is that to Eagle Peak and Yosemite Point. A steep but well-made bridle path crosses the bridge over the creek descending from Yosemite Falls. The trail goes to the right shortly after, and, ascending some distance, finally reaches a spot near the foot of the upper Yosemite Fall. Then the trail leads to the top of the Yosemite Fall, and from there a path goes to Lake Tenaya. The view from Eagle Peak extends further to the west than that of Glacier Point. The trail to Vernal and Nevada Falls leads past Happy Isles and is full of beauty and interest. It winds along the side of the rushing Merced River. The trail leads over a bridge commanding one of the best views of Vernal Falls, and shortly after passing Register Rock, it leads to Vernal Falls. Behind this fall rises the picturesque Cap of Liberty. This may be ascended by experts, but it is a difficult climb. The top of Vernal Falls may be reached by an easy path, protected by an iron chain. From Register Rock, the trail, which now becomes narrower and steeper, makes a wide sweep to the right before reaching the top of Vernal Falls, where the flat rock permits an approach to the edge of the water. Just above is the beautiful Emerald Pool. The trail recrosses the river about halfway between the top of Vernal Falls and the bottom of Nevada Falls. Above the bridge is the Diamond Cascade, and below it is the Silver Apron, both beautiful waterfalls. From here may be obtained a fine view of the superb Nevada Falls. A steep and zigzag trail leads to its top. To reach Cloud's Rest, visitors follow the Vernal Falls Trail, diverging from it before reaching the bridge above the falls. The trip to Cloud's Rest takes 1 day and is a favorite among energetic tourists. From the Cloud's Rest Trail, climbers can turn east and ascend the round summit of Half Dome. The extraordinary formation of this mountain attracts climbers who are curious to see what the top of it is like. They find it to be just what they expect, a curved, smooth surface. For anyone who has 2 or 3 days to spare for a single expedition, the trip to Merced Lake is a choice one. The lake is reached in 1 day by the trail that leads to Vernal and Nevada Falls. After the falls have been left behind, the trail is a rough, wild path, disclosing scenes of great beauty on every hand. There is a comfortable lodge at the lake, and in its waters are more fish than you can catch, yes, you and all your friends, in many a day. Some of these trails lead on into the larger spaces of Yosemite National Park. The great majority of visitors confine themselves to the territory included in the valley. The Yosemite Valley, the Camps, 5. The valley is a camper's paradise. Years ago, travelers discovered its many advantages. The combination of deep shaded woods and open meadows with a fine water supply close at hand made its appeal to all lovers of nature, and long ago the valley became a favorite resort for campers. Out of single parties there soon developed an organized camping system in the valley. As a result, there are now a number of little tent and bungalow communities, with populations varying from 200 or 300 up to nearly 2,000. At one time during 1915, the population of Camp Curry exceeded 2,000. To the lover of outdoor life who wants to rest close to the earth, there is nothing more delightful than tent and bungalow life. The United States government and the Park Service Company offer every convenience to campers so that no one need bring material nor any supplies into the valley. The camper may determine the conditions under which he will live. He may bring his own tent, if he cares to. Then, after securing a permit, he may pick out his own spot and raise his simple roof tree. Aside from the established camps, there are spaces of land set apart and numbered, and these are for the use of those utterly carefree pilgrims who prefer to settle on a spot of their own choosing and lead the simple life. Upon arriving, the prospective camper can get a full equipment on reasonable terms. A list will be supplied to him, from which he can select every necessary thing for camp life, from a can opener and tin pan to tents and tables. He can purchase these articles, or he can rent them by the week. If a vagrant life is desired, the camper may secure a pack mule, pull up stakes from time to time, and move about as he chooses. This is camp life in its most elementary aspect. From that, the conditions of tent and bungalow life in the valley range up to the finely equipped and organized camps, where the visitor may enjoy all the advantages and luxuries of comfortable hotel life, while at the same time living close to the ground. The established camps at present are Ahwahnee, El Capitan, Yosemite Camp, Lost Arrow, and Camp Curry. The affairs of each camp are managed from its own central office, a building where mail is received and the interests of the campers are looked after. The daily life of these communities is full of incident. Each camp has its entertainments and its gala performances. One has a fine, large bathing pavilion and plunge, another a festival hall. Moving pictures are exhibited in the evenings. There are lectures and concerts, and a large, well-equipped dancing pavilion makes the hours fly fast for young people. Communication between the camps is easy, for there are autobuses, jitneys, as well as ponies and burros, and things are stirring actively among the camps most of the time. No one need lack for entertainment. Between the single tent in a remote part of the valley and the populous camp community, there is a wide range for choice, and variety of conditions enough to make everyone happy. The Yosemite Valley, the Big Trees, 6. A most interesting feature of the Yosemite region is the Big Trees. There are 3 groves of giant trees near the valley, the Tuolumne, Merced, and Mariposa. The first 2 named are small groves. The important grove is the Mariposa. This grove is so called from its situation in Mariposa, Butterfly, County. It occupies a tract of land about 4 square miles in area, and consists of 2 definite groups of trees. Its elevation above the sea level varies from 5,000 to 8,000 feet. The big tree, or Sequoia gigantea, is found only on the west slope of the Sierra Range. The redwood, or Sequoia sempervirens, its twin brother, is strictly a seaboard tree, being confined to the coast ranges. The big tree, however, is the giant of all, and it is of this species that the Mariposa Grove is made up. The first grove of big trees discovered by white men was the Calaveras Grove of Big Trees in California. This was in the spring of 1852, and the discoverer was A.T. Dowd. Soon the story of the big trees found its way into the newspapers, and no other plant ever attracted so much attention or gained such celebrity within so short a period. The species was named in honor of Sequoia, or Sequoia, to give it the Latin spelling, a Cherokee Indian of mixed blood, who was also known as George Guess. He invented an alphabet and written language for his tribe. The big trees are the oldest living things in the world. It is impossible to appreciate their huge size from a mere description. They must be seen, and even then a sense of futility strikes the beholder. The big trees grow in groves, never forming groups by themselves, but always scattered among a much larger number of trees of other kinds. Says John Muir, the famous naturalist, "The whole tree for the first century or 2, or until it is 100 or 150 feet high, is arrowhead in form, and, compared with the solemn rigidity of age, seems as sensitive to the wind as a squirrel's tail. As it grows older, the lower branches are gradually dropped, and the upper ones thinned out, until comparatively few are left. The immensely strong, stately shafts are free of limbs for 150 feet or so. The large limbs reach out with equal boldness in every direction, showing no weather side, and no other tree has foliage so densely massed, so finely moulded in outline, and so perfectly subordinate to an ideal type. a particularly knotty, angular, ungovernable-looking branch from 5 to 7 or 8 feet in diameter, and perhaps 1,000 years old, may occasionally be seen pushing out from the trunk as if determined to break across the bounds of the regular curve. But like all the others, it dissolves in bosses of branchlets and sprays as soon as the general outline is approached. Except in picturesque old age, after being struck by lightning or broken by thousands of snowstorms, the regularity of forms is one of their most distinguishing characteristics. Another is the simple beauty of the trunk, and its great thickness as compared with its height and the width of the branches, which makes them look more like finely modelled and sculptured architectural columns than the stems of trees, while the great limbs look like rafters supporting the magnificent dome head. But though so consummately beautiful, the big tree always seems unfamiliar, with peculiar physiognomy, awfully solemn and earnest, yet with all its strangeness it impresses us as being more at home than any of its neighbours, holding the best right to the ground as the oldest, strongest inhabitant. The Mariposa Grove, which was discovered in 1857 by Galen Clark, lies in a little valley occupying a depression on the back of a ridge. The lower grove contains 240 fine big trees. The grizzly giant is the largest of all. It has a circumference of 93 feet and a diameter of 30 6/10 feet. Its main limb is 6 1/2 feet in diameter. This tree is very much injured, and its size has been decreased by burning. It has long since passed its prime, and has a battered and worn appearance. In ascending to the upper grove, the road goes through a tunnel cut through the heart of the Wawona, a living sequoia. This tunnel is 10 feet high and 9 1/2 feet wide at the bottom. The upper grove contains 360 big trees, averaging in age about 2,500 years. About 10 of the trees exceed 250 feet in height. 3 of these have a circumference of over 90 feet. The bark of the largest trees is from 1 to 2 feet thick. Toward the end of winter, the trees bloom while the snow is still 8 or 10 feet deep. The flowers are pale green and pale yellow. The seeds are small and light. The cones remain on the tree for many years. The big trees might live forever. There is no absolute limit to their existence. Death is due only to an accident. The leaves alone die of old age, and these are renewed. Rest here for a time by the side of the Merced River while I tell you something of this peaceful, lovely valley. Look over to that further cliff and watch the silver stream of the Yosemite descend in 3 gleaming white steps from the summit of rock 2,600 feet above us to the meadow level where we stand. In its first flight of 1,430 feet, it falls a third of that distance in a snowy column, then turns to wreathing smoke, through which many glistening darts shoot down to the rocky basin below. Here the misty elements are resolved again into water, and the stream tumbles frothing through rocks to its second flight, then on to the lower fall of 320 feet, when it dashes on a bed of boulders and hurries to join the Merced River. It is an ever-present sight in the heart of the valley, and our eyes turn to it frequently during the hours of daylight. And all through the night we hear the hushing sound of its falling waters as it whispers to us of the many beautiful things that nature has given us in this valley of enchantment. So you see Yosemite in midsummer. Then its fall is almost as fairy-like as that of Bridal Veil. But in April and May, when it pours down the accumulation of the winter snows, it is a foaming torrent, and its tone is deep and strong. The Yosemite has been gradually disclosing its features to us since early morning. The first impression that we experience as we leave the town of Merced is one of steady ascent into a narrow gorge through which a busy, turbulent stream, the Merced River, pursues its course. The train labors sturdily up until it reaches El Portal, where there is a pause at the hotel for lunch. Then the trip is resumed in autobuses that take us on up through a valley, winding and narrowing into a notch that seems at times as if it would end in sheer walls of rock. But in the course of an hour or more the way broadens, and we find wider stretches wooded with tall pines and stately sequoias. Then we catch a glimpse of Elephant Rock, of cathedral spires, of the delicate lacery of Bridal Veil Falls, and opposite the massive bulk of El Capitan. Soon the slender, swan-like neck of Yosemite Falls appears, and we roll through Camp Awahnee and out into the wide, level vale where Yosemite Village rests. Here we draw a long breath, and a sense of peace and contentment takes possession of us, a feeling of complete isolation from the world of care and trouble. There is something so intimate and friendly, so homey, about the wide green meadow that stretches before us from the banks of the fast-flowing Merced to the wood at the foot of Yosemite Falls. Around this level mead the camps cluster, Yosemite, El Capitan, and Lost Arrow camps close to the base of the falls, quiet Camp Awahnee by the roadside across the river, and busy Camp Curry a mile east of the village and just below Glacier Point. Yosemite National Park. We are now in the very center of Yosemite Valley, though not of Yosemite National Park. Do not mistake the part for the whole. The Yosemite National Park, created a park October 1st, 1890, is a huge tract of land, 1,124 square miles in area. It contains many valleys, mountains, streams, lakes, and waterfalls. Its vast territory has been explored by countless travelers, and it is the favorite playground of the Sierra Club, a body of hardy and adventurous men and women, trampers, campers, and mountain climbers. The particular gem of the Yosemite National Park is our dearly treasured Yosemite Valley, 7 miles in length, and that is what we have come to visit. When we arrive there, we reach a high elevation. The floor of the valley is 4,000 feet above sea level, and on all sides the mountains rise to heights varying from 3,000 to 6,000 feet more. The highest point in the valley is the summit of Cloud's Rest, which is nearly 10,000 feet above sea level. And now that we are here, you ask, what is this valley, and how did it come to be? There are several geological explanations of it, varying in character. Professor J.D. Whitney, the first scientist to study the Sierra, thought that the Yosemite was the result of the sinking of a local block of the Earth's crust having the exact outlines of the valley. And he denied that glacial action had anything to do with it. But the generally accepted explanation is that the valley was once a tortuous river canyon cut by the Merced River, and that the cutting work of this stream was done so fast that the tributary valleys soon remained hanging high on either side. Then the canyon became the bed of great glaciers, which, in moving, scooped the valley into its present form. This, of course, was a matter of hundreds of thousands of years. Accepting that explanation as correct, many of the natural conditions that we find in the valley are easy to understand, such as the smooth, polished surfaces of El Capitan and Half Dome. And now you ask, what is there to do and see? It is a valley of varied diversions. There are many things to do and many beautiful spots to visit, and you may choose according to your tastes and your physical ability. Are you a sturdy tramper? You may take your pack and staff and assail the mountain citadels that challenge you on every side. Do you love the saddle? You can find bridle paths that will lead you through the cool, dense woods, by lakesides, to the foot of waterfalls, and up to the summits. Are you unequal to the exertion of tramping or riding? The joys of the Yosemite are yours none the less, for high-powered auto cars will carry you in comfort to the points of greatest interest in the valley, out to the groves of giant trees, and even up to the supreme commanding spot of all, Glacier Point. You may take in the Yosemite as a visiting tourist, in which 5 or 6 days may suffice you for sightseeing, or you may settle down as a camper or hotel guest, in which case days and weeks slip by, and you soon lose all sense of time in the sweet repose of the valley. For the greater number, a touring visit is all that is possible. You tell me that you are here for a few days. How may you best occupy them? It is not necessary for me to answer your question in detail, for the affairs of the valley have been systematized in a most business-like fashion, and all such information is ready to hand. You can obtain schedules of trips for 2, 3, 4, and on up to 9 and 10 days. The United States government has done and is doing a good work in developing this great natural recreation park, and all the government asks of us is that we will take advantage of it. The attitude of Uncle Sam is expressed in the legends posted on trees throughout the valley, all of which mean in substance, this beautiful park is yours. Help us to preserve it and make it attractive. Evening in the valley. We have come up from Merced in the morning, and we have arrived in the valley at 3 o'clock. Let us make the most of the remainder of this fair summer afternoon. We walk out across the green meadow for a closer view of Yosemite Falls. The shadows of El Capitan and the Three Brothers are already creeping over the valley, and the air has a touch of evening cool as we enter the woods. The walk is longer than we thought. The tall, sheer cliffs make the falls seem nearer than they are. At length, after pursuing the path for some distance through the woods, we come upon an open spot from which we can gaze up and drink in the beauty of the 3 white leaps of water. This is the favorite spot, the choice viewpoint of artists and photographers. A short climb brings us to the foot of the lower falls, and there we rest and watch the seething basin while the soft mist plays upon our faces. The woods about us are in deep shadow and odorous of pine. Above us goes the trail that leads up through a narrow gorge to a point at the summit of the falls. We are seated in the very sanctuary of the Yosemite. It is an hour to remember. On returning, we pause a moment by the roadside on the meadow at the concrete bench placed there in memory of Galen Clark, a lover and student of the Yosemite and discoverer of the giant trees of the Mariposa Grove. Galen Clark apparently drew vitality from his aged tree friends, for he lived to be 96 years old. He is buried in the valley, and the concrete bench is placed on the spot where he frequently sat to gaze on the falls. Though it is now evening and the sun has disappeared, the valley is suffused with soft reflected light from the huge flat mirror-like face of Half Dome. In the course of an hour the golden glow on that great oval surface of rock far above us turns to shimmering silver, and then to a ghostly gray that finally gives way to night. Mirror Lake and Happy Isles. In the early morning let us go to Mirror Lake. This beautiful little sheet of water lies not far from the village, and in a natural bowl at the foot of Half Dome and Mount Watkins. The mirror effects are best seen in the early hours shortly after sunrise. On the way back, stop for a half hour at Happy Isles. That brief visit will not suffice you, for you will find time, even in a short stay in the Yosemite, to slip away for several half hours to the quiet shades and laughing waters of Happy Isles. The Merced has woven a necklace of sparkling waves about these little wooded islands, and made of them an ideal retreat for a sunny afternoon. If you rest there late in the day, look for the dainty little water bird that John Muir calls the water ouzel. I watched one for an hour on the lower island. He has his nest close to the surface of the stream, and he plays joyously, half in and half out of the water, part-time flitting over the spray and part-time dipping under, until his sleek gray-black coat shines like satin. There are trails and roads in all directions. What will you choose? Since you have now seen Happy Isles, go on to the foot of Vernal Falls. You have simply to follow the path past Happy Isles and go on up to the Merced River. It will repay you, for Vernal Falls is a beautiful downpour of water, 317 feet in height. And while you are following this trail, go on still further till you reach Nevada Falls, the most impressive of all the cataracts in the park. Its height is 594 feet, and the volume of water that it pours exceeds that of any of the others. If you would get an adequate impression of its power, climb to the top of Nevada Falls and look down. You will not forget the sight. If you love fishing, you would do well to take your rod on such a trip, for trout can be found in the pools of the Merced. If fishing is your main object, follow the trail on up to Merced Lake, where you may be assured of finding a full day's sport. If, however, tramping and climbing are your choice, you can continue from Nevada Falls and go on one or the other of two splendidly adventurous trails, either turning up to the left to climb the summit of Cloud's Rest or Half Dome, or winding to the right to reach far-famed Glacier Point. If you take the latter trail, you will catch a fine view of Illilouette Falls, a beautiful cataract 370 feet in height, seen only by hardy climbers. Glacier Point. You may not be equal to such a climb. If so, save Glacier Point for a special trip, on muleback if you can stand it. If not, then go up the road in an autocar. There are a number of ways of scaling Glacier Point. I have mentioned one trail. The bridle trail goes up the long way and comes down the short, all done in one day if one chooses. This trail offers many scenic beauties and some real thrills for those unaccustomed to dizzy heights. The shortest way of all is what is called the Ledge Trail, which starts near Camp Curry, directly underneath Glacier Point, and goes pretty nearly straight up. This calls for the sturdiest kind of climbing and some nerve. "All very well," exclaims the timorous, "but for me the autocar." And indeed, the autocar trip offers many advantages besides comfort and ease. The road for part of the way is the one that you take to Wawona and the big trees. You pass Artist Point and Inspiration Point, both of them affording lovely views. Then you turn off and pursue a course along the mountain ridge for miles. There, 7,000 feet in altitude, you wind through magnificent woods of pine and sequoia that line out majestic cathedral naves before you. The sombre shadows that envelop you are shot through with golden beams of light. Occasionally you come upon rich, green, natural, open meadows where wild flowers abound. A black or brown bear may cross your path. He is a well-behaved citizen, and he will accept appreciatively any nourishment that you offer him. You may go to Glacier Point and back by autocar in one day, but I advise staying overnight. By all means, see the sunset and sunrise from Glacier Point, and then you will feel that you really know the valley. It lies there like a map below you. Opposite you rise the great heights of El Capitan, Three Brothers, Yosemite Point, North Dome, Basket Dome, and Watkins. The Tenaya Canyon stretches off to the northeast. To your right rise the peak of Cloud's Rest and the bald head of Half Dome, and below them, still further to the right, is the little Yosemite Valley, down which pour the torrents of Nevada and Vernal Falls. Both cataracts are in sight from where you stand, and you can plainly hear the sound of their waters. And beyond all these, and stretching far away to the horizon, are the snow-capped summits of the High Sierra. Beneath you, 3,200 feet down, lies the floor of the valley. And as the shadows of night gather, the lights of the village and the camps twinkle there like reflected stars. The giant trees. There are 3 groves of giant sequoias in the Yosemite region, the Tuolumne, the Merced, and the Mariposa, and they are visited by almost everyone who goes to the Yosemite Valley. The Tuolumne and Merced groves may be seen in a single day's trip, for they are not far apart, and neither of them is large. The Merced grove contains 40 giants, the Tuolumne 20, the chief of which is the dead giant. Cars drive through this monster just as they do through the Wawona tree in the Mariposa Grove. The ride to the Tuolumne Grove is very picturesque and thrilling, offering one special point of advantage, New Inspiration Point, from which, in the afternoon, Bridal Veil Falls may be seen playing through constantly shifting rainbows. Mariposa Grove was discovered in 1857 and is the largest grove of its kind in the world. It contains more than 500 monster sequoias, the largest of which is the famous grizzly giant, 204 feet in height and about 30 feet in diameter at the base. You may be told that this is the largest tree in the world. That is not true. There are several larger sequoias. The General Grant tree in General Grant Park is 264 feet in height and nearly 35 feet in diameter. The largest known tree is the General Sherman in the Sequoia National Park, which measures 280 feet high and is 36 feet and 5 inches in diameter at the base. You may be told also that these great trees are 7 and even 8,000 years old. Take that statement with consideration. The sequoias are very hardy vegetables and are undoubtedly the oldest things living, but the scientists tell us that the veteran trees run in age from 1,500 to 2,500 years, and that the oldest tree, of whose age record there is no question, is somewhat over 3,000 years old. John Muir states that he has found one tree for which he claims an age of 4,000 years. But a matter of 1,000 years or so does not detract from the dignity of these majestic forest sons of Anak. Their age and size are enough to command our reverence, and no one should visit the Yosemite without going to the groves to pay respect to these ancient monarchs. You must visit the Mariposa Grove at least, and I urge you to give it a special day. You can ride over and return to Yosemite in one day, but I would advise you, in case your visit is a brief one, to save the grove for the last day. Ride to Wawona the afternoon before and stay at that restful little spot overnight. Then visit the grove in the morning, and after that go on to Miami Lodge and down through the mountains and across the rich San Joaquin Valley to Fresno, where you can end your trip and reach the main railroad lines. But let me not usher you out of the valley in this manner. Let me rather urge you to remain. A taste of camp life will surely convince you if my words do not. Camp life is one of the most delightful features of the Yosemite. Camp facilities and conveniences have been arranged to suit every person and every purse. You may enter one of the regularly organized camps, or you may obtain a permit and pitch your own tent in a specially selected spot. To those who plan to settle for a time in the park, the camps make a strong appeal. Camp life is a refreshing change from conventional things, and the heart grows younger under it. The peculiar charm of the Yosemite is the nearness and dearness of its features, and it is through camp life that we come to feel this charm. It is not long before El Capitan, the Bridal Veil, the Three Brothers, the Three Graces, and Half Dome become objects of fond affection, and the whole valley appears to be a vast playground, especially prepared by nature to delight the hearts of her children. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 6. The Mentor, July 15, 1919. Number 183. Uncle Sam by Albert Bushnell Hart, Professor of Government, Harvard University. A picture of Uncle Sam. Best of all the cartoons, which both reveal and point the way in our national existence, and certainly the best among the symbols which represent great nations, stands Uncle Sam. In no other representative character is personality so clearly defined. In no other is the range of expression and of action so great. Inexhaustible are his activities, and of endless variety the moments of thought and of action in which the soul of the nation has been thus caught and fixed. Uncle Sam, farmer, householder, and landed proprietor, has domestic responsibilities upon a scale never known before. One sees him too complacently, in a rich Jonathan moment, riding the reapers and gathering in inexhaustible harvests. One sees him waking sleepily from a Rip Van Winkle drowsiness to guard his forests and waterfalls from despoiling hands, or with a face less firm than it should have been, settling a dispute among the children, perhaps in a threatened nationwide strike. There is often a fatherly or grandfatherly touch about him. Guardian of western lands and seas, he has not only his own but his stepchildren to look after. One cannot touch the many aspects of his whimsical, doubting, determined, sensitive face. Nearly the whole range of human feeling, of human expression, is there. Honestly, he tries to secure a right balancing of the scales of justice for his multifarious offspring. Yet he often finds this delicate adjustment puzzling beyond his power to endure. Swift are the changes whereby his Hamlet moments of indecision slip into his Napoleonic moments of great deeds. Something of a woman's intuition is in him, and sometimes, too, woman's over-ready action in the line of eager and sudden conviction, yet again sinewy, virile. He shows the muscles stiffening along his arm, and he is become the very incarnation of lean and powerful masculinity, moving determinedly to a goal seen steadily from the beginning. Margaret Sherwood in the Atlantic Monthly. The Story of Uncle Sam. Public Health and Education. 1. Our country maintains an army and a navy to fight against human beings with whom we are occasionally at war. In the fight against two far more dangerous and insidious foes with whom we are always at war, disease and ignorance, our doctors have the aid and guidance of the United States Public Health Service, and our schools that of the United States Bureau of Education. These federal institutions are aided, respectively, by state and local boards of health and by state and local boards of education. The Public Health Service, which is a branch of the Treasury Department, was formerly called the Marine Hospital Service, and was originally devoted only to caring for sick and disabled seamen of the American Merchant Marine. Today, it is safeguarding the health of everybody in the country. It maintains quarantine stations and offices for the medical inspection of immigrants at the principal seaports, establishes domestic quarantines when necessary to prevent the spread of disease from state to state, investigates and suppresses epidemics, collects and publishes health statistics, makes elaborate studies of important diseases such as hookworm disease, malaria, pellagra, trachoma, typhoid fever, and tuberculosis, investigates public water supplies and sewage, carries on research in regard to school, mental and industrial hygiene, and, last but not least, educates the people in hygiene and sanitation by distributing tons of literature, holding exhibits, giving lectures, lending lantern slides, etc. During a recent outbreak of influenza, the Public Health Service distributed 6 million leaflets in regard to the disease. A new duty of the service is to operate hospitals for the physical restoration and re-education of discharged soldiers disabled in the World War. The service has established a sanitary reserve corps consisting of medical men and others who are available for active duty in time of national emergency. The Bureau of Education, which is under the Department of the Interior, is the national clearinghouse of information on educational subjects. This information is set forth in a large number of valuable publications, and the Bureau also maintains a corps of experts who travel about the country giving advice and conducting investigations in regard to various lines of education. One of the duties of this Bureau is to supervise the expenditure of the liberal funds provided by the government toward the support of agricultural and mechanical colleges, commonly known as the land-grant colleges. Another is to operate schools for the education of native children in Alaska and to look after the government reindeer industry in that territory. A comparatively recent undertaking is the promotion of home gardening under school direction in cities and towns throughout the country, and the organization of a school garden army, which has materially increased the national food supply. Another educational agency of the government is the Federal Board for Vocational Education, which was organized in the year 1917. This board directs a scheme of cooperation between the federal government and the states for the promotion of vocational education in the fields of agriculture, home economics, and the industrial arts. Congress has made liberal appropriations for this work, and these are to be increased annually until they amount to $7,367,000 a year. Each state is required to spend as much for vocational education as it receives from the national government for the same purpose. Before this plan was inaugurated, the training of young people at public expense for definite trades and industries had made little progress in the United States. Since the World War, the board has had charge of the training and education of discharged and disabled soldiers and sailors. This work is carried on in the various technical, trade, and commercial schools of the country, or other institutions offering special courses, and also directly in the trades and industries. It is not limited to manual training. The board has announced that all careers are opened to the disabled men. This educational work must not be confused with that carried on for discharged soldiers in the hospitals conducted by the Public Health Service, and for soldiers still in service in the Army hospitals. The Department of Agriculture. 2. It would take a good-sized library to tell adequately all the things the Department of Agriculture is doing for the people of the United States. A formal program issued each year sets forth in barest outlines the undertakings on which the department is engaged. Although only a few brief paragraphs are devoted to each project, one of these programs of work fills about 600 pages of fine print. The department is devoted to the twofold task of gathering and disseminating information, primarily for the benefit of farmers, but also directly or indirectly for that of every man, woman, and child in this country. It is also charged with the duty of administering various laws designed to safeguard the health and welfare of the people. Under this head come the inspection of food and drugs, meat inspection, protection of useful birds and animals, supervision of the national forests, and a host of other useful activities. Let us set down at random some of the astonishingly varied tasks with which the department has lately been occupied. Last year, nearly 60 million animals were slaughtered for food under the inspection of the Bureau of Animal Industry. The Biological Survey treated more than 13 million acres of land with poisoned grain to destroy rodent pests. The Bureau of Crop Estimates published monthly data obtained from an army of about 200,000 volunteer crop reporters. The Bureau of Public Roads administered the Federal Aid Road Act of July 11, 1916, under which the government is to cooperate with the states in road building by means of appropriations which began with $5 million for the year 1916 and will increase annually by $5 million to $25 million for the year 1921. The Bureau of Soils continued its work of mapping and classifying the soils, which work now extends over nearly 1 million square miles. The Weather Bureau established new observing stations in the West Indies to keep a lookout for hurricanes, and added the study of volcanic phenomena to its wide range of scientific undertakings. The Federal Horticultural Board conducted an immense campaign to rid the cotton-growing regions of the country of the pink bollworm. The department as a whole led a nationwide effort to provide means of feeding a hungry world. In a single year, the area planted with agricultural crops was increased by 22 million acres. In 1918, the planted area amounted to 289 million acres. During the same year, the country produced about 19.5 billion pounds of meat, an increase of about £4 billion since 1914. A branch of the department known as the States Relations Service is engaged in educational work on a vast scale. All over the country, its county agents are giving direct instruction and advice to the farmers. There are about 2,400 of these officials now in the field, besides 1,700 home demonstration agents who help the farmers' wives to solve their domestic problems. Farm work is made interesting and profitable to the rising generation by means of some 40 different kinds of clubs, such as pig clubs, corn clubs, canning clubs, and poultry clubs, in which are enrolled more than 2 million boys and girls. Lastly, the department is by far the largest publisher of agricultural information in the world. Last year, it issued over 2,500 documents of all kinds, in editions aggregating nearly 100 million copies. Included in this stupendous flood of literature were millions of copies of farmers' bulletins, distributed free of charge, and each devoted to some practical topic connected with rural life and industries. Promoting Commerce. 3. The Department of Commerce, the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Reserve Board, the Interstate Commerce Commission, the Bureau of Markets, the Shipping Board, and many other agencies of the federal government are engaged in promoting and regulating the commercial business of the country. The Bureau of Foreign and Domestic Commerce, a branch of the Department of Commerce, collects information about foreign markets for American goods from American consuls, commercial attachés stationed at the principal foreign capitals, and a corps of traveling special agents. The Bureau issues a daily newspaper called Commerce Reports, containing notes and articles of commercial interest from all parts of the world, and a list of foreign trade opportunities. Each of these opportunities for American business in some foreign country is set forth in a brief paragraph. The following are examples. 29267. Chemicals and equipment and supplies for electroplating work are required by a firm in Denmark. Correspondence may be in English. Reference. 29268. A company in India desires to purchase and secure an agency for the sale of steel and iron in bars, sheets, tubes, plates, etc., builders and engineers' hardware, caustic soda, and petroleum and lubricating oils. References. 29269. The purchase of plywood and veneers in all thicknesses and sizes is desired by a man in England. Terms: credit preferred, or will pay cash against documents. References. An American manufacturer or exporter who is interested in one of these notices can obtain the address of the foreign concern that desires goods, agencies, etc., by writing to the Bureau of Foreign and Domestic Commerce in Washington. The Bureau maintains district offices in several large American cities. At the New York office, which is in the Custom House, there is a permanent exhibit of samples showing the various kinds of foreign-made goods sold in the principal importing countries of the world. These exhibits, after being shown first in New York, are usually shown in the principal centers of the particular industry concerned. Special exhibits of samples are also held in connection with trade conventions. Apart from commerce reports, the Bureau publishes an immense amount of statistical information concerning the foreign commerce of the United States and foreign tariffs, and also extensive studies of foreign markets for particular lines of goods. The other bureaus of the Department of Commerce are the Bureau of Standards, which facilitates commerce by regulating weights and measures and by carrying on scientific research relating to all the manufacturing industries. the Bureau of the Census, which compiles elaborate statistics concerning trade and industry, as well as those relating to population; the Bureau of Fisheries, which has immensely stimulated trade in fishery products; and 4 bureaus which aid, protect, and regulate navigation: the Bureau of Lighthouses, the Coast and Geodetic Survey, the Steamboat Inspection Service, and the Bureau of Navigation. The Federal Trade Commission is charged with the duty of preventing various abuses in interstate business, especially in the nature of unlawful trusts and combinations. The Federal Reserve Board supervises the affairs of the 12 Federal Reserve Banks and indirectly exercises a certain amount of control over the banking system of the country. The Interstate Commerce Commission regulates interstate transportation, controls freight rates and passenger fares, and promotes the safety of travel by prescribing rules concerning equipment and methods of operation. The Bureau of Markets of the Department of Agriculture promotes business in all kinds of agricultural products and maintains a market news service. The Shipping Board, which was established in 1916, is engaged in the very important work of building up the American merchant marine. The Pan American Union, a potent factor in promoting our trade with the Latin American countries, is not a branch of the United States government, but an international organization in which all the American republics are represented. It has its permanent headquarters in Washington, and the Secretary of State of the United States is ex officio chairman of its governing board. The Department of Labor. 4. In his annual report for the year 1918, the Secretary of Labor declared that had the Department of Labor not existed in the beginning of the war, Congress would have been obliged to create such a department. During that year, mainly under the stress of war conditions, the number of bureaus in this department increased from 4 to 13, and immense efforts were put forth by it to promote the smooth running of industrial machinery at home, so that the military forces might successfully prosecute their great task abroad. In normal times, the chief purpose of the department is, as stated in the act creating it, to foster, promote, and develop the welfare of the wage earners of the United States, to improve their working conditions, and to advance their opportunities for profitable employment. To this end, the department collects, digests, and publishes statistics and information concerning labor at home and abroad, supervises the admission of immigrants into the country and their naturalization, and aids in the adjustment of disputes between workmen and their employers. One of the most interesting branches of this department is known as the Children's Bureau. The law provides that this bureau shall investigate and report upon all matters pertaining to the welfare of children and child life among all classes of our people, and shall especially investigate the questions of infant mortality, the birth rate, orphanage, juvenile courts, desertion, dangerous occupations, accidents and diseases of children, employment, and legislation affecting children in the several states and territories. The Children's Bureau has been especially identified with efforts to secure effective laws restricting child labor, and it furnished the machinery for administering the United States child labor law, which went into operation September 1, 1917, only to be set aside the following June, when it was pronounced unconstitutional by the United States Supreme Court. The court unanimously agreed, however, that child labor is an evil, and federal legislation on this important subject, not inconsistent with the Constitution, will doubtless be eventually enacted. A notable development of the war was the United States Employment Service. The Department of Labor had previously maintained an employment service in a small way under the Bureau of Immigration for the purpose of helping newly arrived immigrants to find work. During the war, this expanded into a vast organization for mobilizing the labor resources of the country. About 800 public employment exchanges were opened, and labor was moved from place to place as required, whether for war industries, for harvesting the crops, or for other purposes. During the year 1918, nearly 2 million wage earners were placed by this service in positions for which they were qualified and in which their services were needed. After the armistice, an important branch of the work consisted in finding positions for discharged soldiers. As a means of recruiting workers for the industries of the country and helping solve the problem of unemployment, this service is one of the most promising undertakings of the government, but its future depends upon further legislation by Congress. During the last year before the war began in Europe, the number of immigrants admitted to the United States was 1,218,480. The laws relating to the immigration of the Chinese exclusion laws are administered by a branch of the Department of Labor known as the Bureau of Immigration. Immigration stations are maintained at the principal seaports where physical, mental, and moral defectives, as well as persons likely to become public charges or afflicted with contagious diseases, polygamists, anarchists, contract laborers, and Chinese are eliminated. The most important immigration station is at Ellis Island in New York Harbor. The Bureau of Naturalization, besides supervising the work of the courts in naturalizing aliens, is in charge of an extensive campaign of educating and Americanizing prospective citizens. The Postal Service. 5. In the year 1790, there were 75 post offices in the United States. In 1918, there were 54,345. The number of pieces of mail handled in a year approximates 20 million. In order to operate this vast business enterprise, Uncle Sam requires the services of 300,000 people. The Post Office Department, constant in service day and night, probably has no rival among government institutions. In 1863, the free delivery of mail was undertaken in 600 cities, with 449 carriers. In 1918, there were 2,000 city delivery offices, with 35,000 carriers. The first rural free delivery routes, 3 in number, were established as an experiment in 1896. There are now considerably more than 1 million miles of such routes, employing over 40,000 carriers. Special delivery service was established in 1885. In an average year, the number of pieces of mail handled by special delivery approximates 50 million. In 1865, there were 419 money order offices, and the money orders issued amounted to $1,360,122. In 1918, only a very small percentage of post offices did not issue money orders, and the value of the orders amounted to $940,575,219. The postal savings system was begun in 1911. Within 6 years, there were upward of 6,000 post offices that received deposits, and the amount to the credit of depositors was nearly $150 million. The smallest deposit accepted is $1, but smaller amounts may be saved by purchasing a 10-cent savings card and affixing 10-cent savings stamps. Interest is allowed at the rate of 2%. The parcel post system dates from 1913. It has gradually been made more serviceable to the public by the removal of restrictions regarding the size, weight, packing, and nature of shipments, and by the increased use of motor vehicles. The department estimates that 3 billion parcels were handled in 1918. On May 15, 1918, The first regular airmail route was established in this country between Washington, Philadelphia, and New York. The flight between Washington and New York requires approximately 2 hours, as compared with 5 hours by the fastest railway trains. Other routes are in course of development. During the latter part of the World War, the Post Office Department operated the telegraph and telephone systems of the country. In the year 1918, the department inaugurated a system of motor truck parcel post routes, especially to facilitate the distribution of foodstuffs. The trucks are owned by the government, and many former Army trucks are now utilized in this service. A great variety of merchandise is hauled along these routes. All sorts of farm products are carried to the city markets, and the merchandise purchased in the city is distributed through the rural districts on the return trip. The trucks pick up parcels anywhere along their routes, not merely at post offices, but at farmhouses, and deliver in the same way. Produce from the country is delivered directly to the consignee in the city, house-to-house delivery being made whenever the houses are easily accessible to the regular routes of the trucks. While certain produce cannot be shipped through a post office under the postal regulations, all kinds of produce, including live poultry, are accepted by the trucks where the delivery can be made directly, without having to go through a post office. Besides these routes operated directly by the government, many of the so-called star routes, routes operated by contractors, are now equipped with motor vehicles. War pensions and something better. 6. Although the United States government has been conspicuously backward as compared with foreign governments in providing retirement allowances for its veteran civilian employees, it has generally made liberal provision for those who have served in the Army and the Navy, and especially for the veterans of the various wars in which the country has been engaged. In fact, in the payment of pensions to former soldiers and sailors and their families, not only as compensation for wounds or other disabilities occurred in the service, but also as a reward for brief participation in a war, this country has carried liberality to an extreme not approached by any other nation. The Revolutionary War cost the United States about $70 million in pensions, and every subsequent war, except the recent world struggle, has added to the pension roll, which reached its high water mark in the year 1905 with a total of 998,441 pensioners, while the annual payments rose to a maximum of $174,171,661 in 1913. The Pension Office is still one of the largest and busiest establishments of the government, although our latest war added practically nothing to its labors. Shortly after the World War began, and long before the United States became a participator, Congress established a new office under the Treasury Department known as the Bureau of War Risk Insurance, for the purpose of insuring American vessels and their cargoes against the risks of war. In June 1917, the government provided insurance for the officers and crew of such vessels. Finally, in October 1917, the Bureau of War Risk Insurance became the agency for a vast scheme of protection and compensation afforded to soldiers and sailors of the United States and their families, a substitute for the old plan of war pensions. Under the new plan, 3 forms of financial aid were rendered as follows. 1. Allotments and allowances. Every enlisted man was required to allot at least $15 a month from his pay to his wife and children and other dependents. To this amount, the government added family allowances up to a maximum of $50 a month. 2. Compensation for death or disability. This applies to officers and enlisted men alike and is the same for all ranks, but varies with the size of the soldier's or sailor's family. A bachelor without dependents gets $30 a month for total disability incurred in the war, while a married man with 3 or more children may receive as much as $75 a month. The disabled veteran is also entitled to free medical and hospital service, artificial limbs, etc. In case of death resulting from injury in the line of duty, the widow and family receive monthly allowances. 3. Government insurance. During the war, all persons in the military and naval services were granted the privilege of taking out insurance against death or total disability, whether due to war service or otherwise, up to the amount of $10,000 at a very low cost. This was entirely distinct from, and in addition to, the compensation provided as mentioned in the foregoing paragraph. The war insurance runs for a period of 5 years after the war, and may then be converted into any of the ordinary forms of insurance offered by commercial companies, without medical examination. Up to July 1, 1918, the government received 2,579,912 applications for insurance under this novel plan, representing $21,640,065,000 of insurance, an amount about equal to that carried by all the insurance companies of the United States. In some regiments, every man was insured for $10,000, the maximum amount allowed. The Bureau of War Risk Insurance occupies a magnificent new building in Washington and has about 15,000 employees. Besides making these liberal provisions for the relief of its disabled soldiers and sailors, the government has embarked upon elaborate measures for restoring them to health and efficiency. They are not only given the best medical and physical treatment known to science, but also taught various trades and occupations, suited to their condition and natural aptitudes. During the period of treatment and training, they receive an allowance for the support of themselves and their families. The Army and Navy, the Public Health Service, the Federal Board for Vocational Education, and the Bureau of War Risk Insurance all take part in this paternal enterprise. Uncle Sam and what he does for his relatives. On an April day in 1865, a poor old colored woman was walking through the streets of Richmond, wringing her hands and moaning, "Oh, Sam's dead! Sam's dead!" "What's Sam's dead, Auntie?" asked a passer-by. "Oh, Lord, Uncle Sam!" It was the death of Abraham Lincoln for which that faithful heart was grieving. He was her Uncle Sam, the representative in human form of America, particularly of the government at Washington, that midpoint of strong and protection of the weak. Yet, after all, she missed the great idea that whoever dies and whoever lives, Uncle Sam is eternal, for Uncle Sam is the American people governing itself. He is the emblem of the force and courage and resolution of the United States of America. The birth of Uncle Sam. Among the names by which American heroes and popular figures have been called, how did Uncle Sam come to be adopted as the national denominator, as well as why Americans were called Yankees long before the Revolution, or why Yanks has been the name applied by Allied soldiers to the forces of the United States in the European battlefields, and has been accepted by regiments from North and South alike. As well, try to run down the first use of Brother Jonathan, in much the same sense as that in which we now employ Uncle Sam. Learned men and some of the unlearned have delved deep to find the origin of the term Uncle Sam and the significance of his out-of-style clothes. One school of these explorers has presumed to trace Uncle Sam back to an obscure Samuel Wilson, who during the War of 1812 was engaged in a government contract for beef and pork to feed the United States Army. Nobody mentioned this yarn until 30 years later, when Jack Frost, in his Book of the Navy, gave it currency, without stating where he found what he himself calls a silly joke. Frost asserts that from casks marked U.S. by Samuel Wilson, the idea was taken by the soldiers, and that gradually it spread through the army and the nation. The only facts that can be ascertained on this subject are that in 1813 there was a firm of meat packers at Troy, in which Samuel Wilson was a partner. Then that on September 7th, 1813, the Troy Post printed an article containing the expression, "Loss upon loss and no ill luck, except what lights upon Uncle Sam's shoulders." A note in the newspaper goes on to say, "This cant name for our government has got almost as current as John Bull. The letters U.S. on the government wagons, etc., are supposed to have given rise to it." A month later, another paper commented on the number of deserters in the army, adding, "The pretense is that Uncle Sam, a now popular explication of the U.S., does not pay well." 3 or 4 years later, other newspapers, who appear to have no knowledge of Samuel Wilson, made the far more probable explanation that the term Uncle Sam was simply taken from the letters U.S. on soldiers' caps and knapsacks. Even the Indians accepted the new term, and when President Madison was at the Northern Front, asked the privilege to shake hands with Uncle Sam. Note: we have the word of one searcher that as early as 1807 a regiment of light dragoons was raised, whose initials USLD on wagons and accoutrement were waggishly interpreted to mean Uncle Sam's lazy dogs. End of note. Uncle Sam's clothes, like the Quaker dress, were not invented to be humorous, but as the fashionable costume of the period, when Quakers and Uncle Sam's began to appear. Trousers with straps under the insteps were still worn down to 50 years ago. In the days when the striped cotton trousers of the French soldiers began to drive out the old-fashioned knee breeches, Uncle Sam came by his lower protection naturally. The broad-brimmed beaver hat, till very recently, could be seen on the heads of wealthy Quaker bankers in Philadelphia. The star-spangled coats and correctly flag-striped trousers are, of course, the inventions of later patriotic times. What does Uncle Sam do for his nephews and nieces? The great thing about Uncle Sam is his dignity, activity, keenness, endless good nature, and love of his countrymen. His cousin, John Bull, is the beefy, sturdy, pragmatic, land-owning squire of the British counties, brave enough, resolute enough, but a defender of his country rather than its most intimate friend. Uncle Sam and the popular interest in his thousands of portraits are standing proofs of the common sense and good temper of the American people. We like in Uncle Sam what we like in our personal Uncle Ezra or Uncle Peyton, his genuine, affectionate, thoughtful, and protecting affection for us. The 3 men in American history who have most nearly corresponded to Uncle Sam in their own personal relations with their fellow man were Andrew Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt. Jackson was testy and sharp-tempered, but he could be very genial and gallant when he chose. Lincoln was the Uncle Abe of the nation, in person, in speech, in action, and above all in his great affectionate heart. He was what we like to think Uncle Sam is. Theodore Roosevelt was not so much uncle as brother. There is only one TR in our history. Exhibit of United States Bureau of Foreign and Domestic Commerce. In the popular thought, Uncle Sam is ourselves at our best, or rather he is ourselves gathered up into one body, one agency, one force. Uncle Sam stamps his initials on the public buildings, the camps, the stores, the guns, the ships, the uniforms, the army wagons, and the army mules. Uncle Sam carries the mails, prints the greenbacks, sends the seeds, digs the canals, lays the taxes, enlists the soldiers, fights the war, and makes the peace. Uncle Sam is the national Santa Claus, the trimmer of America's Christmas tree, the free mail order establishment, the ready subscriber to all good causes. In a way, Uncle Sam means the government of the United States. More accurately, he stands for the human side of the government, interested in the people, eager that they should be happy, warding off dangers immediate and far away. Uncle Sam rocked the cradle of the Republic and watches over it with pride, just as the wealthy and generous uncle in ordinary family life looks after a high-spirited, bouncing niece. To come down to more precise and commonplace terms, what does the great government of the United States, centered in Washington, do for the people of the United States? The moment we attempt to make a list of his benefits, we discover that they outrun the capacity of any human comparison. The United States government is more like a telephone exchange, with direct wires to every hamlet and household. It is like a vast school with many classrooms, in which are taught various branches of the same subject, namely, how to make the United States citizen happier, better, and more prosperous. Out of the many radiations from this central influence, let us select a few of those in which the benevolent side of our government is more clearly presented. For instance, let us see what the government does for such matters as education, labor, agriculture, commerce, and the carrying of intelligence for the defense of the community, and protection of free institutions here and elsewhere in the world. Uncle Sam's schools. For many years, Uncle Sam left to the people at large the task of educating young people. Except the future officers of the United States Army, and much later of the Navy, these schools have been kept up, enlarged, and provided with magnificent buildings, and they trained nearly all the officers in high command during the war in both Army and Navy. In the course of the war, the number of cadets was much increased, but it was found necessary hastily to set up special officers' schools and training corps in various parts of the country. The United States also takes part in the public education of the states in a variety of ways. It is given to the states for common schools about 80 million acres of land, and for agricultural colleges and similar purposes about 15 million more. Ever since 1887, it has made also money grants to state agricultural colleges for experiment stations, and by the recent Smith-Hughes Act is preparing to spend millions for vocational instruction, including farming. The states are obliged to put up an equal amount for the same purpose. Other bills look forward to a larger expenditure which would aid the states to get rid of the deplorable illiteracy found in some of them. Uncle Sam maintains schools in the dependencies, the Philippines, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, etc., and the Bureau of Education in Washington is a kind of center and clearinghouse of information and activity in education of every kind. Uncle Sam as an employer of labor. By far the largest employer of labor within the United States is Uncle Sam himself, who had, about the time when America entered the war in 1917, 520,000 employees in the civil service, besides near 150,000 soldiers and sailors. Besides thus furnishing a livelihood to one person in 150 of the whole population of the United States, the government carries on a Bureau of Labor, which gets together all kinds of information about labor conditions in this country and in other countries. In 1916, the government passed a special statute for settling the troubles between the railroad men and the railroads, commonly called the Adamson Bill, under which a strike was averted and wages were raised. During the war, a National War Labor Board was set up to adjust troubles between employers and their hands working in munitions factories and other war industries, and many serious difficulties were settled by this official arbitration board. Thousands of workmen and workwomen of every degree of skill were drawn into the war service of the government, as clerks, as workers in factories, and in many other capacities. Up to the time of the war, the government was much opposed to allowing its employees to join in trades unions. But when in 1917 the railroads and later the telegraph and telephone operatives were transferred to government control, they carried with them their existing unions and even formed some new ones. Uncle Sam, therefore, takes a large responsibility for labor conditions, both inside and outside of the government service. Uncle Sam as a farmer. Although farming was the main pursuit of the American people when Uncle Sam first appeared on the scene, and although 33% of the workers in the country are today busy on farms, it was many years before the government of the United States aided the agriculturalist. It began with printed reports, which oddly enough were issued by the Patent Office, on improved breeds of farm animals, with attractive colored lithographs. The immense Morrill Land Grant of 1862 was intended chiefly for agricultural education, and the students and graduates of the resulting colleges have done much to spread a knowledge of scientific farming, such as the adaptation of crops to soil, improvements of seeds and grains, the development of high-grade cattle and other farm animals, and the protection of fruit and other crops from insect pests. In 1889 was established a Department of Agriculture, with a secretary sitting in the cabinet, and in the 30 years that have followed, the department has wonderfully expanded its usefulness. For instance, it has discovered the cause of the Texas cattle fever, which turned out to be a tick, and has very nearly put an end to that dangerous and destructive pest. It has found a serum to prevent hog cholera. It has established a system for checking the ravages of tuberculosis in cattle. Its Bureau of Plant Industry brings in new seeds and fruits from all over the world, including such valuable varieties as the Durum wheat from Russia, Siberian millet, and Egyptian dates. Closely allied with the work of the Department of Agriculture is the Irrigation Service, which is reclaiming millions of acres of land otherwise useless by furnishing it with unfailing water. The national forests are under the direction of the Department of Agriculture, which employs about 2,000 rangers and fire lookouts. The Biological Survey has successfully found methods for destroying the rats, chipmunks, mice, and ground squirrels, which cause losses of many millions to the farmers. Millions of copies of printed circulars and pamphlets of various phases of farming are printed. No agency of the government reaches so great a number of the active workers and producers of the land. Uncle Sam in trade. Besides their agriculture, our forefathers always pushed shipping and trade. They were keen on the Indian fur trade and produced salt meats, grain naval stores, pitch, tar, and turpentine, potash and pearl ashes, timber, and other things, and sold them to European countries. In return, they imported calicoes and osnabrigs, which were a kind of linen, paduasoy, which was an Italian silk, hardware, guns, tools, china, and the rich clothes, velvets, and satins which colonial gentlemen delighted to wear. When the United States came into being as a government, it paid very little attention to commerce, leaving the merchants free to develop their trade with all parts of the world. It is only in recent years that Uncle Sam has realized how he can help the merchant, the shipper, and the vessel owner. Not until 1903 was there an office at Washington charged with the duty to promote foreign and domestic commerce. Not until 1913 was there a distinct Department of Commerce, within which were grouped some of the most important services rendered by the nation to its people. For example, commerce includes such varied services as lighthouses, steamboat inspection, fisheries, navigation, and the Coast Survey. In addition, the Department of Commerce comes very near to the complicated organization of the business of the country through its Bureau of Corporations, Bureau of Standards of Weights and Measures, and Bureau of Foreign and Domestic Commerce, as well as the Census Bureau, which collects a variety of statistics. During the war, Uncle Sam stretched out his long arm still farther into the trade and business of the country, and appointed a director of railroads to take control of most of the railroad lines in the land. It was that board which made possible the conveyance of the enormous quantities of stores and munitions which supplied our armies in France. Going still further, Uncle Sam took up the ship's carpenter's axe, the caulker's mallet, and the riveter's electric machine. All the shipyards in the country were brought under the control and direction of the government. The post office has been Uncle Sam's peculiar interest ever since the federal government was founded, and he pushes that business even farther and farther. The letter, the newspaper, the book, and the package are sent flying from one of the long arms of Uncle Sam to another, till the business has come to total over $300 million a year. The registry service, special delivery system, and especially the parcel post bring new conveniences and new proofs of our uncle's desire to be useful. In the course of the war, the whole system of telegraphs also was taken over. Many lines of business, especially the newspaper and periodical publishers, the mail order houses, and the advertisers, are dependent upon this field of government operation. Uncle Sam as a watchman. Most of all, in times of danger and distress, do we turn eagerly to that multiple of ourselves which we call Uncle Sam. In the most peaceful days, the sailor in blue or the soldier in khaki stood behind the courts and the laws and the policemen. When rioters and anarchists raised their heads, they knew that Uncle Sam was drawn up around the corner and would stop them whenever they passed from noisy words to desperate deeds. U.S. is the trench line which protects this country from invasion. U.S. builds the forts, works out plans of harbor defense, keeps powerful ships in commission, and raises, clothes, equips, feeds, and pays the armies which are the clenched fist of the nation. Other governments, state, municipal, and local, offer many benefits, but Uncle Sam is the only American known to foreign nations as the creator of armies and the fighter of battles. The mystic two letters, U.S., which are the emblems within the United States of peace and protection, become known in the World War far across the seas in many lands. Disturbed and broken nations welcome occupation by United States troops, because they have learned that Uncle Sam is both strong and merciful, that he hits his enemies hard, but he raises up and saves the non-combatant, the neutral and the vanquished. Never has the reputation of the United States of America stood so high as a stalwart, resolute, and unflinching power which puts out its wealth like water and enlists its manpower by millions when war must be fought. Never has the Uncle Sam conception of the great North American Federation been so clear and so welcome in the minds of other peoples. What can any nation ask that is better and higher than to be hailed as the defender of civilization against the most furious blows, and at the same time as the friend, ally, and protector of men of goodwill wherever found throughout the world? U.S. to hammer the Hun, Uncle Sam to succor the Belgians and French, to aid the Armenian and the Greek as the friend of mankind. Rivers, harbors, and parks. In addition to the vast work of reclaiming desert lands, protecting forests, and improving rivers, harbors, and canals, Uncle Sam has spent millions of dollars in opening up to the people great natural wonder realms of the country and putting them in order for outdoor pleasure grounds. 4 national parks, the Yellowstone, the Yosemite, Glacier National Park, and Rainier National Park, have already been treated in individual numbers of The Mentor. The future issues will be devoted to others of these magnificent public domains. The Grand Canyon, to which a Mentor number has also been given, is not one of the national parks, but is a reserve set apart for all time by the government. Most of the national parks are situated in the western part of the continent. Through the beneficence and wisdom of Uncle Sam, there have been preserved for the American people the prehistoric dwellings of extinct races in Arizona and Colorado. Rocky Mountain Park, Colorado, Crater National Park, Southern Oregon, attract thousands of visitors annually. Every summer, innumerable groups of nature lovers camp and tramp in the government forest parks of California. In all, there are now 1919, 16 national parks in the United States and Alaska, with a total area of nearly 10,000 square miles. In 1916, a national park was also created in the territory of Hawaii, with an area of 75,295 acres. Use your government. To many of us, perhaps, Uncle Sam's government may appear to consist of a vast number of men, using up time and money in doing a great many things, in which we see no useful purpose whatever. Other men in the legislative department appear to be discussing at great length the framing of new laws, good, bad, or indifferent, and we criticize them accordingly. The thought that we can capitalize our citizenship in a most valuable material way, and that we can make direct personal use of the government, whatever our calling in life may be, few of us have ever realized. We have pointed out some of the ways in which Uncle Sam helps his relatives. Whatever your chosen work may be, whatever your interest may be, turn to Uncle Sam and learn how valuable a friend and support he can be. End of section 6.
Chapter 7 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 7. Photography by Paul L. Anderson. The Mentor 1918.08.01, number 160. Photography, August 1st, 1918, serial number 160, by Paul L. Anderson, Department of Fine Arts. Photography. A daguerreotype 1. Louis-Jacques Mondeguer, born 1789, died 1851, was a great French scene painter who experimented for many years trying to find some way of rendering permanent the image projected by a lens. J. Nicephore Niepce was engaged in the same research, and from 1829 until the death of Niepce in 1833, the two worked together. But it was not until some years after the latter date that Daguerre discovered the process that bears his name. This process may be briefly described as follows. A highly polished and perfectly clean silver plate is rendered sensitive to light by the formation of a deposit of silver iodide on the surface, this being accomplished by exposing the plate, of course in the dark, for some minutes to the vapor of iodine. When the plate has assumed a uniform golden brown color, it is placed in the camera and the exposure is made, the light projected by the lens causing a chemical change to take place in the silver iodide. The image thus obtained is very weak, and in order to strengthen it, the plate is exposed for some minutes to the vapor of mercury. It is subsequently fixed or rendered permanent by bathing with a solution of sodium thiosulfate, ordinarily known to photographers as hypo. This dissolves the silver compounds that were not affected by light. In some cases, the picture is still further strengthened by treating it with chloride of gold. This not only increases the vigor of the image, but at the same time improves its stability, so that it is less likely to fade as the result of atmospheric action or exposure to light. The effect of the chloride of gold is literally to gold plate the image. As the surface of the completed daguerreotype is very sensitive to any mechanical action, it must be protected by glass. A mere touch of the finger leaves an irremediable scratch. The daguerreotype was at one time very popular for portraiture, but the process has certain drawbacks that have caused it to be superseded by improved methods. Among these drawbacks are the following. The exposures required are rather long. It is impossible to make duplicates. A separate exposure must be made for each picture. The picture must be held at a certain angle to make it visible, and the process is rather expensive and laborious to work. Nevertheless, exquisite effects may be obtained in daguerreotype. The writer has seen pictures of this kind, which, for sheer beauty, yield to none of the modern printing mediums. The decadence of the daguerreotype is to be regretted for at least one reason. The man who elected to work in that medium was necessarily at least a craftsman, whereas at the present time many photographers are neither artists nor craftsmen, but merely mechanics of only fair skill. Photography has been brought to such a state of perfection that good technical results may be obtained by persons that work by rote and know absolutely nothing of the principles underlying the craft. This lack of training and enthusiasm for the work must evidently be reflected in the results obtained. There are few forms of portraiture art that equal in beauty choice early examples of daguerreotype photography. They have the exquisite delicacy, softness, and individual charm of the best miniature portraits. Good old daguerreotypes are treasured possessions in the homes of many families, and rightly so, for they combine a fine quality of art with a gentle personal appeal. Portraits by D. O. Hill, 2. David Octavius Hill, born 1802, died 1870, was a Scotch painter who conceived the idea of producing a great historical picture representing the disruption of the Church of Scotland. This work involved painting some 400 or 500 portraits, and Hill, despairing of obtaining satisfactory sittings from so many persons, turned to the newly discovered art of photography to furnish the portraits he needed, with the idea of using the photographs as a guide in painting. Hill used the calotype process, invented by Fox Talbot, which rendered a piece of paper sensitive to light by coating it with iodide of silver. When it was exposed in the camera and developed, a negative resulted, and positive prints were made from this negative in the same medium. Hill became so much interested in photography that he worked with it for several years, to the neglect of his painting. During those years he produced photographic portraits which have certainly never been surpassed, and which some people think have never been equalled. The exposures necessary were very long, 4 or 5 minutes in bright sunlight. This fact lends a great deal of beauty to the results, for there is no doubt that full sunlight gives effects that cannot be obtained in any other way, and these may be of surpassing beauty, provided the photographer is skillful enough to manage his apparatus and pose the sitter properly. It is regrettable that so many photographers of the present day shun outdoor portraiture, for there is unquestionably a great opportunity in that class of work. The claim of some photographers that outdoor light is not satisfactory for portraiture is refuted by Hill's results. Hill was not a great painter. His works in that medium are well nigh forgotten, but he was unquestionably a man of great sensitiveness, who possessed the quality of psychic insight so necessary to a portrait worker. It is the estimate of an authority that, though he could never be compared with the great masters of portraiture, Rembrandt and Velasquez, nevertheless his works are entitled to a place in the second rank. Hill was especially fortunate in his sitters, for the men and women that he photographed were persons whom it would be difficult to render commonplace in appearance, among them being Christopher North, Professor John Wilson, J.G. Lockhart, Lady Ruthven, Robert Haldane, William Henning, Mrs. Anna Brownell Jameson, and others of equal note in Great Britain. The paper negatives made by Hill are carefully preserved. The writer is fortunate in the possession of prints from 2 of these negatives. The reproduction shown herewith, a gum platinum plate made and given to him by Alvin Langdon Coburn, is from one of them. Much of the beauty of this example of Hill's work is due to modern printing methods, but the quality in this negative, brought out in the print, proves undeniably that Hill merits recognition as a master of portraiture. Astronomical photography 3. Photography has made possible many discoveries of tremendous importance in the realm of astronomy by revealing the existence of stars too faint, because of their small size or great distance, to be seen by the eye. This is one of the most conspicuous ways in which the sensitive plate has been an aid to the scientist. A device for carrying a photographic plate is attached to a telescope, and the plate exposed to the image projected by the telescope for a prolonged period. This may, in fact, amount to several hours. Exposures are sometimes partly completed one night and finished the next, a comparatively small area of the heavens being chosen for investigation at one time. On development of the plate, the stars are counted and compared with existing charts of the area in question. Of course, this method requires that the telescope move with the same angular velocity as that of the earth's rotation, so that the image of each star may remain in precisely the same position on the plate during the entire time of exposure. Otherwise, the star would be represented as a trail of light, the slightest variation in the speed of rotation being sufficient to cause blurring of the image. It is apparent that the clockwork employed for driving the telescope must be a marvel of accuracy. The power which this method possesses of revealing hitherto undiscovered stars depends on a curious fact. If an observer looks into the eyepiece of a telescope, he can discern only those heavenly bodies that send to the earth a certain minimum of light. But when a photographic plate is exposed for long periods, there is a cumulative effect of light on the sensitive emulsion. That is, the long continued impact of the light rays causes, little by little, a gradual change in the constitution of the sensitive silver salt. The action thus piles up, so to speak, and records light that is far below the visible minimum. The photographic plate has not only aided discoveries in the vast realms of interstellar space, but has also revealed to us things so exceedingly minute that no other method of observation could bring them within the range of our perceptions. By Paul L. Anderson, Portrait by the Bromoil Process. Photography, a Bromoil Print, 4. In the bromoil process, the first step is to make a bromide enlargement. The negative from which a print is to be made is placed in an apparatus resembling the familiar stereopticon, and an enlarged image is projected on a piece of bromide paper, or paper that has been coated with an emulsion similar to that used for plates. After the paper has been exposed to the image, it is developed, fixed, and washed, the result being a large positive print of the original small negative. Often this print is allowed to remain as it is, and it is then known as a bromide enlargement, or simply an enlargement. Sometimes the worker converts it into a bromoil. The image in an enlargement consists of metallic silver in a film of gelatine, the gradations of the picture resulting from the varying thicknesses of the silver image. The first step towards changing this to a bromoil is to treat it with certain chemicals that bleach out the silver image and at the same time harden the gelatine in proportion to the amount of silver present. The bleached print is then soaked in warm water, and the highlights of the picture, where the gelatine is least hardened, absorb the water freely, the halftones less so, and the shadows least of all. An oily ink, then dabbed on the print with a brush, adheres freely in the shadows, less freely in the halftones, and least of all in the lights, being repelled by the water in the film. The final result is a print in which the image is formed by varying thickness of ink, which of course may be of any color. The advantages of bromoil over bromide are numerous. In the first place, a bromide print cannot be regarded as absolutely permanent, but a bromoil may be. Next, the color of a bromide print is limited to black and varying shades of brown, unless chemical toning is resorted to, which still further reduces the stability of the image. But a bromoil may be of almost any color, and indeed of different colors in different portions of the picture. The greatest advantage of the bromoil process, however, lies in the fact that as much or as little ink as may be desired can be put on any given area. By varying the consistency of the ink, it can be made to adhere more or less freely. By modifying the brush action, it can be placed on the print or omitted from it, and can, even at times, be removed after being deposited on the paper. It will be seen that the artist has complete control over the gradations, and to some extent also over the outlines of the picture. He can therefore make the process respond to his desire for artistic expression to an extent not possible with any other photographic printing medium, even the superficial texture of the image being largely under the worker's control. A variant of bromoil is the oil process, though it would be more correct to put it the other way about, the latter process being the older of the two. A sheet of paper is coated with gelatine alone, this being rendered sensitive to light by means of certain chemicals, and then printed under a negative. The effect is to render the gelatine hard in proportion to the amount of light action, that is, hardest in the shadows, less so in the halftones, and least of all in the lights. The print is then washed to remove the excess of sensitizer and soaked in warm water. The subsequent operations are the same as in bromoil. Oil is superior to bromoil in being slightly easier to manipulate and in not requiring a dark room, but it is inferior in that it demands either daylight or a powerful artificial light for printing. Furthermore, a negative the size of the finished print is necessary, whereas with bromoil, large prints can be made from small negatives. Oil and bromoil have the drawback of not being very rapid to work. 3 or 4 11 by 14 bromoils, representing a good day's work for a careful manipulator, but they are by far the most satisfactory of all photographic printing mediums when the desire is for artistic expression. Pictorial photography 5. The accompanying photograph, entitled The Lake, Winter, illustrates admirably the use of the soft focus lens. It is also of interest as showing the advantages sometimes to be gained from the intentional use of defects. The normal human eye is unsurpassed for the purpose for which it is designed. It is difficult to imagine an organ more perfect in this respect. The eye automatically and almost instantaneously adjusts itself for near or distant objects and for varying intensities of light, and has, moreover, a field of view of nearly 180 degrees, almost a complete half circle. Nevertheless, it has 2 defects that tend to impair the accuracy of vision, namely, chromatic and spherical aberration. Chromatic aberration is the inability to focus simultaneously on 2 or more of the primary colors. It is this defect in the eye that causes red letters to seem to stand out from a blue or green background, a trick sometimes used in poster work. Spherical aberration is the inability to bring to a focus the rays of light that pass through the lens near the margins at the same time as those that pass through near the center. For these reasons, and in lesser degree some others, the eye cannot see sharp lines, and a lens that gives sharp definition to the edges of objects produces results that are aesthetically unpleasing because foreign to our experience. The soft focus lens, of which there are numerous makes, is so designed that it possesses the errors that are normal to the eye, and therefore, if the characteristic softness of definition is not overdone by a too enthusiastic worker, gives results having an agreeable vagueness of outline. At one time, the qualities of this type of lens were overworked, the results being so excessively diffused that, as one writer said of a print, it was impossible to tell whether it was a portrait of a lady or a waterspout in the Gulf Stream. But for some years past the pendulum has been swinging the other way, and photographers in general, it must be understood that this refers only to artistic workers, not scientists, are now using the unconnected lens so as to secure as nearly as possible the quality characteristic of the normal eye, with, perhaps, a slight exaggeration for the sake of suggestion and as a stimulus to the imagination. Motion picture photography 6. A phase of photography that has a very broad scope is motion picture work, the mechanics of which depend on this fact. If an object is looked at for a time and is suddenly removed from before the eye continues to see it for an appreciable time after its removal. This phenomenon is called persistence of vision. A motion picture camera is so arranged that a long strip of film can be drawn past the lens in a series of jerks, the shutter being opened to permit the image projected by the lens to fall on the film during the period that the latter is at rest. The film is drawn on to the next position while the shutter is closed. Naturally, an object moving before the lens will move slightly during the interval between exposures, so the film, when developed, shows a consecutive series of photographs of the object in slightly different positions. A positive print is made from this series of negatives on a similar strip of film. This is projected by means of an apparatus something like the familiar magic lantern or stereopticon, but so arranged that this film may be drawn along in jerks. Each photograph is shown for a fraction of a second, and is replaced, during the time that the shutter is closed, by one showing a slightly later phase of the motion. Because of the persistence of vision, the eye blends these successive photographs into one apparently continuous motion. It will be seen that the term moving pictures is really a misnomer, since the pictures on the screen do not move, but remain perfectly stationary during the time that they are seen. By taking the pictures rapidly and projecting them slowly, the apparent motion may be slowed down, so that a rifle bullet may take 3 or 4 minutes to travel across a screen space of as many feet. By taking them at wide intervals and projecting rapidly, the motion may be speeded up, and a plant may seem to grow from a seedling to maturity in a few minutes. The ordinary taking and projecting speed is 16 pictures per second, experiment having shown that this is the least number that the eye will blend satisfactorily. Since each picture is 1 inch wide by 3/4 of an inch high in the film, it is evident that each second of time represents 1 foot of film. The writer has seen a rather elaborately staged photoplay that required 1 hour and 40 minutes for projection. A simple calculation shows that this involved 6,000 feet of positive film, a little over a mile. The length of the negative film was undoubtedly more, on account of retakes, cuts, and so on. An expenditure of $500 or $600 for film, however, is but a small item in the cost of producing an elaborate photoplay, for the actors receive large salaries, though not so large as the press agents would have us believe, and the cost of scenery is great. The production of photoplays is nevertheless a profitable industry, as may be understood from the fact that the average daily attendance in this country is estimated at about 12 million. Assuming that each spectator pays only 10 cents, this represents an intake of $1,200,000 daily, and, as is well known, the prices of admission in many theaters range from 25 cents up to $1 and more. The artistic possibilities of the motion picture play are obviously limited. It can never hope to rise to the emotional heights of the legitimate drama, but they are none the less considerable. It is to be regretted that the motion picture industry is at present so much in the hands of producers who pander to the coarser instincts of the public through sensationalism and slapstick farce, who are often indifferent to detail. The writer has seen a cowpuncher represented as wearing his 6-shooter butt foremost, who treat the author's work according to their own ideas. A well-known author remarked, on seeing the screen version of one of her books, "If I hadn't been fairly familiar with the story, I wouldn't have known what it was all about." In general, firms seem to be more concerned with getting the public's money than with producing really artistic results. The writer once saw a photoplay version of a fairly well-known book, in which the producer had changed an elderly, gray-haired, quiet, experienced cattleman into a cheap imitation of a Bret Hart gambler of 30 years of age, the purpose of this metamorphosis being to transform a noble and self-sacrificing affection into a piece of gaudy sensationalism. Such tactics cannot fail to displease thinking people, but there are, fortunately, producers to whom these remarks do not apply, really conscientious men of high ideals, and signs are not wanting of an improvement in this regard. The motion picture, in worthy hands, can be made an educational medium of great value, not only in the dramatic art, but in many other ways. Films frequently show scenes of historical interest, life in foreign lands, industries. Scientific subjects are treated, such as the peristaltic movements of the intestines and the action of the heart, photographed by means of the X-ray. Also the life cycle of microorganisms, the microscope being used in this case, and many other activities of life. Among the most interesting of these films are those produced by the Williamson brothers, showing sea life, though mechanical difficulties have so far prevented the photographing of the most interesting phase of marine life, that of the extreme depths. The Story of Photography by Paul L. Anderson. Numerous investigators, Daguerre, Niepce, Fox Talbot, and others, have been credited with the discovery of photography, but the fact seems to be that these and many more merely contributed, each in his turn, some portion of the total that goes to make up the art as it now stands. Photography means literally light writing, the name being derived from two Greek words, phos, light, and graphein, to write. The practice of photography depends primarily on the fact that certain chemical compounds are changed into other compounds by the action of light. Another fact is closely allied with this, namely, that a suitably constructed lens of glass or other transparent material, or a fine needle hole used instead of a lens, will project the image of objects placed in front of it. A camera, then, consists of a light, tight box, having at one end an arrangement for holding a lens or a card with a needle hole in it, and at the other end a device for holding some light-sensitive chemical to receive the image projected by the lens. In modern practice, this light-sensitive chemical is almost always bromide of silver, or a mixture of the bromide with other silver compounds, these chemicals being held in an emulsion of gelatine. When the gelatine emulsion is coated in a thin film on a sheet of glass, the result is known as a dry plate, or simply a plate. When it is coated on a strip of celluloid wound on rollers so that successive portions may be exposed to light, it is called a roll film, and when it is coated on separate sheets of celluloid arranged like a pad to be exposed successively, it is called a film pack. A similar emulsion coated on paper gives bromide or gaslight paper, which, as will be seen later, is used for making prints. At one time wet collodion plates were generally used, a sheet of glass being coated with collodion and sensitized by bathing it with iodide of silver. The exposure was made before the plate dried, but these plates were inconvenient to handle, and have been almost entirely superseded by the gelatine dry plate. The prepared plate, of whatever type it may be, is placed in the camera and exposed for a longer or shorter time, depending on circumstances, to the light projected by the lens, but no image is visible after exposure, unless, indeed, the exposure has been tremendously excessive, and the plate must be developed. There are about 50 different reducing agents on the market, Most of them are derived from coal tar, though some are made from nut galls, lichens, and other substances. The developer consists of a solution in water of one or more of these reducing agents, with other chemicals to control the action, the exposed plate being bathed in this solution, either in the dark or in a light to which the plate is not sensitive. Wherever light has acted on the silver salts, the developer causes metallic silver to be deposited in proportion to the amount of light action, so that on holding the developed plate up to the light, a dense deposit is seen in those parts representing the brightest portions of the subject, while the shadows of the original are represented by thin areas, and the half-tones by deposits of intermediate density. For this reason the developed plate is called a negative. The plate is then bathed in a solution of sodium thiosulfate, generally called hypo, which dissolves the unaffected silver salt, but does not affect the metallic silver, or at least does so only very slowly. Next, the plate is washed in water to remove all unnecessary chemicals, and is dried. The ordinary plate is sensitive only to ultraviolet, invisible, and violet light, so it cannot render truthfully any subject having color. But by the addition of certain aniline dyes to the emulsion, it may be rendered sensitive to green, in addition to violet and ultraviolet. It is then described as orthochromatic, Wright colored, or isochromatic, equally colored. Still, other dyes extend the sensitiveness to include not only ultraviolet, but also the entire visible spectrum. Such a plate is called panchromatic, all-colored. Printing the photograph. The finished negative, when dry, must of course be printed, and there are many printing mediums available. The carbon process gives an image in lamp black, or some earth pigment, bound up in a film of gelatine. The gum pigment process gives an image similar to that of carbon, the binder in this case being gum arabic. The platinum process gives an image of black metallic platinum direct on the paper support. Other processes give different effects, one of the most valuable to the pictorial worker being gum platinum, in which a completed platinum print is coated with a gum pigment film and printed under the negative a second time, the final result being a gum pigment image superimposed on the platinum image. Of all printing mediums, the one that has the most intrinsic beauty, and is at the same time most capable of rendering satisfactorily the gradations of the negative, is probably platinum, so this is most used by pictorial workers. But since it is expensive and requires daylight or strong artificial light for printing, nearly all commercial workers prefer the somewhat less beautiful and less permanent, but more convenient, gaslight paper, so called because it can be manipulated entirely by gaslight, neither daylight nor a dark room being required. This medium consists of paper that has been coated with an emulsion somewhat similar to that used for plates, but requiring much longer exposure. The negative is placed in an appliance that holds it in close contact with the paper, then a sheet of paper is put in, and an exposure of a few seconds is given. Obviously, the paper receives most light under the thin parts of the negative, and less under the denser portions, so that when the print is developed, fixed, washed, and dried, the resulting picture is light where the original subject was light, dark where that was dark, and show intermediate gradations where these existed in the original. For purposes of reproduction, two processes depending on photography have almost entirely superseded the older methods of etching and wood engraving. These photomechanical processes, as they are called, are far more rapid and much cheaper, and are, in addition, more accurate. In photogravure, the photographic image, copied by photographing the original, is transferred to a copper plate, and the plate is automatically etched in an acid bath to varying depths, depending on the depth of shadow in the original. This plate is then inked all over, the ink being worked into the depressions in the copper, and the surface ink wiped off. A sheet of paper is brought into contact with the plate under heavy pressure, and after being forced into the hollows of the copper and taking up the ink from them, a print results. In the less beautiful but cheaper and more rapid half-tone process, the copy is made through a cross-ruled glass screen, the image being thus broken up into a series of dots. The image so obtained is transferred to a zinc plate, which is etched in an acid bath or with an acid spray. The dots serve to protect the zinc from the action of the acid. The finished plate shows an image consisting of dots with hollows between them, the dots being large and near together in the shadows, small and far apart in the lights. This plate is inked with a roller, and a sheet of paper, lightly pressed against it, takes up the ink to form a print. Thus it will be seen that photogravure is an intaglio, cut-in process, and halftone a surface printing process. Photographic illustrations. Photography has not only superseded manual processes for reproduction, but has also largely replaced them for purposes of illustration. Practically all news illustrations are now made by photography, which is also extensively used for advertising work. To a less extent it is employed for fiction illustration, admirable work having been done in this field by Clarence H. White, Karl Strauss, and Lejeron Hiller. It does not, however, seem probable that photography will ever entirely replace draftsmanship for the illustration of fiction, since the very strength of the camera, that is, its surpassing power of rendering accurately the outlines and gradations of natural objects, operates as a severe limitation in the case of original imaginative work. It is difficult to conceive of the Fall of the House of Usher or the Rime of the Ancient Mariner being satisfactorily illustrated by photography, and if, for instance, La Morte d'Arthur were made a photographic subject, the cost of models, costumes, and scenery would probably be excessive. Despite the limitations of the camera as regards imaginative work, there is a small but devoted band of photographers who use the camera as a means of artistic expression, and these men and women have produced some wonderfully fine results that fulfill the definition of art, a means of arousing an emotion in the spectator. In the last analysis, however, it will be found that such results are due to one or two methods of approach: either the careful selection of an unusual natural effect, or the use of one of the so-called control processes, that is, printing mediums that allow the worker to modify at will either the outlines or the gradations of the negative, or both. In the former case, however, the photographer cannot be regarded as more than an exceptionally sensitive and perceptive craftsman, and in the latter instance, the camera user, of course, ceases to be a photographer and becomes a creative artist, using photography merely as a basis on which to construct an imaginative result. The possibilities of this second method of work have not yet been fully explored. They appear to be limitless. The precision of photography. The literalness of photography, which prevents it ever competing with etching or painting in imaginative art, makes it of inestimable value in certain realms, and scientists of all sorts, astronomers, physicists, physicians, pathologists, as well as architects, building contractors, businessmen who wish a precise and accurate record of any object, recognize the value of the camera. Photographs are often admitted as legal evidence in court. It is impossible to overstate the value of the dry plate to the surgeon, since the X-ray, generated by passing an electric discharge through a glass tube from which most of the air has been exhausted, penetrates many objects that are opaque to ordinary light, and, though invisible to the eye, nevertheless affect a photographic plate, thus making possible a precise diagnosis of fractured bones, gunshot wounds, digestive disturbances, and many other pathological conditions in which diagnosis without a radiograph would be mere guesswork. In portraiture, photography is superior to any other graphic art, since the camera worker can, by judicious selection of lighting, pose, and facial expression, render the character of the sitter quite as well as the draughtsman, this being the final test in portrait work, though it must be admitted that few portrait photographers meet this requirement. Microphotography. The human eye and mind are, from a mechanical point of view, but imperfect instruments. Admirably as they serve the purpose for which they are designed, it is nevertheless impossible for them to observe with absolute accuracy. The camera, however, has no such limitations. Its observations are accurate and its records unquestionable, so long as no definite effort is made to impair their exactness. For this reason, photography is used not only in astronomy, but in many other branches of science, among its most important uses being the making of records of microscopic objects. A device carrying a photographic plate is attached to the eyepiece of a microscope. The plate being exposed affords, on development, a precise record of the subject under observation. It may be noted that in this case, as in astronomical photography, no camera lens is required. The microscope, like the telescope, projects an aerial image which is impressed on the plate. It thus becomes possible for the microscopist to study at leisure a photograph of the object that was in the field of the microscope, and thereby eliminate eye strain and minimize the likelihood of overlooking any feature of interest. It is further possible to make lantern slides from the negatives so obtained. A lecturer, by this means, is enabled to show the photograph to a large group of individuals simultaneously. Though the photographic plate thus extends the usefulness of the microscope, this is not the limit of its value in this respect. Light is transmitted by waves, similar in some ways to waves in water, the light waves being disturbances of the light-bearing ether, an invisible, imponderable substance of zero density and infinite elasticity, which pervades all matter. It must be understood that the ether has never been observed, nor its actual existence proven. It is, however, a necessary assumption for the satisfactory explanation of the observed phenomena of light, so far as our present knowledge extends. The distance from the crest of one wave to the crest of the next is known as the wavelength, the lengths of the various light waves having actually been measured. The human eye is sensitive only to waves between about 4 10,000ths and 7 10,000ths of a millimeter in length, a millimeter being about 1/25th of an inch, and an object is invisible in the microscope if its diameter is less than half the wavelength of the light by which it is illuminated, since in that case the light waves bend around the object and meet on the other side. We cannot, therefore, see objects whose diameter is less than about 2 10,000ths of a millimeter. But the photographic plate is sensitive to shorter waves than the eye. These waves are known as the ultraviolet. By illuminating the microscope stage with ultraviolet light, it therefore becomes possible to photograph objects so small that they must forever remain invisible to the naked eye, unless, indeed, the progress of human evolution brings with it increased sensitiveness to the shorter wavelengths. In this connection, it is interesting to note that there are organisms so small that they cannot be made apparent to us even by photography, though we are made aware of their existence by inductive reasoning from their observed effects. In the case of some objects, a fuller knowledge of their character is gained if they are examined in a manner somewhat different from that usually adopted. One of the photographs given herewith shows the effect obtained by what is known as dark ground illumination. Ordinarily, the light by which a microscopic object is examined passes through the slide, so that an opaque object is really seen only as a silhouette. But in dark ground illumination, an opaque background is placed behind the object, and the light is allowed to fall on it from the sides. The object is thus made visible by the light that is refracted, that is, bent, into the lens of the microscope. In the present instance, the effect seen by looking into the eyepiece was wonderfully beautiful, the crystals glowing with a brilliant yellow light against an intensely black ground. Radiography. Some persons object to the inclusion of radiography as a branch of photography, since no camera or lens is used. But photography means literally light writing, and radiography is precisely this. If the air be nearly exhausted from a glass tube, so that a high vacuum exists therein, and it be then sealed up, a current of electricity may be sent through the remaining air, setting up ether vibrations that pass out from the tube. These ether waves have the power of passing through many substances that are opaque to visible light, the X-rays, as they are termed, being totally invisible, though light waves to which the eye is sensitive are set up at the same time within the tube. Many persons confuse the greenish light from an X-ray tube with the X-rays, but the two are actually entirely different manifestations. The X-rays, though invisible to the eye, are nevertheless able to affect a photographic plate strongly, so that photographs may be made through solid objects. For example, if a sensitive plate be laid on a table, and the arm or the hand placed on it, and an X-ray tube is brought near the arm, a photograph results in which the bone is represented as a dark area, and the flesh around it as lighter, this being, of course, simply a shadow picture. This affords an intensely valuable aid to diagnosis, and a good surgeon will, if possible, first radiograph a fractured bone before setting it, unless the circumstances are very exceptional. The value of radiography is not, however, confined to fractures, but extends to wounds. It is of great help in locating metallic fragments or other foreign bodies in a wound, to many intestinal disorders, and to the diagnosis of other diseased conditions. Though not strictly bearing on photography, it is interesting to note that the X-rays, like the gamma rays, Y rays of radium, are in reality ether vibrations of very short wavelength, and like the shorter waves, the ultraviolet, in sunlight, possess curative powers in some skin disorders, and also the power of causing terrible burns. Sunburn does not result from exposure either to visible sunlight or to the heat of the sun, but to the ultraviolet rays, and an X-ray burn is identical with sunburn. In extreme cases, the X-rays may cause complete destruction of the skin and even cancer, and before the properties of the X-rays were so well known as at present, many operators lost hands, and some their lives, as a result of excessive exposure to the rays. At present, X-ray workers shield themselves, and, when necessary, the patient, with lead screens, that metal being practically opaque to the rays. Color photography. Many workers have tried, with varying success, to devise a means whereby photography could be made to reproduce not only the outlines and gradations of natural objects, but the colors as well, and there is now available a method of great worth for this purpose. In brief, it consists in making, by one exposure in an ordinary camera, a set of 3 color negatives, each of which represents that portion of one of the primary colors, violet, green, and red, which was reflected from the subject. That is, one negative represents the violet sensation, the second the green, and the third the red. Prints are made from these negatives in suitable dyes on transparent films, which are cemented together, one over the other, thus giving a true color photograph, in which the secondary and tertiary colors, blue, yellow, orange, purple, brown, etc., are obtained, as in painting, by the mixture in proper proportions of two or more of the primaries. This is the first method of color photography to possess the great advantage of producing prints, not transparencies, so that any number of duplicates may be made. No special camera is required, and the process is within the reach of any careful amateur. The writer believes the artistic value of color photography is relatively slight. A black and white art is capable of the fullest intellectual expression, and color is merely sensuous in its appeal. After much experiment with different color processes, he finds his own monochrome, single-tone prints more satisfying than the color work. However, the value of color to the scientific worker is incalculable, as will be realized at once on considering only one of the possible applications, namely the study of skin affections. It is interesting to note that several methods have been devised for the reproduction of natural colors in motion picture work, the familiar method of coloring the positive film by hand being only an approximation to truth. But none of those presented up to this time is fully satisfactory, though the prospects of future development are good. When we consider the manifold and widespread uses of photography and the pleasurable diversion that it affords, it seems safe to say that there is no other form of industry, not an actual necessity, that is of such importance to the welfare and happiness of the human race. What, who, and when? What is photography? It is the science and art of producing pictures by the action of light on chemically prepared, sensitized plates or films. Who discovered photography? No one particular individual. There is no known date on which photographic action was first recorded. The action of the sun in making impressions of one sort or another on surfaces was known to man from the earliest times. Records of it can be seen in fossilized vegetable remains, and this action of the sun is apparent in the change of color that takes place in the ripening of fruits and foliage. Who first applied a sensitized plate to the purpose of making photographic prints? No single individual discovered this essential principle of photography. It came to be recognized in the course of many experiences, beginning with the alchemists, and developing through the experiments of a number of investigators until the end of the 18th century, when the sensitiveness of various silver compounds to light became well known, and the character of the change produced on these compounds by light became established. Thomas Wedgwood, the fourth son of Josiah Wedgwood, the renowned potter, developed a process by means of which the image printed by photographic means could be fixed and made permanent. What instrument brought the photographic process to a perfected form? The camera. The camera is the photographic apparatus in which the image is projected upon the sensitized plate, thus securing a photographic impression. The word camera is Italian for room, and the full name of the original instrument, camera obscura, means dark room. Who invented the camera? Giovanni Battista della Porta, who lived in the 16th century, has often been stated to have invented the camera, but he appears only to have popularized and improved it. The first use of cameras was not for printing photographs, but simply as an interesting toy, or to assist one in tracing the outlines of various objects. There are many applications of the camera obscura, a notable one being the periscope of a submarine. It was not until a suitable sensitive plate was discovered that the camera became useful as an apparatus of photography. Who were most prominently identified with the development of the photographic process? Joseph Niepce and Louis J. M. Daguerre. Niepce was successful not only in getting pictures produced in the camera, but he succeeded in fixing them permanently. Daguerre developed a process known as daguerreotype, which was the first method of photography available for practical purposes. This was in 1837. With the general acceptance of daguerreotypes, photography became a profession. The process had no rival until about 1851, when the collodion process was discovered, and after that the daguerreotype process became obsolete. Who developed the modern process of photography? William Henry Fox Talbot, an English inventor, 1800 to 1877. He greatly increased the sensitiveness of paper, and from his negatives prints were produced in much the same way as in the present day. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Balm, Cambridge, UK. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 8, Holland by Dwight L. Elmendorf, lecturer and traveller, Department of Travel. The History of Holland 1. The history of Holland is a record of the unexpected. One might think that this flat country would have a story as monotonous as the land on which it is built, that it would be the last part of the world to be the centre of fierce battles and bloody wars. Yet there took place in this little country, formed principally of the mud deposited by 3 rivers, the Rhine, the Meuse, and the Schelde, some of the most important deeds in the history of the world. The earliest inhabitants of this part of Europe are said to have been some of the barbarians that accompanied the Cimbri and the Teutons in their expedition against Italy. The Romans, however, held sway over this district until near the end of the 4th century, when the Franks took possession and settled there. Later, the Holy Roman Emperor Charlemagne extended his supremacy over the whole of the Netherlands, and under his successors a system of dividing the land among the vassal princes gradually developed. Thus the feudal system grew up. The situation of the country on the ocean and the mouths of the 3 great rivers invited the people to commerce. Then, also, the big cities grew up and surrounded themselves with strong forts. In 1477 the Netherlands came into possession of the House of Habsburg, by the marriage of Mary of Burgundy, the daughter of Charles the Bold, with Maximilian, afterward Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Their son, Philip the Handsome, was the father of Charles V, who subsequently became King of Spain. Under his rule, the Netherlands enjoyed a golden era of prosperity, but during the reign of his bigoted son Philip II, there began that apparently hopeless struggle of the weak people of the north against the haughty Spaniards, which lasted for 80 years and which ended in the establishment of the powerful Dutch Republic. The great founder of Dutch liberty was William of Nassau the Silent. Today he is revered by the Dutch as a mighty hero and martyr. It was in 1579 that the Union of Utrecht laid the foundation on which the Republic of the United Netherlands was to be raised. By the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, the independence of the United Provinces was recognised. The prosperity of Holland was great. Its navigators explored the most distant coasts in the world, and its trading posts in East India yielded a rich harvest. It had commerce with all nations, and at the same time its art reached its highest point of excellence. For many years the fortunes of the Netherlands varied from good to bad. In 1795 the French Republicans took possession of the country and founded the Batavian Republic. In 1806 Louis Bonaparte was created King of Holland by his brother Napoleon. 4 years later Napoleon annexed Holland to France, giving as the reason his belief that it was formed of the alluvial deposit of the French rivers. At last, in November 1813, the French were expelled from Holland, and in 1815 by the Congress of Vienna. The southern or Belgian province of the Netherlands was united with the northern into a single kingdom, and the Prince of Orange was created King of the Netherlands under the title of William I. This union was severed by the Belgian Revolution of 1830. 10 years later, William I abdicated in favour of his son William II, who was in turn succeeded by William III. His daughter, Wilhelmina, is the present ruler of Holland. Her daughter, Princess Juliana, was born on April 30th, 1909. William the Silent, 2. William the Silent is to Holland what George Washington is to the United States. As the principal opponent of Philip II of Spain, he was the very incarnation of the national spirit in the greatest period of Dutch history. He dared to stand forth as the fearless leader of a persecuted people in opposition to the mightiest monarch then on earth. William, Prince of Orange and Count of Nassau, was surnamed the Silent, not because he was gloomy, but because he was able to hide his plans with wonderful discretion. He was born on April 16, 1533. He was a great favourite of Charles V of Spain, who appointed him, when he was only 22 years old, governor of the provinces of Holland, Zeeland and Utrecht. When the Low Countries came into possession of the Duke of Alva, the Spanish governor, William set out on a short but useless campaign to liberate the southern provinces. 4 years later he was invited by Holland and Zeeland to command their troops against the Spaniards. Shortly afterward he captured Middelburg and succeeded in raising the siege of Leiden. The Union of Utrecht, the famous defensive league of the North Netherlands, was formed in 1579. Soon afterwards William was exiled by Philip II, but the States General defied his authority and in 1581 formally threw off their allegiance to the Spanish crown. However, so anxious was Philip to have William out of the way that he offered a reward of 25,000 crowns and a title of nobility to anyone who would assassinate him. Many were the cowardly attacks made against the brave Dutchman, 8 attempts being made before the one that finally succeeded. On July 10, 1584, William, in company with his beautiful young wife, was coming to dinner down the stairway of the Prinsenhof, his house in Delft. Suddenly, from the corner of the corridor, a man stepped forth holding a petition. The prince asked him to present it later when he was not busy. During the meal, William was, as usual, very cheerful, but his wife seemed to have a premonition of danger. She spoke to him several times of the strange man they had met in the hall, remarking that she had never seen a more villainous face. This did not disturb William in the least, and at the close of the meal he led the way back along the corridor. As he approached the staircase, without a moment's warning, the assassin sprang forth and shot him in the breast. The prince reeled backwards a few steps and fell into the arms of his wife. A few minutes later, the founder of Dutch liberty had passed into history. William the Silent was the foremost statesman of his time. He gave up great position, vast wealth, and at last his life, to rescue the Netherlands from the tyrannical power of Spain, and he had the satisfaction of knowing before he died that the cause for which he had suffered so much would succeed. His murderer, Balthazar Gerard, was executed by having the flesh torn from his body with red-hot pincers. Amsterdam, 3. Amsterdam has often been called the Venice of the North. Between the two cities there is a resemblance, but they also differ from each other essentially. Venice is golden, while Amsterdam is grey. Venice inspires romantic memories and poetical associations. Amsterdam, even with its many attractions, is distinctly practical and commercial. Amsterdam is a seaport in the province of North Holland. It is one of the chief commercial cities in Europe and the largest city in the Kingdom of Holland. It is one of the wealthiest cities in the world. Amsterdam stands on flat marshy ground into which piles 50 feet long are driven to form the foundations of brick houses, which are usually 6 or 7 stories high. The form of the city is a crescent, and the arms of its canals project into the A. Amsterdam is really a city founded upon islands, 90 in all. It has miles of liquid streets, which are spanned by 300 bridges. All through the city float heavy barges, many of which are the homes of citizens. Among some classes of the Dutch it is customary, when a young man has saved or borrowed enough money to buy a huge broad-shouldered boat, and install therein not only his entire family, but also his poultry, hogs, and even cows. From then on he is independent, and master of his own floating house, stable, farmyard, and express wagon. He transports loads of merchandise from town to town, and is, in a small way even, a farmer. When he moors his boat to take his wares from house to house, he uses a cart, and to draw this cart he employs dogs. When the merchandise is sold, the driver calmly seats himself in the cart and makes his patient animals pull him home. If he does not own a dog, he merely puts the yoke upon the shoulders of his wife, and she acts as a willing steed. The little houses in the vicinity of Amsterdam are thoroughly characteristic of Holland. They have sharply pointed roofs of pretty red tiles, neatly painted walls and blinds, and a monstrous windmill on one side. Within they are scoured and polished so that they almost shine with cleanliness. Even among the wealthy citizens of Amsterdam there is not much display of luxury. The houses are quite plain, but always brightly clean. To most people who are used to paved streets and plenty of dry land, it would not be pleasant to dwell among the watery streets with their narrow sidewalks of Amsterdam. But to a Dutchman it is impossible to have too much water about his house. Even with a canal in front and another on each side, he will add, if possible, an artificial pond in his small garden. Rotterdam. 4. Rotterdam, the famous commercial centre of Holland, lies 14 miles from the North Sea at the union of 2 rivers, one of which is called the Rot, and with the great dam erected on its banks, gives the town its name. To a visitor, the most notable feature of this great Dutch city is its multitude of bridges, most of which are drawbridges, continually rising and falling like parts of a huge machine. Rotterdam received its first municipal privileges in 1340. Its modern prosperity dates from the separation of Belgium from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The largest sea-going ships can now be admitted to the quays of the town. Great cargoes of oil, grain, coffee, tobacco, and coal pass through it, and its cattle market is the most important in Holland. It is a remarkable fact that in Rotterdam almost every man one meets has either a cigar or a pipe in his mouth. The Dutch are great smokers. It is said that the boatmen measure distances not by miles but by pipefuls. Many of the natives are believed to sleep at night with their pipes between their teeth, so that they may have their morning smoke without any delay. The Hollanders call tobacco smoke their second breath, and a cigar the 6th finger of their hands. In Rotterdam is situated the home of the greatest smoker that the world has ever known, Meneer van Klees. His average consumption was 150 grams of tobacco a day. Nevertheless, he lived to be 98 years old. His directions as to how his funeral should be conducted are interesting. I wish that all my friends who are smokers shall be specially invited to my funeral. Each of them shall receive a package of tobacco and 2 pipes, and they are requested to smoke uninterruptedly during the funeral ceremonies. My body shall be enclosed in a coffin lined with wood of my old cigar boxes. Beside me in the casket shall be laid my favourite meerschaum, a box of matches, and a package of tobacco. When my body is lowered into the grave, every person present is requested to pass by and cast upon it the ashes from his pipe. It is said that these requests were faithfully complied with. There is also a report that says that at his funeral the smoke was so dense that a horn had to be blown to enable the mourners to find the door. Rotterdam suffered from a great fire in 1563 and also underwent great loss during the struggle with the Spaniards who occupied the city in 1572. Since 1573, however, its progress has been remarkable. Tulips and windmills. 5. Spring is the best time to visit Haarlem in Holland. The traveller to this city passes through wonderful fields covered with broad sheets of scarlet, white and yellow tulips. It is a sight never to be forgotten. But beautiful as the tulips are, it is not for this that the Hollanders grow them in such quantities. They grow the bulb not for the flower, but for the onion, as it is called. The cultivation of tulips is a great business in Holland, but today only a small percentage of the population commercialise the flower compared to the number that cultivated it in the 17th century. The tulipomania of that time was really a form of gambling, in which admiration of the flower and interest in its culture were secondary matters. In those days, thousands of florins were paid for a single bulb. Tulips grow wild along the northern shores of the Mediterranean and in Africa and the Far East. They were introduced into the Low Countries in the 16th century from Constantinople and the Levant. Owing to their great beauty, the flowers became immediate favourites in European gardens. It was in 1637 that the extraordinary tulipomania first took possession of the Dutch. Not only were flower merchants seized with it, but almost every citizen took up tulip growing. A single bulb, called Semper Augustus, was sold for 13,000 florins, and for another of the same variety was traded a new carriage, a pair of grey horses, and 4,600 guilders. A prize of 100,000 florins, offered by the Horticultural Society at Haarlem, was won by the black tulip of Cornelius van Baerle. But when the government stepped in and enforced a law against gambling, the price of tulips fell to nothing. The bubble burst, and thousands of dealers were beggared in a single night. There is an old Dutch proverb which says, "God made the sea, but we make the shore." For hundreds of years the Hollanders have proved this true by literally making the land upon which they live. They must continually fight against the encroachment of the sea, and a big factor in the work of keeping the ocean out is done by great windmills which pump the water from the fields into the rivers and canals, and thus drain the land. Everywhere in Holland windmills can be seen. Besides pumping and draining, they also saw wood and grind corn. Although nowadays steam and gasoline engines can do most of the work formerly performed by windmills, they still form a picturesque part of the Dutch landscape. By draining whole marshes, they have transformed this wasteland into beautiful green and fertile fields. In passing from The Hague to Haarlem on the train, one can see the largest of these polders, as the drained marshes are called. Windmills were used as early as the 12th century. In all the older windmills, a shaft called the wind shaft carried 4 to 6 arms or whips on which long narrow sails were spread. The tips of the sails made a circle of 60 to 80 feet in diameter. It is this type of windmill, with its long arms waving above the landscape, that is associated so closely with Holland. Art in Holland. 6. Many people consider Dutch art the most interesting in the world. The artists of Holland did not portray classic gods and prayerful Madonnas. They were too practical and matter-of-fact for that. Their minds were serious, and scenes of everyday life attracted them more than they did the artists of Italy or Spain. Portrait painting began very early among the Dutch. This was because the Dutch spirit was essentially commercial. The prosperous burghers liked to have great artists paint them, and they were usually willing to pay pretty well for the privilege. Also, the nobility, due to their love of splendour, gave abundant employment to the artists. Some of the earlier Dutch artists who achieved fame are the brothers Van Eyck, Hugo van der Goes, Roger van der Weyde, and Quentin Massys. But greater than any of these is Frans Hals, who was born in 1580. He was a great portrait painter. His marvellous capacity for catching an impression on the instant brought him many patrons. He loved to paint people as they were, and jolly topers and rich burghers were his favourite subjects. but great artist though he was, he died almost in poverty. Rembrandt Harmenszoon van Rijn, who was born in 1607, the son of a miller of Leyden, has been called the greatest painter of Northern Europe. Today his pictures are beyond price. His influence on the Dutch artists that followed him was very great, but he died at the age of 62, alone and neglected. Paul Potter, called the Raphael of animal painters, was born in 1625 and died from overwork at the age of 29. It is said that he painted portraits of animals and tried to know the character of every beast that he drew. Jan Steen painted all sorts of subjects: chemists in their laboratories, card parties, marriage feasts, religious subjects, and especially children. Besides being a successful artist, he was a brewer at Delft. He failed in this business and opened a tavern. Hence, he has often been called the jolly landlord of Leyden. Peter de Hoogh was the most neglected of all Dutch painters, yet in 1876 the Berlin Museum paid $26,000 for one of his paintings. He was born in Rotterdam about 1630 and became one of the most charming painters of homely subjects that Holland has produced. He died at Haarlem about 1681. Meindert Hobbema was born in Amsterdam about 1638 and was buried there in a pauper's grave in 1709. Although today he is considered one of the great landscape painters of Holland, his work was not appreciated during his lifetime. Hobbema liked to paint only landscapes. It is said that when it was necessary for him to get a figure in a picture, he had another artist do it. All these men were great artists of Holland, and it is a peculiar thing that most of them lived in the 16th and 17th centuries. Since then, Holland has done comparatively little in art. Holland has been described as a country of unpainted pictures. That is the artist's point of view, for his eye takes in the picturesque possibilities of the subject. To us, it seems as if Holland is of all countries the one most often seen in pictures, while no doubt there are many untouched pictures in the miles of level Dutch landscape. Art has surely shown a generous recognition of Holland's attractive scenery, and has celebrated its picturesqueness to all the rest of the world. Holland is a country of dykes and level meadow lands, of windmills and canals. From the point of view of an aeronaut, the Dutch cities look like a map of Mars. This is especially true of Amsterdam, which viewed from above appears to be a network of canals. These canals are an attractive feature of the cities. In some cases the whole street is canal, in other cases the street is both wet and dry, a canal flanked by a street. Imagine a country, in some spots lower than the sea, maintaining its existence only by constant vigilance and industry, fighting for its very life through the changing seasons against the one great enemy, water. The dunes or sandhills which line the coast serve as a barrier against the sea. These are reinforced by coarse grass which holds the sand together. In some places the dykes are made of earth, sand and clay, held together by willows, which are carefully planted so as to form a binder. In other places dykes are built of stone. The dykes are the fortifications against the inroads of the ocean, and also the floods in the rivers that flow through Holland to the sea. When there are heavy rains in Germany, the Rhine brings down a great additional volume of water, which has to be checked by the dykes and led away by the canals. Holland's fight against water has been a warfare of varying fortunes. At times in the past dykes have been broken, great tracts of land have been inundated, and thousands of people drowned. The Dutch are a careful, plodding and industrious people, and they have profited by experience. As a result, they are now not only holding their water enemy in check, but they have actually advanced upon the sea, and have taken from it sufficient territory to add materially to their cultivated lands. But the contest with the rivers and the sea has to be constant. A special body of engineers is appointed to look after the work, and the Dutch government spends annually several $1 million to keep the dykes in order and hold the ground. Water is confined in canals and in large basins, and the ever-faithful windmill, when not otherwise engaged, is employed to pump the water from the lowlands. Dykes and windmills. The dykes and windmills are the two great factors of physical and commercial life in Holland. The dyke safeguards the land, the windmill fans the currents of trade. Whether corn is to be ground, timber sawed, tobacco cut, paper manufactured, or water pumped, the long arms of the mill perform a willing and efficient service while the wind blows. The importance of the dyke is reflected in the names of many Dutch towns. The word dam or dyke is to be found almost everywhere. Amsterdam is the dyke of the river Amstel, Rotterdam the dyke of the river Rot, Zaandam the dyke of the river Zaan, and so on. The thought of protecting dyke was generally in mind when a town was founded. The windmill is not only an untiring servant of industry, but is a sign of Dutch prosperity as well. You may hear it said of a Hollander, "He is worth 10 millions." You are quite as likely to hear it said, "He is worth 10 windmills." It required dogged determination and persevering energy to make the history of Holland. The Dutch people successfully resisted Spanish domination at a time when Spain was a supreme world power, and then they built up a government of their own in a country where they had to fight for the very existence of the land. In government administration, in thrift and commercial enterprise, in exploration and colonization, in literature and in arts, Holland has proved herself to be a wonderful little country. She has had much to say in the Congress of Nations. One of her chief cities, The Hague, is identified in everyone's mind with one of the most important world movements of modern times, the International Peace Conference. The population of Holland does not exceed 6 million, and there are only 4 towns having a population exceeding 100,000. Amsterdam, The Hague, Rotterdam, and Utrecht. Amsterdam. This most interesting city is situated where the river Amstel enters the Zuiderzee. Just where the city lies there is an arm of the sea which goes by the odd name of A. Amsterdam is the chief commercial city of Holland, though in some branches of business Rotterdam disputes its supremacy. The city is of odd semicircular shape and is intersected by canals which run in curves like the rows of seats in an amphitheatre. Each of these semicircular canals marks the line of the city walls and moat at different times. Other canals cross these in such a manner as to cut the city up into a number of islands. The old part of the city lies in the very centre, enclosed by the inner semicircular canal. At one end of this canal is the Weeper's Tower, which takes its name from the fact that it stands at the head of what was the old harbour, and was the scene, therefore, in ancient times, of many sad leave-takings. There wives and sweethearts said goodbye to the men who went down to the sea in ships. Amsterdam is supposed to have originated in about 1204, when Gijsbrecht II, Lord of Amstel, built a castle there. It came to be really important about the end of the 16th century, when the wars with Spain had ruined Antwerp, and many merchants, manufacturers and artists left there and settled in Amsterdam. The population of the city today is close to 600,000, and it is one of the busiest markets in Europe, doing a large business in imports, especially in the products of the Dutch colonies. The city, moreover, is very beautiful. The main canals are lined with avenues of elms, and they offer a picturesque appearance and a pleasant shade. The streets are full of life, and their interest is enhanced by the varied activities of those who walk and ride on the paved roads, and others who ply oddly constructed boats through the waterways. A city built on piles. The costumes, while not so picturesque as those to be found in the country districts, are interesting to the traveller from other lands. The houses are built on piles driven into the soft soil, a fact that the witty old Erasmus of Rotterdam turned to jest by saying that he knew a city whose inhabitants dwelt in the tops of trees like rooks. There are so many things in Amsterdam of historic, literary and art interest that no one can expect to do the city, and do it thoroughly, in the brief time usually allotted by the ordinary tourist. For the student of art, there is enough to fill a month's time. The home city of Rembrandt naturally holds the interest of an artist, and the Rijksmuseum contains a wonderful collection of Dutch art and historic relics. Rijksmuseum. This museum is an impressive stone and brick building constructed in 1877 to 1885 and filling nearly 3 acres of ground. It holds a place among the greatest museums of the world, and in its devotion to its own particular subject, Dutch art and history, it is unique. It is not the lover of art alone who will find the place fascinating. The historian will be held by the military, naval, and colonial collection. The antiquarian will linger over the old works in gold and silver, the models of ships of different periods, antique books and furniture, textiles and stained glass, while the artist will regard the picture galleries as a treasure house. For the artist, if interested in the Dutch masters of art, the museum is the one particular place in Europe. There about him he will find some of the most celebrated works of Rembrandt, Frans Hals, Paul Potter, Jan Steen, Hobbema, and other Dutch painters. The picturesque old buildings of Amsterdam, especially those in the inner city, will delight the visitor. Many of these have great historic interest, notable among them Admiral de Ruyter's house, bearing his portrait in relief on its front, and a little beyond that the old Montalban's Tower. The Royal Palace is a solid building, which was begun in 1648, just after the Peace of Westphalia, and was finished in the course of 7 years at a cost of 8 million florins, $3,216,000. It is not a beautiful building, but in its structure and its inner equipments it is interesting as showing the character of Dutch life and government. You bring from a visit to the palace an impression of the solidity, power, and the enduring virtues that are the ancestral inheritance of the Hollander. No visit to Amsterdam is complete without a sight of the zoological garden, which is one of the best in Europe, and a trip out to the unique little island of Marken. There, in that odd spot, you will find all the picturesqueness of Holland in solid deposit. Gaily coloured costumes are everywhere, houses are queer in structure and in furnishing, and manners and habits of life are peculiar and interesting. But let the visitor be cautious in Marken. It has of recent years come to be a showplace stocked with all sorts of Dutch articles of no special value, most of which are manufactured solely to catch the fancy of the unwary tourist. Haarlem. On returning from Marken, the traveller will find it worth his while to run west to the quaint old town of Haarlem. This is the city of the governor of the province of North Holland, and is one of the cleanest and neatest towns in the Netherlands. Its population is something over 70,000, and it has the appearance of prosperity and welfare. During the Middle Ages, Haarlem was the residence of the Counts of Holland, and was the scene of several important military engagements between the Dutch and the Spaniards. It is famous for its horticulture, and furnishes bulbs to every country in Europe and North America. Along about the middle of spring, a wonderful sight may be seen in the land surrounding Haarlem. Whole fields of hyacinths, crocuses, anemones, tulips, lilies, etc. offer a brilliant variety of colour and fill the air with delicious perfume. It is a feast for the senses indeed. Rotterdam. Situated about 30 miles south of Amsterdam and Haarlem is Rotterdam, the second largest town in the Netherlands, which has a population of about 370,000. To some it is known chiefly as the home of the illustrious Erasmus, who was born there in 1465. In the great marketplace of Rotterdam there stands a fine bronze statue of Erasmus. To merchants, Rotterdam is known as one of the busiest import cities on the continent, as in its import trade it is exceeded only by Hamburg and Antwerp, while its cattle market is the most important in Holland. There is much life in Rotterdam, and plenty of entertainment to enliven the visitor who goes there for other purposes than those of trade. Boijmans Museum contains a most valuable collection of Dutch art, and the churches, parks and public ways are attractive and interesting. Down at the large docks you will find busy scenes, at the Wilhelminakade especially, where the great passenger steamers lie. You will meet that name kade wherever you go, in the towns of Holland. It means quay, and the different thoroughfares distinguished by the name are either quays or else have been quays in times past, and in the course of the city's growth have become streets with waterways in them. You will be impressed with the vast multitude of bridges in Rotterdam. I do not know that they actually exceed in number the bridges of Amsterdam, but they appear to, for many can be seen from almost every point of view. The service of the canal to Holland is manifold, and this is true in winter as well as in summer. Over the frozen surface of the canal, children skate to school, women skate to their shopping, and those who have time for recreation skim the icy surfaces from town to town in skating trips. The Hague. There are many towns in Holland to invite the traveller, and most of them will delight him as well. This is especially true of Utrecht, Dordrecht and Delft, the last famous the world over for its pottery. It is well, however, when making a visit to Holland, to save The Hague until the last. The Hague is the political capital of Holland, and in some ways the most beautiful and interesting of all Dutch cities. It is a most cosmopolitan town, and its population includes many distinguished people. Among the cities of Holland, The Hague leads in culture and refinement, as Amsterdam and Rotterdam do in commerce. It is, moreover, the most attractive city. In neatness and in cleanliness, it is claimed that The Hague cannot be excelled by any city in the world. You are willing to believe that when you are there. The House in the Wood. The full Dutch name of this city of royalty is Schravenhager, which means the Count's enclosure. The name was given to it originally when it was a richly wooded plain and a hunting resort of the Counts of Holland. It is now the residence of the Queen of Holland and the seat of government, where most of the important national transactions of the last 300 years have taken place. There is no great amount of business at The Hague. It is a place of important political affairs and of social life and enjoyment. The life there is distinguished for its gaiety, and the society for its distinction. Great interest naturally centres in the House in the Wood, a most picturesque chateau erected in 1645 for Princess Amalia, consort of Prince Frederick Henry, son of Henry the Silent. This is the favourite home of royalty. The most interesting apartment in the palace is the Orange Room, which was prepared by the princess as a memorial to her husband and has been the scene of many important diplomatic and social events. The first International Peace Conference, at which 26 powers were represented, met in this room in the summer of 1899. The House in the Wood is beautifully furnished and decorated, and, more than the usual royal residence, it realises the meaning of the word home. Attractions of The Hague. The population of The Hague is more than 240,000, and it has, besides the House in the Wood, a number of notable features. There is the celebrated picture gallery called the Maurits House, the Municipal Museum, which next to the Rijks is the finest in Holland, the Mesdag Museum, which contains, among other art treasures, a fine collection of pictures by the Barbizon painters, and the Steengracht Gallery, which is rich in modern French and Dutch paintings. The quaint old Hall of the Knights will attract attention for its historic interest, and so will the beautiful and imposing National Monument, which was set up in 1869 to commemorate the restoration of Dutch independence and to honour Prince William Frederick of Orange. Altogether, The Hague is a delight to the traveller. Thackeray exclaimed over it, "The brightest little brick city, with the pleasantest park to ride in, the neatest, comfortable people walking about, the canals not unsweet, and busy and picturesque with life." Scheveningen. It might be Brighton or Margate, and except for the swarm of hooded beach chairs, it might be Coney Island, this popular seaside resort of Holland. Most of the features familiar to those who frequent the sea-coast resorts of other lands are to be found at Scheveningen. There is the wide, gradually shelving beach, ceaselessly washed by the rolling surf, crowded with people of all ages and stations, bobbing in the water, frolicking on the beach, or sedately seated in the shaded chairs. Back on the beach runs the long line of hotels and cottages that we find at all great ocean resorts. The pleasure of playing on the seashore is much the same wherever humanity is found, and no matter what the locality may be, the pleasure in all places finds pretty much the same forms of expression. Scheveningen began its life as a fishing village away back in 1400. It is situated about 3 miles from The Hague and has been a bathing resort since 1815, growing in popularity and population until now the annual number of visitors is about 40,000, chiefly Dutch and German, but including also many Britons and Americans. The season runs from the 1st of June to the end of September, and, just as in the case of other summer resorts, its activities are at their height about the 1st of August. Aside from its many attractions as a summer resort, Scheveningen has some historic interest. It was from there that Charles II set sail when he returned to England to assume the crown at the time of the Restoration. This was in 1660. 13 years later, that sturdy naval hero, Admiral de Ruyter, engaged in a sea battle off Scheveningen and there defeated the combined forces of France and England. Dutch country life and people. For those who would know Holland and the people, no trip would be complete that merely included a few of the prominent cities. Take your pack if you care for tramping, or engage a car if you prefer to ride. You will find the roads good. Then go through the country and meet the people in their simplest condition. The Dutch farmer has not changed in several hundred years. He is a thrifty, contented individual, and his life will interest you. You will find the country families hospitable, and you will learn much from them that the city Hollanders have not told you. As you go through the farm districts, you will be impressed with the varied colour and the picturesque qualities of everything. And though you may not be an artist, you must, in the course of a sojourn in Holland, feel the stir of art consciousness. Aptly, indeed, has Holland been called a land of untouched pictures. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Deborah Balm, Cambridge.